When I was his age, I cut my own head clean off, and I'm none the worse for wear.
Hello everyone, I hope you're doing well. Today, I want to talk about God of War and offer people an alternative viewpoint. As a massive fan of God of War and the character of Kratos, I'm a firm believer that the franchise has immensely degenerated and disintegrated Kratos' character, sanding off his edges and quirks in favor of being just another hairy old dad with trauma. Just another perfectly rounded off marble to be put in the sack with the other perfectly round marbles. Unimportant, uninteresting, appealing to everyone universally, and being perfectly predictable, which is very noticeable and undeniable. And we can see this trend in many games that were released and heavily influenced by the immense success of The Last of Us. In the first video I made on this channel discussing how games have stopped being games nowadays, I brought up that God of War 4 is a soulless game because it killed Kratos' character in favor of making something popular and homogeneous. Something that is so perfectly well made and mediocre, no one can criticize it. A game that changes nothing, stirs no water, challenges no perspectives, takes no risk, and is a concept that will have universal acclaim and success with no actual effort. And that all this will come at the cost of Kratos as a character and at the cost of God of War as a franchise. In the comment section of that video, I found many people who were in support of this viewpoint, while some others discussed it further with me. There are actual people who have never played the main God of War trilogy or any of the other sequels or prequels, yet say God of War 4 needed to exist because Kratos was nothing but a one-dimensional character whose entire purpose was violence, and his story was nothing but a revenge narrative. He was not nuanced whatsoever. Or they would say something along the lines of, it's okay for God of War 4 to exist, because Kratos finally grew from his life of struggles and can focus on actually leading a life and gaining forgiveness on his character development journey. I don't think these comments are fair or doing this amazing franchise any amount of justice, and this is why I made this video. Also, this video should have been out a long time ago, but every time I found myself writing this script, it would sound needlessly aggressive and abrasive, completely disregarding the current fans of the non-classic God of War franchise. I ended up rewriting this script 3 times completely, and this time I distanced myself and did some introspection so my video wouldn't carry negative connotations over my immense disappointment with the direction the franchise is heading. What you should expect from this video is the following. We will go through all of God of War 1, 2, 3, and 4 together, and I will bring up relevant parts from the other mainline sequels and prequels, such as Ghost of Sparta, Betrayal, and Chains of Olympus. Since there are definitely people in the audience that are not as familiar with Greek mythology, I will briefly highlight the characters that need highlighting when we stumble upon them, and any that I do not mention will come up later and get their own proper introduction, so don't worry if I only say someone's name and move on. I will remove redundant or repetitive parts of the games from the footage after we have established a pattern for their repetition, so you have an enjoyable and streamlined viewing experience. This will heavily apply to combat. I will complete all of the games of God of War 1, 2, 3, Ghost of Sparta, and Chains of Olympus fully and on their hardest difficulties, either on or off screen, to get the unlockables that can only be obtained through beating the games on increasingly higher difficulties. In this process, and throughout all the video, you will see all that they have to offer and all that was lost with God of War 4. I will not be discussing God of War Ascension, since it's a standalone release, and other than emphasizing and showcasing how much Kratos feels towards his family and how much he misses them, the game has nothing of relevance, consequence, or importance to offer the rest of the God of War franchise. And finally, I will not be discussing, playing, nor including Ragnarok, because it is irrelevant to the video and the purpose of it. This video is perfectly cohesive, and at no point will the existence of Ragnarok become a point to counter the arguments and points made in this video. Therefore, including Ragnarok would just extend the duration of the video for no reason, as what I say about God of War 4 will be easily applicable to any number of games that are released after it, and will become a timeless critique on the downfall of this franchise. With that being said, welcome one and all to the story of God of War.
The gods of Olympus have abandoned me. Now there is no hope.
And Kratos cast himself from the highest mountain in all of Greece. After 10 years of suffering, 10 years of endless nightmares, it would finally come to an end. Death would be his escape from madness. But it had not always been this way. Kratos had once been a champion of the gods.
Foul beast! I will send you back to the depths of Hades!
If you don't get goosebumps after watching that intro and hearing that music, I don't know what to tell you. Released March 22, 2005 by director David Jaffe, God of War is an action-adventure packed to the gills with hack-and-slash gameplay, successfully cementing itself and Kratos immediately in the gaming sphere. We move on to try our hands in combat. Square for light attack, circle for grapples, triangle for heavy attack, an energizing soundtrack that fits this simple but effective tutorial section perfectly. Another wave of enemies spawn, and after disposing of them, we get into the ship, seeing a green chest. Opening this chest will give me green orbs, which will heal me. The red orbs you're seeing are experience and are displayed in the bar below my health. And just when you think it's another video game tutorial that will ease you into its concepts, it tells you to block and... God of War games have three main components to their gameplay loop. The first is combat, and this combat is also supplemented by interacting with your opponents in specific timings. The game tells you this perfectly as you push the Hydra below 50% health. Pressing circle will put you in a cinematic view where you're required to fulfill quick-time events. Failing to do so will result in failure of the minigame and you needing to drive them back to that point of vulnerability, while succeeding in them will progress the fight or execute them. The second component of the gameplay loop is platforming. What is notable about God of War platforming is that you're never safe. When balancing, you could fall and die. When climbing, enemies can target you and climb after you to throw you off. So just keep in mind that you're essentially never safe and are always required to be on your toes while you're platforming.
Stay away! Stay away from me! I know who you are, Spartan. I know what you've done. I would rather die than be saved by you.
Well, that was weird. I wonder what we've done. Anyway, you progress and the game tells you to use your right stick to evade attacks. This is useful as not all attacks in the game are blockable. This is in Sekiro. We go up the ship and encounter harpies, the annoying flying enemies in the game. We can also kill the terrified people who are running and panicking. And they give us health back when we do. Nah, no need to think about it too much. We go a little to the right and a friendly tutorial Hydra appears to see if you've been reading your tutorial messages, attacking you in frantic patterns prompting you to dodge his attacks. He also occasionally forces minigames on you for a change. And boy, let me tell you, these button mashing minigames are absolutely unforgivable. You cannot laze around and press it 3 times quickly and hope it gets better. I hope your controllers are Sony originals, because they'll take a good beating. The game emphasizes that you're in constant combat and danger, and need to be prepared for any and all situations. So don't expect the game to treat you as anything but a warrior. Also, this is what happens when you try to block unblockable attacks. We sent the Hydra head home and opened some of these doors, which hold chests with no color. What could it contain? Experience. Hey, here's one of those climbing portions I was talking about. Very minor though. And now that we're balancing, you notice two paths. This is something God of War does to keep the game exciting despite its linear design. There are almost always alternative paths to take to get rewards. We get a red chest and proceed. These yellow things are where you could save your game.
It's you! The visions, they were real! The gods came to me, told me their champion would come and rescue us from the Hydra. But you're too late! We're pinned down! These creatures, they came from nowhere. The ships are all destroyed. All hope is lost, Spartan. Even for you.
And after saving it, we're met with a hail of arrows and a net that we cannot reach. So we need to move this box or kick it away quickly enough to be able to reach the higher platforms and kill the archers before they destroy the box and it respawns all the way behind us. This part of the game teaches interacting with objects and your ability to charge up a kick based on how long you hold your buttons in order to shoot it across. Something important to mention here is that every object has weight, which means that you won't be able to kick every object the same distance even if you charge your kick to the maximum charge. We dispose of the archers and
Find the key! Find the key! They're coming! No! No!
well, that's our objective now. And hey, it's the part that teaches you climbing combat. During climbing, you can light attack, heavy attack, and grapple to throw them off, or press X to jump ahead and speed up your climbing. We balance over this optional area and get ourselves a red chest, and go over to get a view of the place. Can we just sit here and appreciate this though? Good old God of War. Anyway, we slide down this rope, and oh boy, 2 more experience chests. Let's start with the one to the right first. You fool! Did you think you were going to finish the game with that measly health bar? I give you collectible items and chests that don't have color. These chests will include either experience or upgrade material, which in our case was a Gorgon Eye. These are satisfying to find and are also very rewarding. We roll into the chamber and
Lord Poseidon.
Kratos, before you reach Athens, there is a task you must complete. This beast, this Hydra, it has terrorized my seas for far too long. Your skills are admirable, but you will need assistance. You will need the power of the gods. Take this weapon, Kratos. Take this power and use it to defeat your enemies.
this is Poseidon, god of the sea, earthquakes, and horses. His name translates to Lord of the Earth. He's the brother of Zeus and Hades, and he wields a trident. He tasks you with killing the Hydra that causes him trouble, gives you your first magical ability, Poseidon's Rage, and oh boy, will we make a lot of use of that. We replenish our mana and health and go up the nets.
Get them away from the ship!
Why won't they die?
It's the giant one! He keeps healing the others!
No, God! We'll never get out of here! Doomed! We're doomed! We're off! Poseidon, save me.
Here we have 3 Hydra heads to kill, but as the sailor said, the big one heals the others. We have to pin these heads to the ship. One Hydra goes down, and we move to the next. After that one's dealt with, we climb to face the big one. The fight starts and we have to dodge the massive attacks and make it vulnerable, where we slam its head against the mast, increasingly damaging the mast in the process. We do this 1, 2, and 3 times, and the mast breaks off. So by the 4th time we grab him, oh, the guy's still alive.
Help me! God help me!
Thank you! Thank the gods you came back for me!
I didn't come back for you.
Maybe we're not the greatest person. We climb up here, get another eye, climb down this rope, that puts us back here. More enemies spawn, but it's no problem, we easily dispose of them. Now we get to open the door.
Slaughtered like animals, the victims lay before him, a reminder of his own past, a past he could never escape. His only solace was the sea, endlessly sailing from one harbor to the next in service to the gods of Olympus. All his hopes rested with them. For no matter how much wine he consumed or how many women he took to his bed, nothing on earth could rid him of the horrors that plagued his mind.
Athena! 10 years, Athena. I have faithfully served the gods for 10 years. When will you relieve me of these nightmares?
We request one final task of you, Kratos. Your greatest challenge awaits in Athens, where even now my brother Ares lays siege as we speak. Athens is on the verge of destruction. It is the will of Ares my great city fall. Zeus has forbidden the gods from waging war on each other. That is why it must be you, Kratos. Only a mortal trained by a god has a chance at defeating Ares.
And if I am able to do this, to kill a god, then the visions, they will end?
Complete this final task, and the past that consumes you will be forgiven. Have faith, Kratos. The gods do not forget those who come to their aid.
Leaving the rotting carcass of the Hydra behind, Kratos set sail once more. His greatest challenge and freedom from his growing madness lay before him in the ancient city of Athens.
Well, this certainly helps paint a better picture. We now know that Kratos wishes to forget his past by any means necessary. He has also been helping the gods for 10 years, and has the type of favor that when he calls upon Athena, she immediately responds to him. Athena is the goddess of wisdom, warfare, and crafts, like weaving and carpentry. She emerged fully armored from the forehead of Zeus. She represents the civilized and intellectual part of warfare, and is the favorite child of Zeus. Athena is the patron goddess of the city of Athens, which was named after her. The famous Parthenon temple on the Acropolis is dedicated to her. According to myth, she won the city over the god Poseidon by offering the citizens an olive tree, the symbol of peace and prosperity, while Poseidon offered them a saltwater spring. She asks Kratos to save her city from the siege of Ares, the god of war. And since Zeus has forbid them from waging war on one another, only a mortal trained by a god can do this task. Kratos asks if his nightmares would end if he's killed, and she responds with,
Complete this final task, and the past that consumes you will be forgiven.
We get back to the ship where Kratos sends the women back to Athens.
Stay, Kratos. Just a bit longer.
We've reached Athens. Get your things and get out.
And we get out of our ship.
Destroy Ares, and the gods will forgive you your past.
Do more combat, get up this lift.
Run! Run! The beasts have taken Athens! Look out! No! No! Stay away from me!
When we get a new enemy, the Minotaur. The Minotaur is a monster with the body of a man and the head of a bull. It was the product of a magnificent white bull and the wife of King Minos, Pasiphae. The bull was originally sent to King Minos for sacrifice by Poseidon, but when he found out that King Minos chose to keep the bull instead of sacrificing it, he cursed his wife to fall in love with the bull. This child was then locked up in the labyrinth created for Minos by Daedalus on the island of Crete. Now for the combat. Check this out. Normal enemies also have mini-games, and some, like the Minotaur, always give you health if you choose to kill them this way. However, you can kill them normally as well, but you won't get any of the health for it. Also, every enemy in the game except the very big ones can dodge, block, or do both. Also, you see what's happening here? That's a parry. There are parrying mechanics in the first God of War game, and believe me, you're going to have to use them, especially on the harder difficulties. We take another lift up.
Have reinforcements arrived? Ares has brought these beasts to Athens! Without help, the city will fall! Gates destroyed! You'll have to fight another war!
And here we get introduced to a big boy, the armored Cyclops. These guys aren't that interesting, just one-eyed giants. This fight, though, is very interesting. There is no blocking their attacks. And just listen, for the love of God. But we fight this group of enemies and oh, what's that? Looks like we can level up our weapon. And now we get Rage of the Gods, which you can enter once it's filled up by pressing the left and right stick keys together.
Let the rage of the gods drive your blades, Kratos.
And now, we enter this room, break the wooden boxes so the metal ones come into range, get another Gorgonite, and walk into this special room.
Aphrodite.
Kratos, the gods are pleased with your progress, but your current skills will not be enough to defeat the minions of Ares. I offer you the power to freeze your enemies where they stand, but you must earn such a gift. Medusa, the queen of the Gorgons. Bring me her head, Kratos, and I will give you the ability to wield its power.
We get introduced to our Medusa enemy, alongside Aphrodite. Aphrodite is the goddess of love, beauty, desire, and fertility. She is one of the 12 Olympian gods and goddesses, and is often associated with passion, romance, and the power of attraction. Medusa was originally a beautiful mortal woman. She was a priestess of Athena who took a vow of chastity. However, her beauty attracted the attention of Poseidon, who either seduced her or gave her a snuggle with a struggle in Athena's temple. Enraged by this desecration, Athena cursed Medusa, turning her hair into snakes and making her so revolting to look at that she'd turn whoever met her gaze to stone, and transforming her into a Gorgon. A Gorgon is this human-snake hybrid. In-game, she has several attacks, is very slippery, and has a beam attack that turns you to stone if you're in it for long enough. If you are successfully turned to stone, you need to start rapidly flicking the left stick right to left. And if anything touches you during that time, or you were airborne when you got petrified, you immediately shatter and die regardless of how much health you had. The best way to kill these creatures is aerial combat, and you gotta dish out the most damage you can before they hit the ground. Also, check the QTE sequence for the Gorgon enemies.
And destroy them all with Medusa's gaze, and the power of the Gorgon will be...
And now we have the ability to freeze our enemies, but we're not going to do that. You see, this part of the game gives you infinitely regenerating magic in order to let you test out the ability. What we're going to do instead is get on top of this platform with a launcher using Poseidon's Rage, then jumping, then we do that again, go out of bounds, and continue the game as normal. Now we have infinite regenerating magic. Shout out to speedrunner Sedvara for finding this in 2007, and God bless. After opening those hidden chests, we find a platform that rotates this crossbow. We fire to unlock the way, but are we done? No! We're not done. This is God of War. Exploring hidden paths and testing the limits of the tools the game presents you is not only encouraged, it's rewarded. So, we break this wall and get a Phoenix Feather, which is the magic capacity upgrade that we have. Then are we done? Nope. Rotate it twice and shoot to open the path to hidden experience chests. We see two ladders and a dead end. So we go down one, get another Gorgon Eye, climb the other ladder, climb and jump between these broken walls, and see a glimpse of the war happening in the background. Also, these things will try to throw you off by holding onto you, and you gotta do the Medusa shake to not get dragged into your doom by them. We push the statue and... we go down, climb the head of the statue, a bunch of combat, and we shoot this arrow which has rope attached to it. Make our way across after killing enemies, open the doorway, and what do we have back here? We can shoot the arrow to the other side of the wooden doorway. We climb down,
Do not fear, Kratos. I am the Oracle of Athens, here to help you defeat Ares. Find my temple to the east, and I will show you how to murder a god.
what you did that night, this city will be your grave.
Welcome to the Road of Athens. That is Ares, the son of Zeus and Hera. Ares is the god of war, specifically representing the brutal, chaotic, and destructive aspects of warfare. He embodies physical aggression, bloodlust, violence, and bloodshed that spread across the battlefields, making him Athena's opposite. He is also reckless, impulsive, and easily moved by his emotions. Naturally, his father Zeus is very critical of him for his nature, and this assault on Athena's city might very well be an act of envy and jealousy on his part. We go into this room and are blocked from progressing further. This is where the game wants you to freeze an enemy over this platform, so that you could progress. Now, we go through the city outskirts, going into buildings to get chests and killing the enemies, do a little Tarzan swinging across this hole, and walk our way into the Athens town square. We kill the Cyclops that spawn here, and ooh, look at that, a bunch of chests. Nice. There's a lady running away from us, but we don't care. We proceed into this building with many depictions of the gods, and we break the engravings and get our health upgrade. Nice. We chase this woman.
I know who you are. I know what you've done. Monster.
Wait!
Stay back! Get away from me!
She doesn't know I got that speed tech. I wasn't actually supposed to be close to her. Don't worry, she falls on her own. I think. Oh well, we gotta go down and see what's in her pocket. We find a key. We'll just have to get back up. And oh look, there are enemies with shields. How harrowing. I'll just use Poseidon's Ray. They're not taking damage. No, they aren't. These enemies require you to hit them with a big heavy attack finisher slam in order to break their shields. Now, where were we? Ah yes, we opened the hatch, go down. Where to go? I guess I'll go right. Never mind. We're going left. And just like that, we arrive at the rooftops of Athens. We double jump across buildings and... These Wraith guys are annoying as hell. They block all your attacks, they burrow underground and chain hit you, and if there are two of them at once, you have to be permanently blocking. We clear some combat areas and... yeah, that's the man himself.
Go, go, go! Ares has breached the city!
Yes, he has. Now, you can't cross because there are 4 archers that will knock you down if they hit you, so you gotta go deal with them personally. Since we don't have any way to deal with ranged units, we go across, climb this ladder, combat sections, and hey, I found this area full of chests, but those archers won't let me open them. Since opening chests does not give you invulnerability frames, we clear some more combat to see...
You! I must get across! Release the lever! Extend the bridge!
No, no! I won't let them get me. They won't get across. These monsters, they'll tear me apart.
Coward.
well, guess we won't be passing. There was this alternative area to go. What's this big crossbow doing here? Let's push it down here, but the door's blocked up ahead. There's this lever that lowers this ladder though, but pressing it twice makes it go back to normal. So what we need to do is rotate it once, pull the ladder back up, then rotate twice to make the crossbow face the door. That is cool. Oh, by the way, this is the third part of God of War's gameplay loop. Puzzles. They differ in their types, but they do make you feel very good for executing them well. We do one more blade upgrade and move into this room.
Lord Zeus.
Kratos, you grow stronger as your journey continues. But if you are to succeed in your quest, you will need my aid. I offer you the power of the greatest of all the gods, the father of Olympus. I offer you the power of Zeus. Take this weapon, Kratos. Take this power and use it to defeat your enemies. You have done well, Kratos. Go with the gods. Go forth in the name of Olympus.
Zeus, the king of the gods, the ruler of Mount Olympus, where the gods lived. Zeus is known as the god of the sky, thunder, lightning, and justice. He wielded a powerful thunderbolt, which was his weapon of choice. And like that, he gifts you his thunderbolt. And now, you have ranged combat. We go inside here, open some chests, get our magic capacity upgrade, climb back up, take our chests without interruption this time, and go back to this coward. We proceed, step on this elevator, and go down to arrive in Athens Town Square.
Oracle!
Kratos! Praise Athena, you've arrived! Ah! No! Kratos! Kratos, find me! You must find me! Athens depends on it!
We're coming, lady! We walk up these stairs and arrive at the Temple of the Oracle.
Kratos! Kratos! Help me! Ah!
Good, my boy, good. Athena has chosen wisely. I knew it was so.
Who are you?
So, you have the blades, the skin as pale as the moon. You are the one indeed. Perhaps Athens will survive at that. But be careful. Don't want you dying before I'm done with this grave.
A grave? In the middle of a battle? Who will occupy it, old man?
You will, my son. Oh, I've got a lot of digging to do indeed. All will be revealed in good time. And when all appears to be lost, Kratos, I will be there to help. Don't disturb me now, son. I've got my work to do, and you have yours, and precious little time left to do either.
Okay. We walk into this magnificent building and get crowded by harpies. But the camera did show off those two holes in the wall, so I wonder if we can... Nice, that's one, and that's two. Perfect. No more interruptions. We needed to block them off because we're going to be doing some balancing on beams. Oh look, hidden chests. We chase after the Oracle to find...
Kratos! Help me! Help! Kratos! Hurry!
What we gotta do here is stack these two statues on top of each other. There's an elevator in case you mess up, but you need to figure out how to make it up that high. So we gotta stack them, push one to the bottom, and as we're making our way...
Kratos, I'm slipping. You must get here quickly. I can help you. We can save Athens, but you must hurry.
We're presented a 1-minute timer to go and rescue the Oracle by climbing, swinging, balancing, and making our way in the neck of time.
And with that act, Kratos set in motion the events that would lead to his downfall.
Kratos, as Athena herself has foretold. But you are late, perhaps too late to save Athens. Or is it Athens you have come to save?
No, I can't! We must not stop!
And when the Oracle looked into his soul, she saw a beast as well as a man. Once a captain in the Spartan army, Kratos had begun his command with only 50 soldiers. But soon his numbers grew to the thousands. His tactics were brutal, but effective. Drunk with power, he was feared by all, except one. His wife was the only one to brave his fury.
How much is enough, Kratos? When will it end?
When the glory of Sparta is known throughout the world.
The glory of Sparta. You did this for yourself.
His desire for conquest knew no bounds, but that which he desired would ultimately consume him.
By the gods, why would Athena send one such as you?
Stay out of my head!
Choose your enemies wisely, Kratos. Your brute strength alone will not be enough to destroy Ares. Only one item in the world will allow you to defeat a god. Pandora's box, which lies far beyond the walls of Athens, hidden by the gods across the desert to the east. But be warned, Kratos. Many have gone in search of Pandora's box. None have returned. Go through the gates to the desert, Kratos. There begins the path to Pandora's box. It is the only way you will defeat Ares and save Athens.
And we made it! We explore here a little and get our second health upgrade. And we arrive at a staircase and a statue. We will climb the staircase together. Wow. And just like that, we walk into the statue of Athena and descend the spiraling staircase to arrive to the sewers of Athens. Outside of the great sound design and compelling atmosphere, we fight many more enemies as we go through the sewers. And we also meet the hammer variant of the Minotaur. After we finish the encounters, we climb up a spiraling staircase
Kratos, the journey forward is perilous, but one you must complete if you are to have any hope of saving Athens.
The Oracle spoke of Pandora's box. Can it be real?
The box exists. It is the most powerful weapon a mortal can wield.
And with such a weapon, I could defeat Ares.
With the box, many things become possible, and so it is hidden well, far across the desert of lost souls. There is safe passage through the deadly sands, but only those who hear and follow the siren's song will discover it. You must find the sirens, Kratos. Only they can guide you to Kronos, the Titan.
A Titan lives?
Kronos is the last. Zeus has commanded him to wander the desert endlessly, the temple of Pandora chained to his back, until the swirling sands rip the very flesh from his bones. Stay true to the song of the siren, Kratos. Your journey begins here. Pray it leads you back to Athens, with Pandora's box.
In this section, you run through a huge desert and try to locate the sirens through their song. They are especially skittish, just like the Gorgon enemies in the game. But all you have to do is reduce their height by 2 times once you meet these lovely ladies.
The path before you is now revealed.
We descend the stairs and are immediately met with a conveyor belt that has a big crusher on the end of it. So we have to use this rock and fight enemies to get it to the opposite side. Then we go upstairs to see these engravings on the wall. The horn disappears, a bunch of sirens spawn, and once we dispose of them all, we could see Kronos in the background with Pandora's temple on his back. And when we blow the horn,
Kronos, the last of the mighty Titans, emerged from the desert sands. On his back, Pandora's temple awaited, massive and patient, ready to challenge all who went in search of its guarded treasure. For 3 days, Kratos climbed the sheer walls of the mountain, He knew he would either recover Pandora's box or perish inside the cursed temple, never to return to the world of man.
We see a figure moving something to the right, and the pathway ahead is blocked, so we take the path that would take us to him and pull these platforms in order to get to him.
So, you think you can conquer the Temple of the Gods, do you? It's never been done, you know. Sooner or later, the Harpies will bring what's left of you back for me to burn. The gods hid Pandora's box in here, so no mortal would ever claim its power. And yet, year after year, I open the gate for more and more soldiers and place more and more bodies on these pyres. If I were you, I'd leave now. But I can see you are determined. Very well. May the gods grant you strength to conquer the perils that lay before you. Good luck, Spartan. It's always the same. Madmen and fools seeking glory. I know, as you can see by my somewhat disheveled state. I was the first to attempt the temple, and the first to die. The gods punished me for my failure, and now I must tend to all who have followed me and perished. The architect who built this temple was a zealot. He lived only to serve the gods, but went mad trying. The rumor is that he's still alive, still inside, still trying to appease the gods who abandoned him years ago.
Clearly, the architect he's referring to is Pathos Verdes III, the man we just saw the engravings of. With those good wishes, we descend and enter the temple. When desert cyclops with spiked clubs interfere, we dispose of them and climb the staircase, and are met with a handle that we could turn. Once we enter, the gate shuts behind us, and we're sent straight into combat with wraiths. Upon clearing the room, we approach the gate, This is a welcoming message by Pathos Verdes, the challengers of this mighty temple. Once we enter, we're in the rings of Pandora, and see a door with a face on it, which says it's locked with a skull-shaped hole in it. And right across is this. We pull the handle, we go out and start pulling, where it appears that we're rotating the entire frame of the room that we're in. We stop at the first room we see, only to be greeted by So 2 of them are missing. Interesting. You rotate more and align with the path.
Artemis.
Kratos, the gods demand more of you. You have learned to use the blades of chaos well, but they alone will not carry you to the end of your task. I offer you the very blade I used to slay a titan. Take this gift and use it to complete your quest. Take this weapon, Kratos. Take this power and use it to defeat your enemies. Go forth in the name of Olympus.
Artemis cutscene. Okay. This is Artemis, goddess of the hunt, daughter of Zeus and Leto. Yes, he cheated. She's often depicted as a protector of women and children, especially during childbirth, and also symbolizes chastity and independence. Artemis and Athena both were chaste goddesses and never laid with anyone, not mortal nor god. And now we have a new sweet weapon to use, but we won't be using it much. We walk into a place and iron bars shut us in, as we are now in the challenge of Atlas. Also, just as a side note, if you're watching so far and think that I'm not showing all the combat, or the many ways you can do combos to enemies, or that I'm skipping over most of the combat itself, don't worry, it's only because this run was glitched to pay tribute to Sadvara's discovery of the infinite magic out of bounds glitch. Also, it's a hack and slash. Outside of something cool happening, enemies spawning, and combat is the backbone of the game. Also, believe me, you'll see combat after we end this game. We walk up the stairs, balance on these beams, and await descents down with a rope attached. We choose to instead walk over here and get met with a room full of enemies and a door. So now we have to find the shields. The first thing we do is get this brazier and drag it all the way here, because when the pressure plate is pressed, it will do this. We get on the other side, fight some enemies, see one of the shields across from us. We place the shield with Zeus's face engraved and climb down the rope to get the other part, where we have this section of climbing across a length of rope to the other side. We see the shield, pick it up, and a wall of spikes begins collapsing on us with exits plugging up, which makes this a tense section under normal circumstances, as the enemies keep flowing in faster than you can kill them. After we're done, put Poseidon's shield in its socket, making the pathway open. At the end of the pathway, we see those, and there are 2 levers in this chaos that you need to pull and go across before it's too late. Once you do, the gate stays open and you're met with this engraving of Atlas, and a crank that's missing its lever. So we go back and look for the lever in this section of traps and conveyors, walk across this friendly bridge, and start climbing our way to a valid path. Eventually, we find the lever, descend the chain, and make our way to the statue of Atlas. Put the lever back in place and start pulling, which will make the statue lift up its spherical stone more and more. And once we pull enough, the statue of Atlas holds the sphere above his head, and with a pull of another lever in the room, he hurls the stone, opening the closed gates, and we walk out of them to be met with this. It's the burial place of his son, and we need to rip his skull out to progress. Once we do, a pathway opens that leads us to this.
The wrecked bodies of those who had gone in search of Pandora's box lay before him, and at once Kratos knew who was responsible. For this was not the first time he'd seen the ruin Ares and his minions had left in their wake. Kratos had experienced it firsthand, years before. The youngest and boldest captain in the Spartan army, Kratos inspired fierce loyalty in his men. It had always been enough to carry them through any battle, until this day. The barbarians to the east numbered in the thousands, and descended on the Spartans without mercy. The battle lasted near hours. The discipline and training of the Spartans did little to stem the tide of the merciless barbarians. The soldiers faced a massacre, while their young captain faced the end of his brilliant career and his life. But to Kratos, victory was worth any price, even his soul.
Ares! Destroy my enemies, and my life is yours.
That desperate call for aid would come to haunt Kratos for all his days.
By the gods, what have I become?
Well, this makes much more sense. We go through this way and oh look, we're back here. We make our way to the skull and we're immediately pursued by a ginormous rolling stone. Once we go on the thin stairway, we see ladders up above and need to walk on the rolling stone to grab the ladder. This level design is great. We're actually within different rings of the temple. We climb up the ladder and move into the challenge of Poseidon. This is Cerberus, and the tiny puppy was a Cerberus pup. This is a mythological creature possessing the head of 3 hounds that is said to guard the gates of the underworld and devour any mortal who would dare attempt to enter. Those puppies have an interesting fun mechanic, where if you leave them too long, they will turn into an actual Cerberus. We go along the path, defeat more enemies, and get to this room where the outer ring changes rotation, and you have singular chances to get the things out of each chamber. And you have to be really quick about it, because just look at how much time you have to get the thing from the chamber. Even if you hide in the chambers, you're not safe. The chambers have spikes in them. And you can technically just not move and sit through this section entirely, but we want to make our character stronger and we want the collectibles. Afterwards, we come into this area and shimmy to the right side where we see a chest that contains a muse key. That's one of the golden muses missing from the Zeus carving. Great! We shimmy to the left this time, being careful with the dangling chain, and we meet a bunch of hammer minotaurs. We enter the next building and see when we go to the end of the room, we see a soldier the doorway with Lord Poseidon's door saying, we retrieve a handle that allows us
Oh, thank the gods you've come. Break these bars. Get me out of here. What are you waiting for? Let me out. We can find our way back to Athens.
The gods demand sacrifice. From all of us.
Oh, please. No. No.
we have this segment where we have to push this guy up this decline in order to sacrifice him, as enemies infinitely spawn. So you have to be quick. We put him in and burn him to a crisp, and come upon a trident. We now have the ability to dive, so we do, and are told that we can hold R1 to charge up a dash to cover distances and break objects. This is the ideal and fastest way to traverse the waters. We get into a room filled with Cerberus pups, get a handle, and push these stones out of position so that we can climb up on them, which opens a pathway into more water, and we swim to see these Naiad, which are children of Poseidon. We see one here and interact with it, and go deeper to meet another. Nothing much happens from meeting them. We get into a room filled with vases hiding a chest, which has the second muse key. This was the optional left path. If we went right, we would have come up here, a death trap that you need to traverse as soon as possible before it collapses on you. We get into another room with a lever that opens the closed main path, so we backtrack across the death room and swim into this opened path. We see a third Naiad here who has a path hiding some chests, and then we go descend here and need to immediately cover distance as the platform that moves is spiked and will take you to your doom sandwich. So we swim as fast as possible until we reach the opening at the end of the spiked wall. We arrive at a huge area. After some enemies, we flip a timed lever that will take us to a big statue, which is Amphitrite, Poseidon's wife, and apparently only she knows the way out. So we flip the lever again and search for a secret way out of the place, and oh, here we are. Just on time as well. We swim through the next exit to arrive back here again. Damn, the level design of this game is immaculate. So we make our way to the rings again, but before that, we go and see what the Muse figures do. And once we reach, we put the Muse keys in. There's also a passage on the book here by Pathos Verdes, stating that the gods aren't without mercy. Now, we go to the inner circle, we see another one of those skull doors, and a path for us to go. This takes us here. So the way forward is locked, so we go through this other path to enter the Challenge of Hades. We go to a door and are asked whether we'd like to partake in the Challenge of Hades. We say yes, and centaurs start spawning, which are horse-man hybrids as you can see. For us to pass his first challenge, we need to kill 4 enemies in each of these magical circles. And once we have fulfilled the required 8 sacrifices within them, the small doorway opens. We then enter a pathway filled with traps, get locked with many enemies, and need to kill everyone in order to progress. After filling the blood sphere and not getting crushed, the way forward opens. We walk through, step on a pressure plate, we go into this red blood water, pull a lever, and go to rotate the statue head. We go and see what happens if you get knocked into the pit by them. Then we start opening all the doors. And this is an intense sequence that will test just how badly you want to live through the damage you do to your controller. My controller disconnected like 10 times here. This is where we're supposed to go, but you gotta wonder, what's in all the other rooms? So we go ahead and open the rest of them, which are mostly empty. Then we reach the end of it all. Collect the final health upgrade of the game. We go into this battle room. Many more enemies spawn as we're on an elevator that only moves when nothing else is on it. We make our way through the open path and get over here. A balanced challenge where you need to move before the blades touch us. We zipline down and spin this wheel here, which unchains the doorway. After returning to where we were, we hear aggressive banging on the doors. Once we go to check who's knocking, this is a boss fight, where all his attacks will knock you up and you will need to jump and dodge them. His suit will start leaking pressure the more you damage him, until he curls himself into a ball, where you need to rush towards him and execute all the QTEs correctly. and daze him in the perfect position for him to get hit with the logs. As you can see, his HP bar is also damaged. We repeat this process until we rip all of the armor off of him. One last time to launch the final log at him. After slaying the temple's Minotaur, we acquired the skull of the second son of the architect, who, as his message and how it ended hints, is starting to lose faith in the gods of Olympus. Once we backtrack, we see this on our path.
Lord Hades.
Your progress is impressive, Kratos, but your skills will not carry you to your ultimate goal. I offer you the souls of Hades itself. The souls of the dead, who stand ready to fight by your side. Take this weapon, Kratos. Take this power, and use it to defeat your enemies.
Now, we are fully equipped with everything. We have 4 magic abilities and 2 weapons. We swim back to the Rings of Pandora, where we insert the second skull into its place, which drains the water and opens the door to a room with a crystal and a handle. Now, we need to align all of the rings together, the inner, the outer, and the middle, with the room that emits the light from the crystal. This is very fun and puzzling. In fact, here's a good point to discuss. The puzzles or mysteries in this game are not really as simple as I've shown in this video. On my first playthrough of this game in God of War 2 and 3, I did take quite a while to finish the puzzles. These puzzles are very well made and they will make you think and do stuff proper. Once you have aligned every room, we go back to the room with the crystal. Now, as you can see, the handle is replaced with a lever, and with a pull of the lever, we ascend to the top of Poseidon's statue. This guy is the bane of my existence, and I hate his guts. This is a wraith. The thing I called a wraith before looks like a wraith. This is a proper wraith. He perma-blocks your attacks, can grab you, and is the definition of pain in all languages of the world. I won't be dealing with him much in this playthrough, but trust me, we'll see more than enough of him later.
Kratos had been in service to the gods long enough to know the Harpy had been sent as a warning, a reminder from his former master of the decision that had cost Kratos everything. Had it been that long since he'd almost met his end at the hands of the barbarians? That long since he'd traded everything to save himself?
Ares!
The sky split apart, and the god of war stepped through. Descending from Olympus, he saw the makings of a god in a mere mortal. Ares would save Kratos. He would turn him into the perfect warrior, his servant on Earth. Only a simple pledge of loyalty was required.
My life is yours, Ares. From this day, I shall carry forth your will.
And his fate was sealed. As promised, Ares rescued his new disciple, bringing forth the power of a god, destroying those who would slaughter Kratos and his men. As for Kratos, no mere sword and shield would befit the newest servant of the god of war. The blades of chaos, forged in the foulest depths of Hades. Once attached, the chains remained so, chained and seared to the flesh, a part of the bearer's body, a permanent reminder of Kratos' pledge. In return, ultimate power. The rage of Ares exploded from within. But soon, he would learn the true cost of such power. A cost too high even for Kratos to pay.
Wretched beast! I know who it is you serve. Return to your master. Tell the god of war I am his no longer. Tell him he is not safe while I walk the earth. I will find Pandora's box, and I will use it to see him tremble and fall before me.
Hell yeah, we are! We enter the Cliffs of Madness. We find this handle, lift ourselves up, climb a bunch of ladders, and enter this cave. We exit the caves to arrive here, where we see a statue of Hera and a statue of Aphrodite that are both missing their necklaces. So, just like the shields, we start exploring to find them. Enter this cave, where the door closes behind us, and this happens. This puzzle requires you to use the stone pieces to fill in the wall, with a handle that helps you rotate the pieces. The stones that are reinforced with metal cannot be moved, thus you need to try to find the combination that fits all the pieces together without gaps. This is a very fun and enjoyable puzzle, and while moving the pieces is a little slow, it lends to the sense of heaviness of the rocks very well. We do rebuild it, and we get our first necklace. We can go up the ladder to get to a climbing section where we need to navigate a variety of cliff walls, and we move until we find a lever. That's great! We backtrack all the way back here and climb the rope. The new path that's opened leads to this room with spikes on the ground, and you need to take this stone, use it to climb onto a higher platform before the timer drops, which makes for a pretty tense sequence. Here, have a listen. However, what we can do alternatively is this. And just like that, we get our second necklace. We return to the statues and place the necklaces on them, which leads to two platforms on either side extending back and forth in cycles. We jump across. And
the path before Kratos was clear, but still, the memories came rushing back, as familiar and permanent as the blades chained to his wrists. Memories of what he'd done in the name of Ares. Memories of how he'd become a servant to the god of war. A beast. His humanity robbed and replaced only with the will to murder. No one was safe. Entire armies fell before Kratos and the soldiers who followed him on his unending path of conquest. All in the name of his master. Those who offered resistance of any kind were dealt with quickly.
They've built this temple to offer prayers to Athena! This entire village stands as an affront to Lord Ares! Burn this village! Burn it to the ground!
Emboldened by the god of war, Kratos' army was ruthless, feared throughout the world for their brutality. All that mattered was conquest in the name of Kratos, their great leader, who had become near invincible. He feared nothing. Yet there was something about this temple, something forbidden. All his instincts told him he should never cross its threshold. Never step inside.
Beware, Kratos. The dangers in the temple are greater than you know.
But the village oracle's warning fell on deaf ears. His ambition would not be denied. All who opposed him would die. In that instant, the glory he had reveled in turned to horror. The image of his two final victims would stay with him for all his days. With that act, Kratos knew he could no longer serve his master. He had but one calling now, the death of Ares. He would murder the god of war.
Ares, you will die for what you did that night.
I wonder who his two victims were. We proceed onwards. Man, these tracks are amazing. After that lift, we arrive to the architect's tomb. We can stand on this pressure plate in order to unlock one of the gates on a timer. But that's not useful as the door is still gated. So we go off to the side, climb this ladder, break the cracked portion of the floor, and lower the stone onto this other place here, opening one of these gates. We then grab this statue, take it all the way to the broken part of the floor, and put it on the pressure plate to open the second gate. Finally, we need to go back to the pressure plate from the beginning, go onto it, and make it in time before it closes. And just like that, we've made it. With that, we continue onwards and descend a spiraling staircase. In this section, you get assaulted by harpies while you need to avoid getting crushed. Once you're done,
Kratos, your quest is at an end. You are the first mortal to ever reach Pandora's box. There is still time to save Athens. You must bring the box back to my city and use it to kill Ares. Return to Athens, Kratos. Return and save my city.
We have succeeded. We have retrieved Pandora's box. As the platform below us descends, we arrive to the entrance of the temple. We drag the weapon with us, the power to kill a god, finally at our hands.
After 1,000 years, Pandora's box was at last freed of its confines. Kratos had found the means to destroy the god of war. Far away in Athens, Ares knew Kratos had succeeded in his quest.
So, little Spartan, you've recovered Zeus's precious box, but you will not live long enough to see it opened. I will see to that. Goodbye, Spartan. You will rot in the depths of Hades for all eternity.
As the life began to leave Kratos, his thoughts returned to that fateful night. Even in death, the memories, the visions would not fade. For how could he forget spilling the blood of his own family? A cruel trick orchestrated by the god of war.
My wife, my child, how? They were left in Sparta.
You are becoming all I'd hoped you'd be, Kratos. Now, with your wife and child dead, nothing will hold you back. You'll become even stronger. You will become death itself.
But as the flames consumed the temple, Kratos realized his true enemy was the god who once saved his life. The same god who had now taken everything from him.
Ares!
From this night forward, the mark of your terrible deed will be visible to all. The ashes of your wife and child will remain fastened to your skin, never to be removed.
And with that curse, all would know him for the beast he had become. His skin white with the ash of his dead family. The ghost of Sparta had been born. In the end, in death, he had failed. As the minions of Ares claimed Pandora's box, Kratos' life faded, and his cursed soul was cast into the fires of Hades. And Kratos fell into the underworld, the river Styx beckoning below, the currents strong enough to carry even the strongest mortal to his eternal resting place. But Kratos had no intention of resting yet. He intended to live, to return to Earth and complete his quest.
Let go, fool! You won't drag me down to that cursed river!
There is a task left for me above. I will see it completed.
You again? Oh.
Other than the comic relief character, that was awful. We now know the past of Kratos and are now at the path of Hades. Hades in Greek mythology resembles the afterlife. It's not an inherently bad place. It's only the place where your soul goes to be judged, and where your final resting place will be determined. This section of the game is filled entirely with platforming challenges, rotating platforms, and archers ready to knock you down at any moment. You will also notice that the enemies take on a new look and become their strongest variant in the game. In fact, if you've been observant, you'd realize that all the enemies in the game take on a new look each time we fight them in different portions of the game. And all of them get increasingly stronger. And after much combat, the path opens. This is a little aggravating, as you have to climb this rotating cylinder with blades. If you touch the blades, you fall all the way back down. The game is currently on easy. Otherwise, it would take 8 hits maximum for me to die, even with this HP. But I digress. I'm done with this cylinder. Now I can move on to the next. Oh man. We do more platforming, and arrive in this area where the more enemies we kill, the more platforms emerge for the way for us to go. After we're done, we go across and release the souls of Hades so we don't get shot off the platform. You know how I mentioned that the enemies get stronger? Well, from around the midpoint of the game, the arrows of the archers start exploding. So that's fun. After we properly make our way across, this happens.
Kratos, and not a moment too soon. I only finished digging just a moment ago.
Who are you?
Now that is an interesting question. But for now, you must hurry. Athens needs you.
But how did you know I would...
Athena isn't the only god keeping watch on you, Spartan. Complete your task, Kratos, and the gods will forgive your sins.
Wow, that was very convenient. Thanks, old man. And just like that, we are back in Athens and arrive at the Harpy room with the balancing beams, now destroyed and deformed due to the war. Even the place where we rescued the Oracle is in shambles, and the Oracle is dead. Nice.
Had traversed the desert of lost souls, bested the deadly traps of Pandora's temple, and escaped Hades itself. There was but one task left.
Zeus! Do you see now what your son can do? You cast your favor on Athena, but her city lies in ruins before me. And now, even Pandora's box is mine. Would you have me use it against Olympus itself?
Kratos, returned even from the underworld.
Is this the best you can do, Father? You send a broken mortal to defeat me, the god of war?
After thousands of years, Pandora's box was finally opened. The power of the gods unleashed.
Still just a mortal. Every bit as weak as the day you begged me to save your life.
I am not the same man you found that day. The monster you've created has returned to kill you.
You have no idea what a true monster is, Kratos.
We are in the final boss of the game. Ares himself, regardless of your difficulty, is a hard boss. And he jumps, blocks, combos, has long-range harass, flies and shoots meteors down on you, and punishes you greatly. He has many attacks and it's a really cool fight, especially on the harder difficulties without magic abuse. To progress this fight, you need to make him vulnerable.
Of your greatest failure. Perhaps there is a chance you can undo the deeds of the past.
The nightmares that had haunted Kratos for the past 10 years had now taken form and substance. his past stood before him.
Kratos! What's happening? Where are we?
By the gods, can this be real?
This is where you try to right the wrongs of your past, where you fight deformed versions of yourself, and the space around you keeps crumbling and getting destroyed. All your other versions wish to do is kill your family. You can interact with them. By doing so, you hug them and give them a portion of your health to increase theirs. It is also worth noting that your versions will use everything you have up until now, blades and magic, to kill your family. Once you slay the last enemy,
Kratos, please take us home.
Do you see, God of War? You took them once, but you'll never have them again.
You cannot save them, Kratos. You gave them up in your quest for ultimate power. There is a price to pay for everything you gain.
Not that price. I didn't want them to die.
No price is too high for what I offered. And you rejected me. A god! Now, you will have no power, no magic. All that is left for you is death!
Oh, not again.
You should have joined me, Kratos. You should have been stronger.
By the gods.
The battle was not over. The gods, it seemed, had a final gift for Kratos.
I still have allies in Olympus, Ares. Now, you will see how strong I am.
now is the real battle. Because there is no magic, no combos, nothing but a sword. Ares gets all new tactics, and it's like facing someone else entirely. The fight continues as you leech health from one another. Again, this is on easy difficulty, and I can still very easily get my ass kicked. The way you play this is genuinely the way you play a Dark Souls boss, but after a long battle, I reduce him to his weakest.
Remember, Kratos, it was I who saved you in your time of greatest need.
I haven't forgotten, Ares. I remember how you saved me.
That night, I was trying to make you a great warrior.
You succeeded.
Kratos had done the impossible. A mortal defeating a god. Ares was no more. The city had been saved and would thrive again. The same could not be said for Kratos, for as he sought to rebuild his soul with the help of the gods, the truth was revealed to him.
Athena, rid me of the memories that haunt me still.
You have done well, Kratos. Though we mourn the death of our brother, the gods are indebted to you. We promised your sins would be forgiven, and so they are. But we never promised to take away your nightmares. No man, no god could ever forget the terrible deeds you have done.
In the end, knowing the visions of his past would never leave him, Kratos made his way to the bluffs overlooking the Aegean Sea.
The gods of Olympus have abandoned me. Now there is no hope.
And Kratos cast himself from the highest mountain in all of Greece. After 10 years of suffering, 10 years of endless nightmares, it would finally come to an end. Death would be his escape from madness. The fate of Kratos was not as it seemed. The gods had other plans. Borne aloft like a feather, Kratos found himself risen from the sea and placed on solid earth.
You will not die this day, Kratos. The gods cannot allow one who has performed such service to perish by his own hand. Ares' tactics were brutal. His path of destruction had to be stopped. But now there is an empty throne in Olympus, and a new god of war is needed. Take these stairs, Kratos. They lead to your ultimate reward.
From that point forward, throughout the rest of time, whenever men rode forth to battle for good cause or for evil, they did so under the watchful eye of the man who had defeated a god. They were driven forward by Kratos, the mortal who had become the new god of war.
And with that, we have finished God of War 1. What an amazing game. We have come to know Kratos and his story, what his motivations were, and the lengths he's willing to go as he toes the line between humanity and total barbaric brutality. This is a PlayStation 2 game, therefore it was made with love and care. We are not done with God of War 1 yet. After you go back to the main menu, a tab called Treasures will now be filled with goodies that you've unlocked. These include a bunch of videos made by Santa Monica Studios themselves, in which they discuss the characters they made, the development cycles, Kratos and how they landed on the design, deleted levels, and all in all, it's very endearing to see at the end of your journey. Other things you have unlocked are some cinematics, God mode difficulty, and character graveyards. Challenge of the Gods, some cinematics involving Kratos and other characters, the trailers for the game, costumes, and 2 secret messages. Let's start with what's unlocked.
God of War's been in development for about 3 years.
I swear to God, I would upload this video in full if I could, since it's so wholesome and endearing to see these people work passionately on something that they believe in. But I'm almost sure that I'll get copyright struck the second I put it, because it won't exactly be fair use. And the direction of Sony's team and how they've been heading since 2017 hasn't exactly put a great blush on my cheeks. So I'll play it safe and just tell you, play the games, then look them up. You will not regret it, and it's incredibly wholesome. They even have a video by David Jaffe himself telling you about the deleted levels. They made a mechanic to use wings and fly in the game through Icarus myth. Man, they cared about this game. They have a character graveyard about the characters that never made it into the game, with David Jaffe telling you about them himself. There are 2 hidden messages, which are phone numbers. You get the first through beating God mode, and the second through destroying the 2 statues in the throne room at the end of the game. The messages are of Kratos congratulating you for completing them and alluding to how you could get the second message. The second is, just listen.
By the gods, you've done it. Somehow you found your way here to me. I offer you my congratulations and my respect. Together, we shall conquer the perils that lay before us, and we shall always...
Kratos, dude, they did it. They found our Easter egg.
Who are you?
It's me, David Jaffe. I directed the game.
What game?
Your game, God of War?
Go away or I'll...
Dude, don't you get it? These guys, they spent all that time breaking those statues. I mean, they must have taken, like, forever. And then they figured out the whole secret code thing.
I do not know what you are talking about.
We hid this secret pretty damn deep, huh, Kratos?
If I kill you, I will get health orbs.
But wait. If you got the secret from the net or a magazine, then actually you kind of suck. I mean, work for it a bit, right, Kratos? Actually, can I call you Krat?
No. Go away or I'll...
Don't you hate it when they get the codes off the net? It's so lazy. Hey, say, Krat, what are you so pale for?
I am serious.
You know, up close, you actually look kind of pasty, if you don't mind me saying. It's kind of gross.
All right, that's it!
Oh, jeez, Krat, what are you doing? What are you doing? Come and hit. We gotta make the sequel!
He was worse than a screeching harpy. As I was saying, you have found the secret. You have done well. Congratulations, mortal. We will meet again.
Unfortunately, the numbers don't work anymore as expected, although in the European and Japanese versions of the games, there are cutscenes instead of a phone number, so you can always access these whenever you wish. The most important reward is the costumes, but we cannot unlock the costumes just yet until we beat the Challenge of the Gods. The Challenge of the Gods is a gauntlet of 10 challenges that will test your resolve and skill in the game. You are also subject to limitations by the rules of each challenge, such as many challenges not allowing you to use any magic abilities. You can note this change when the circle in my HUD does not have the icon in it, meaning that there is no magic usage in this level. In the first challenge, you have to push 8 shielded enemies off of this platform within 1 minute, which is really difficult since they nudge you back themselves, and you cannot do much to them with their shield up. These challenges will test your knowledge and show you just how much you could push the game. The second challenge requires you to kill every enemy on a lot of different platforms within a 150-second limit. The third is to break all the pots in 21 seconds. This one's much easier, to be honest. The fourth is to kill 4 Minotaurs, but none of the undead soldiers. This was also more or less easy since it had no time limit. All you needed to do is throw them in the air and slice them up there, and aim to finish them with the prompt. The fifth is shooting all the undead, but none of the living. In this game, you man a crossbow, and the second you fully charge it, you do not control its release. It releases on its own. So there's almost a 3 to 4 second window where you need to predict where everyone's going to be. Challenge number 6 is getting to the other side before the timer runs out. By jumping across these platforms, with exploding arrow archers everywhere. The time you use to kill them is time you're losing not crossing to the platform. The 7th is killing every enemy without being hit once, all within 90 seconds. But to be honest, if you've got what it takes to beat God mode, then you'll very easily complete this challenge. The 8th challenge is killing all the enemies, which are Medusas and soldiers. This is a recipe for disaster since the soldiers hit for low damage but they hit frequently, and the Medusas are the most difficult, most slippery version as seen by their blue color. So they beam you faster, you get turned to stone faster, and any attack or being airborne means that you're crushed. Also, enemies keep spawning, and just when you think you've killed enough, 5 more groups will spawn on you. The 9th challenge is killing 4 Cyclops before the timer runs out. This was also surprisingly easy even though it has those fucking wraiths with the scythe things. The 10th challenge. The 10th challenge was the absolute worst. It says, kill the enemies to make the platform rise. And it has my favorite enemy of all time, wraiths with staffs and Cerberus pups that will transform and become 10 times more problematic if you don't kill them fast enough. All these enemies also have the wonderful trait of having attacks that constantly push you off the platform. You need to have your parry game on point and no enemy patterns combined with luck. This is how you complete this challenge. For reference, my first run through playing the game was in God mode, and it took me 5 hours to complete. No infinite magic, no glitches, no anything. The challenge of the gods took me 2 hours and 30 minutes to complete. Challenge number 10 alone took me 45 minutes to complete. And this was the final run. And just like that, we see the screen and the fruits of our labor. And from now on, the next time we choose to start a non-God mode run, we can pick between Kratos, of course, obvious good choice, but now we also have Chef of War, Bubbles, Tycoonius, Dairy Bastard, and Ares Armor. These all have skill preferences that shift the gameplay towards a specific trait, whether it's more health, more armor, magic gameplay, or getting more experience. These are immensely fun to play around with, and it really gives an endearing trait to the game. For no matter how serious the story of Kratos himself is, it's still a PlayStation 2 game. Therefore, you can dress him up as a fucking cow and have him attack with milk containers and call him Dairy Bastard. This is the essence of God of War. An amazing game, a labor of love, followed by endearing videos, challenging gameplay, and a system that rewards you the more you apply yourself. This is not afraid to get silly and puts its players first. This was an absolute slam dunk, and seeing it now, it's incredibly easy to witness just how much it would be loved. But with that, we have concluded everything that has to do with God of War 1, and we'll wait for what the future has to offer. But before we go into the future, let's go into the past, to a time before the events of God of War 1.
Suffering for years, Kratos, the once great general, now known as the Ghost of Sparta, had pledged himself as a champion to the gods of Olympus. In return, he hoped only to rid himself of the nightmares that haunted him for far too long. But for now, his only respite, his only relief from the sins of his past, was found in the heat of battle. And on this day, Kratos had been called upon by the gods to confront an unthinkable evil, unleashed on the city of Attica by the invading Persian army.
This is God of War Chains of Olympus. This game is where we'll go alongside Kratos to learn a bit more about his dynamics and relationships with the gods. You are deployed by the gods once again to aid them, this time by protecting the city of Attica from the all-out naval invasion of the Persians. But that sounds boring, to be honest. I mean, how could they possibly compete? Oh, with that thing. Well, we go about the regular God of War actions, cutting up everyone in the vicinity, seeing amazing backgrounds that get interacted with by the world's set pieces. But after all the introductory stuff, we meet the leader of the invasion.
What evil have you wrought on this city, Persian? Evil? It is not evil that I bring, Spartan. I bring the might of Persia and the sacrament of purification. As we speak, my basilisk cleanses this land so that it may embrace the glory of the Persian Empire. Olympus has sent a message, and I am here to deliver it. Then you are just a messenger. So take this message back to your little gods. It will take more than a pathetic Spartan to stop the power of the Empire.
And we fight him. He has large AoE fight attacks, and evokes a fire demon to fight for him.
Please, spare my life, and I will give you all that you ask. You have nothing I want, Persian. Take my kingdom, my women, my gold. I won't take your riches, but I will take your life.
And just like that, we get our first magic weapon of the game, the Ifrit. As you noticed, two paths opened. When we open the door, the left path has a peculiar sight.
Is there anything we can do to repay you?
Fear not, I will ease this transition for all of us. That made God of War something you cannot play in the living room. Believe me. Where were we? Oh yeah, saving Attica from the Basilisk. Right. We shoot at him, do the regular God of War stuff, use this guy's corpse to go forward, do a bunch of other stuff, and finally face the Basilisk. do a long 3-part fight, and kill the basilisk by exploding his own head.
Fulfilling his commitment to the gods, Kratos defeated the basilisk brought forth by the Persians. But this small victory would not satisfy the man who had come to be known as the Ghost of Sparta.
Is this all you would have me do? Is there nothing else?
Seeing the sun plummet through the sky and the world plunge into darkness, Kratos knew this was not a sign from the gods.
What treachery is this?
Setting his sights on the glowing horizon, Kratos made his way toward the mysterious light. But there was more afoot than Kratos could possibly know. In the darkness, Morpheus, the god of dreams, awakened to a world where he and only he wielded power. The land was slowly overrun by a black fog that engulfed everything it touched.
Well, the fucking sun just dropped from the sky. I don't know what better story you want. We arrive at the city of Marathon, navigate the streets, and
The power of Morpheus affected even Kratos, as he was haunted by a strange melody.
now Kratos is going crazy hearing things. Great. You cannot interact with the fog and your health will drain if you touch it. So we go through a puzzle section where you need to figure out what you need to do to light this carriage filled with hay on fire, kill the shadow saber-tooth creature, and go forth to the Temple of Helios.
And as Kratos approached the temple, it became clear that the task ahead was more than he could have ever imagined. Once again, the strange, lingering melody could be heard through the black fog of Morpheus, haunting Kratos.
We have to progress to make our way past the destroyed statues and climb our way to the top.
The temple on which Kratos stood was the sun chariot of Helios, the very chariot that the fire steeds pulled across the sky every day, allowing the brilliance of Helios to shine down on all mankind.
Kratos.
Athena, what madness has befallen us?
Kratos, there is not much time. Olympus needs you.
I grow tired of the gods' requests, Athena. I have given enough. Now take these nightmares from my head.
It is not for you to say when your servitude ends. You will earn your freedom in time. But for now, Olympus needs your unquestioning obedience. The god of the sun has been torn from the sky. This temple on which you stand is the chariot of Helios. Without their master to reign them, the fire steeds have driven the sun chariot into the earth. And without Helios, there is no one to keep Morpheus from seizing permanent power. Many of the gods have fallen to a deep slumber. Soon, all will succumb to the black grip of Morpheus.
What would you have me do?
You must find Helios and return him to the sky, lest the world of gods and man be lost forever. Only his light can release the grasp of Morpheus.
Athena! Athena!
And the gods on Mount Olympus are all asleep, which is a good time to talk about the setting of this game. So, the story so far is that the sun fell. The sun in Greek mythology is less of an astronomic body and more of a titan known as Helios, directing a chariot that is pulled by 4 horses: Boreas, Zephyros, Euros, and Notos, who each represent the direction of the wind, from east in the morning to west in the evening. What just happened is that the sun chariot was taken down somehow, which means whatever overpowered Helios is a great danger to everyone. After some exploration, we arrive at the center of the temple.
I am grateful you have come, Ghost of Sparta. The Titan Atlas has been freed from the pits of Tartarus and has taken my brother Helios from his rightful place in the sky.
What does Atlas want with the sun god?
Helios holds within him the power of the sun, a power so great it can destroy the world. It cannot be trusted in the hands of a Titan. Please, take the sun shield from his throne, walk through the gates of Olympus, and you will find me. Hurry, Kratos. Even now, my brother suffers at the hand of Atlas.
Yeah, needless to say, there were some alterations and liberties taken with the story of God of War. That was Eos, the sister of Helios. In this game, both of them are treated as Olympians rather than Titans. The significance of that is, as the game goes on, war among gods and Titans will be prevalent, but not one another. It will be much clearer soon enough. We take the shield Eos was talking about, climb a signature spiraling staircase, and as it turns out, the time you took looking inside the temple wasn't wasted by Morpheus on the surface. The shield is used as a key in this temple. Also, the game is very heavy on puzzles. You'll see many in the background, as any time you're not fighting in God of War games, you're spending on solving puzzles or escaping traps. Our task is to locate all of the steed statues in the temple, which are all puzzle rooms, and redirect the light from a light source onto some light sensing source in the room, which will open the shield receptacle on the statue. This will open up more paths that will keep looping around the temple map, so we will most likely see some areas twice or more. Same as the first game, we go through a Mario 64 painting time portal to arrive at the Caves of Olympus, and after much navigation and combat,
As Kratos entered the cave, Eos, goddess of dawn and sister to Helios, sat above him, visibly weakened by the absence of the sun.
All glory be to Lord Zeus for granting you safe passage to me.
The king of the gods does not aid me, Eos. I am but a slave to Zeus and Olympus.
Save my brother, Kratos, and he will convince Zeus to release you and rid you of the horrors of your past. I give you my word.
The gods have broken their word to me many times. Forgive me if I find it hard to believe your promises.
Be that as it may, Kratos. The primordial fire is almost out. Without Helios, the life-giving light of the world cannot be sustained. If you do not find him, only darkness and death awaits all of us.
Where has Atlas taken him?
I do not know, Kratos. Follow the passage out of the cave. Retrieve the fire, and it will light your path to the remaining steeds. They will guide you to their master. They will take you to my brother. May you go with the speed of Hermes, Ghost of Sparta.
So that's our objective. Not that much later, we get to the primordial fire and use it to deflect projectiles. We go through the portal, use the light to open more pathways, get on a combat elevator, and clear the area before having to do the puzzle for this area, which, as you can see in the background, requires you to aim the light at the crystals from a thing that cannot rotate too much. So you have to get thinking on what you should do about it. Then you point them at each other so you could reflect light off of your shield onto a point. I know that I'm covering this game pretty quickly compared to the last one, but take my word for it. that the combat is amazing and so are the puzzles. This is how I'm going to be approaching the future games, in the same fashion and speed. However, know that I could talk about how good the puzzles and combat of all the classic God of War games are, and how much I love each and every one of them for a long, long time. And that's noteworthy because I don't even like hack and slash games. But stating that the classic God of War games were great through showcasing it will unfortunately take much more time than I know what people would sit down and watch a video for. All I want you to take away from this point is to keep the features in mind. Amazing! Now we go from one puzzle room into another, and after solving it, activate the final steed statue. Amazing!
As Kratos left the temple, he was assaulted by the army of Morpheus, and again he heard the haunting melody. But this time, he recognized it as the song of his daughter, Calliope.
Calliope? My daughter, where are you? Calliope!
We go down the way we came, back to the Temple of the Fire Steeds. After beating an entire army, we rotate the levers.
With the release of the Fire Steeds, Kratos was now in the hands of the beasts. And where they would take him, he did not know. As the steeds pulled Kratos away from the grip of Morpheus, they crossed into the underworld. But in the land of the dead, they could go no further, for these beings of light were not welcome in Hades. Kratos found himself on the very edge of Hades, the land where no mortal had set foot. Here, where the souls of the dead walk their fated path, Kratos knew that for him, this was merely the beginning.
So beside the fact that Kratos was a loving father and husband, the first game wasn't really the first time that Kratos has gone to Hades, which is an extraordinary act in a mythological standpoint, as Hades was never meant to be crossed by anyone who hasn't died yet. But that aside, Kratos made his daughter a nice flute and keeps hearing her melody. But perhaps that was a trick of Morpheus now that he's out of the realm of his control. Regardless, we make our way through Hades until we reach this massive gate. And after killing everything here, we find out that it's the gate of Hades, where the souls of the dead would pass to the underworld. But we can't open it, so we go to the path open from the other side here, battle out a gauntlet of enemies with saws going across the floor, and we reach this much smaller gate, which we again cannot open. All we can do is ring this big bell.
a slave to no one, Charon.
We share a common fate, Kratos. The gods will release neither of us from our torture. Be gone. It is not yet your time, mortal.
And we fight him. This is Charon, the ferryman on the red river you see below us, the river Styx. It differs within cultures and mythologies, but the reason people put coins on the eyes of the dead and fallen, in respect to Greek mythology, was to be able to pay the toll of Charon so he could transport you to the afterlife, lest you be stuck here forever. But going back to the game, you can clearly see that Charon is cheating, as he regened all his health and...
Host of Sparta!
We break away from being chained and briefly combat some enemies, but most importantly, where are we?
Here, where the souls of the wicked are tortured in the pits of Tartarus. Wailing and agony of the damned resonated deep throughout the bowels of the underworld.
Well, that's not good. After some combat and platforming, we arrive at this place with statues of gods. What the plaques say is that when the war with the Titans ended, Poseidon took command of the seas, Zeus was for the earth and the skies, and he imprisoned the Titans in the underworld, and as their warden, he put Hades to watch over them and keep them in chains, alongside making him the ruler of the domain of the dead. We go through Zeus's path, combat and puzzle in order to get the Crypt Keeper's key, and with that the bridge is extended. We get to the statue of Zeus wielding a gauntlet, and after some combat we break down the statue and equip the gauntlet as our very own weapon. The plaque next to the statue says that when Zeus won the war against the Titans, he commanded someone named Hephaestus to make a gauntlet, which would bind all of the Titans to the very walls of Tartarus. Thus, he made this very gauntlet. The special thing about these gauntlets is that they have a ranged attack and can break through structures and shields that glow blue. Here's a demonstration. We go and break all these statues from before, and the path forward was always behind the statues of Hades. We do more combat and more platforming, pulling different chains on the walls so that we could lower some platforms to go across.
Kratos saw before him the remnants of the old rulers of Earth, the mighty Titans. Defeated by the gods and enchained in the depths of Tartarus, they suffered their unjust penance. And for their torment, it was well known that these immortal beings hated the Olympians with immeasurable fury. By the hands of Zeus, the Titans had been bound and shackled in their torment for 1,000 years, with no hope of escape. Now the chains that once held the Titan Atlas lay broken, and only one question plagued the thoughts of Kratos.
Who will release such evil?
That's a wonderful question, Kratos. We will get our answer after doing this segment where we need to rotate this giant cog to make our way across, which slowly goes back if you don't push it consistently. Let me tell you, this section on higher difficulties was a nightmare. And hey, here's another one for good luck. But we finally make it. Okay, you cannot say that wasn't cool. We get back here with the saw blades, but now you can break all the saws due to the gauntlets. And look where we are.
You again. The wars
souls of Tartarus would not hold Atlas, and they would not hold me either.
The gods have obviously taken pity on their slave.
You underestimate me, Charon. This time I will not be so merciful.
Now we fight for real. Because when he wants to go heal, we knock his regeneration pillars down. One by one, he heals every time he uses one, but we break one each time he uses one. Until finally... Well, that was anticlimactic. He dropped his mask too. Oh, there we go.
Having defeated Charon, Kratos journeyed deeper into Hades and closer to his goal. For in the distance, the bright light of Helios illuminated all of the underworld. But something on the shore caught his attention. And to Kratos, it almost seemed an apparition.
Calliope!
Upon seeing his daughter, Kratos realized that all that he had been working for, all that he had wanted, was within reach. Years of service to the gods had not delivered him from his pain, never had it eased the burden of his past. And now, Calliope was found.
Calliope!
We got another magic item to use, and we chase our apparently deaf daughter into the Temple of Persephone. Now, this temple section isn't that special, it looks amazing, but it all revolves around following Calliope as she escapes room to room and battling whatever spawns, with Kratos not calling her for some reason. Let's talk about Persephone. In Greek mythology, Persephone is a goddess of vegetation and the queen of the underworld. She's the daughter of Zeus and Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and harvest. Hades was very lonely in such an unlively place as the underworld, and was in love with Persephone. So one day, as Persephone was picking flowers from a meadow, Hades kidnapped her to be his wife and queen. This was approved by Zeus, but happened without the knowledge of Demeter. Naturally, Demeter lost her mind with the sudden disappearance of her daughter, and was so busy looking for her that she neglected her duties, and a great famine ensued as crops withered and died. Zeus gets pressured enough to send Hermes, the messenger of the gods, to negotiate Persephone's return. But because she had eaten from the fruit of the underworld, which is the pomegranate, she was bound to spend a portion of the year with Hades, whether she'd like to or not. But Hades agreed to let her go above for the remaining portion. This is how we got the seasons, as Demeter would be happy and delighted in the seasons of spring and summer, the seasons where her daughter was with her. But as she needed to return to the underworld, Demeter gets upset, leading to the death of leaves in the autumn and finally culminating in the cold and barren season of winter as she awaits the return of her daughter. Each season reflects the mood and feelings of Demeter that happen as a result of the presence or absence of her beloved daughter. Also, the situation with her and Hades isn't exactly horrible. Narrations vary, but the one I prefer thinking of is a Beauty and the Beast situation where they eventually start loving each other. But after a ginormous combat section, we reach the Groves of Persephone.
Calliope! Calliope, where are you?
Kratos looked, but his daughter was nowhere to be seen. In the middle of the room sat a graceful figure, a figure he recognized all too well. Persephone, wife of Hades, and queen of the undead.
Where is my daughter, witch?
Choose your words carefully, Ghost of Sparta. You address the goddess of the underworld. Your daughter is well. She lives among the pure souls in the Elysian fields.
Lead me to her!
Have you forgotten, Kratos? The Olympians need you. They slumber at the hand of Morpheus.
I have faithfully served the gods, yet they do not give me what I ask. I grow weary of their demands.
The gods on Olympus failed me too, Kratos. I was betrayed by Zeus and tricked by my husband Hades. Now I am to stay in the underworld as Queen of the Dead, to serve the fallen and care for them as my own children.
Persephone! I demand to see my daughter!
As you wish. If Calliope is your true desire, I can help you. But be warned, Ghost of Sparta. The world of man will suffer because of your choice.
I care little for the world and its suffering! Where is she?
If you are to see your daughter again, you must become worthy of Elysium. Cast your weapons at the Forsaken Tree, and let it release the evils of your past. Only then will you be free of your sins, and be granted passage through the divine gates. You have done well, Kratos. Walk through the portal and find the one you...
Calliope!
Father?
My child.
Why did you go?
I am here now, child. And I will not leave you again.
I have watched over you pathetic mortals for 1,000 years, and it is always the same. Serving yourself before the needs of others has always been your flaw. But no matter. For now you serve my purpose. It is time for all that came before to end. The Titan will fulfill his role and finish what I have started. I released Atlas.
You?
As you were pathetically disarming yourself, Atlas completed the task I set him out to do. With the power of the sun in his hands, it is only a matter of time before he destroys the pillar that holds the world. And Olympus with it.
But why?
Do you think it was my choice to wed a man I did not love? Live a life I did not choose? I was betrayed by the very gods that once saw me as their own. But no more. Once the pillar is destroyed, the world will revert into chaos.
And what is to become of you?
I will have my peace and be free from this miserable existence. I will perish, but it is my choice.
Father, what's happening? I'm scared.
In your selfish choice to be with your daughter, you have caused her ruin.
No.
Elysium falls too, Kratos. She will perish.
No! I will not let the gods take her from me again!
Father!
The choice was clear to him, yet impossible to make. To stay with his daughter meant the end of the world and the end of her. To stop Persephone and Atlas would mean forsaking his daughter forever. While his hatred and anger for the gods grew ever stronger, he knew there was but one thing to do.
Father, please! Please! Father! Father, no!
Kratos soon realized that what he gained in humanity, he lost in power. He would need to become the monster he once was if he was to defeat Persephone. He would need to become the ghost of Sparta once again if he was to save his child. He would need to sacrifice his life so that she may live.
No! Father, no!
At that moment, Kratos knew his destiny was not with Calliope. The fates were never that kind.
Unfortunately, it just seems like another time that Kratos is unable to forget and live the life he wants. That just means that we have to go and save our daughter by any means necessary.
Spartan, witness the end.
This fight is very interesting and varied, as she has a couple different phases she alternates between.
Go to her. Be with her. Leave this world behind. Atlas!
Now that Atlas is caged, we fight her by standing in the sunlight zone and perfectly deflecting her projectiles back at her until she becomes vulnerable.
Your suffering will never end, Ghost of Sparta.
help you. But I ask, where are your gods now, Kratos? Why do they not come to your aid? I do not need the aid of the gods! But my path is now clear to me. I will serve them, and they will keep their promise to free me from my past! I ask you, Spartan, what good is the promise of an Olympian? It is all I have, Atlas! We will meet again, Spartan. The fates have deemed it. One day, you will regret what you have done here.
The mighty Atlas was left enchained, cursed to forever hold the world on his shoulders. Greater penance than even Zeus himself had placed on the Titans. The fate of Atlas had been sealed, and the goddess Persephone was no more. Kratos had saved mankind, but that mattered little to him. By forsaking his daughter, he had abandoned the only person he ever cared for. What he had long sought and finally found was now forever lost. As the sun chariot rose higher in the sky, and the might of Helios shone once again on the world, Morpheus retreated to the shadows. Kratos gained little satisfaction from his victory. With years of servitude in front of him, he would need to confront his past and fight to reclaim the humanity he lost on the day his dark legend was born. The dire toll of his relentless battles finally caught up with him as Kratos fell from the chariot to the earth. Was this sacrifice too much for one to bear, even for the man who was known as the Ghost of Sparta?
He has again served us well, Athena.
He is a remarkable mortal.
He is weak. Shall we help him?
He'll live. They must.
And just like that, we have completed the chains of Olympus. Did you hear the desperation in his voice? How he knows he's lying to himself, but needs to keep himself sane? That's why I love God of War. How much effort everyone's putting in to make Kratos such a real person. But of course, we will pick up the adventure in the next game, as he might have chained Atlas now, but the chains of Olympus are on Kratos as well. For now, there are treasures though. Woo! And after we beat the game on God mode and beat all of the challenges of this game, we get rewarded with some more challenges, levels that did not make it into the final game, and most importantly, costumes. In this game, we get Spot of War, or as I'd like to call him, Potatus, which is Kratos in a big baked potato. McKratus, which is him in a kilt and being ginger. And finally, the arguable best skin, my moose, where you don't even see the weapons. You fight and block with invisible weaponry. This game is amazing. But as you can see, this was all this game had to offer. And with this important piece of Kratos' lore experienced by all of us, we can move on to the current timeline, and you'll be happy to hear there are no more treks to the past from this point onwards.
Kratos, the ghost of Sparta, had taken his place amongst the Olympians as the god of war. The bloodshed, the relentless battles, had finally brought him here. Ares was dead, and though Olympus beckoned, visions of his mortal existence still haunted him. Kratos, help me. Kratos knew that this was not a mere vision, for with the gods, nothing was ever as it seemed. The vision of his past set Kratos in search of answers. Answers that lay in the Temple of Poseidon, deep within the city of Atlantis.
This is not a wise course of action, Kratos. It was a dream, nothing more.
The visions still haunt me, Athena. The visions you promised to take away. But this vision, I can change.
Perhaps it is a vision best left unchanged. There is more to this than you know. Please.
Welcome to God of War, Ghost of Sparta. We begin with Kratos having a vision of an old woman asking Kratos for help. And so Kratos sails with several fleets of Sparta to the city of Atlantis. Although we make our way, the boat is beset by deep-sea monstrosities. This is Scylla, an ocean leviathan. This is the intro boss for the game. After a few phases and attacks, we injure it and blind one of its eyes, and the beast retreats. What is notable about this game is that it's incredibly platform heavy. Not the Crash Bandicoot type of platforming where what you do is of consequence and can get you killed, although some of it is, but rather the type of platforming that's just used to hide loading screens and kill time until the game fully loads the next area. Platforming that is inconsequential, not risky, and doesn't put you in any danger. Think of it this way. When you first play any of the older From Software games, there is no Breath of the Wild climbing, there is no grappling hook, yet it still manages to astonish you with all that you're going to explore in the future by showing it to you subtly in the distant background, until you make that connection that you will most likely be able to go into every place that you can see and explore it on your own. The type of platforming that this game does is something that I really dislike. But the story of this game makes going through the platforming worth it tenfold. Oh yeah, also this game really likes jump scaring. The enemy design is still amazing though, and after a good bunch of combat,
The Temple of Thanatos, the god of death, a vestige of a long-forgotten time. Erected before the rule of the Olympians, this temple was not placed here by mortal hands. Within its walls lay a passage to the domain.
Thanatos is the personification of death in Greek mythology. He's often depicted as a minor deity or a spirit associated with peaceful, non-violent death, in contrast to more violent or chaotic forms of death represented by other deities. Like Keras, we go to the city of Atlantis. Enter the waters where we see 4 of these drill pieces rotate endlessly. We go a bit more to this big temple.
In the distance stood the Temple of Poseidon, a monument erected by the Atlanteans to the greatness of their protector, the god of the seas.
Know thyself, and your path shall be revealed.
Come, brave Spartans. The battle is done. Kratos, bring Deimos inside.
How I have missed you, Kratos.
What treachery is this? Another trick of the gods?
No, my son. It is me. Your father brought me here. I have waited so long.
My father?
We do not have much time, Kratos. Your brother does not have much time.
Deimos?
He lives, trapped in torment, deep in death's domain.
But he's gone. You told me that he was—
I'm sorry. I had no choice but to lie. You must listen now. The Temple of Ares in Sparta holds the secret that will lead to your brother. The road will not be easy, but you must help him. You must, Kratos. He needs you.
This cannot be. Why? Why would you do this?
Your father forbid me to tell
My
you.
father? Who is my father?
This is Callisto, the mother of Kratos, and apparently, his long-gone brother was always alive. She was cursed to transform into a beast if she ever dared tell Kratos who his father was, and now Kratos is forced to defend himself from the beast.
Finally, I am free. Find your brother, Kratos. Go to Sparta. Find Deimos. He needs you.
Mother. What have I done?
With her last breath, she released the weight of her burden and finally found the peace she had long sought. But for Kratos, the rage was almost palpable. Fate had once again pushed him to the brink of madness.
We also get Callisto's amulet, and as you can read, it says, beat the game to be able to use this item. I'll discuss that in the future. We get a new magic weapon and play around with it, explore the temple some more, Where did Scylla even take us? It appears to be the deeper workings of the drill pieces. After some hanging, we get to the caldera, which according to Google is the leftover of a volcanic eruption. Since all the magma exits the volcano, there's nothing to support it anymore, so it collapses. The setting and the music here are great and complement each other very, very well. We reach this door here, but are unable to open it, so we go the alternate path.
It has been long since our kind waited for the one destined to free us. Gaia foretold of our salvation, ghost of Sparta.
I have not come here for you or your kind.
Do not be so naive, Kratos. Your path led you to me. You need my help.
I need nothing from you, Thera.
If you do not free me, then you will share my fate. You will die here with me. Free me. Free me, and my power will be yours. Without it, we will both remain prisoners of our torments.
As you can see, we have an all-new bar. It is for imbuing fire attacks to our blades, which damage armor and certain structures. And now, we backtrack to break some of these cogs that need the fire attacks. We can also open these doors with the magma core of our blades. After more combat and platforming, we do a little Minecraft funny and pour water over lava, and use that platform to float across the lava. We break more stuff, open more doors, and get to the volcano core, where we very slowly make our way across. This is one of the things... Finally, Scylla's dead. We go and get some chests overlooking Scylla's corpse, and move onward through a platforming challenge against time as the core collapses, which ends with us having to dodge flaming lava rocks falling from above.
battle with Scylla had shaken the very foundation of Poseidon's kingdom. Atlantis was sinking. But that mattered little to the ghost of Sparta.
We arrive at the island of Crete and make our way out. Here we can get a very amazing view of what we just caused, and we make it to the Temple of Athena.
Athena! You lied to me! The gods lied to me! My brother lives. He lives! Athena!
Don't let your rage blind you, Kratos. There is much you do not know. Be warned. They will all try to stop you.
Okay, now he's getting real mad. We'll see how the story develops, but regardless, we see these gates with 2 soldiers on it, and it's said that we need a key to open them. So we get to this section, and we need to make a Chinese delicacy in order to open the way forward. So we do some platforming over killer pits.
Help! I'm trapped in here!
Hey guys, can you guess what we're gonna do? That's right! We can use his corpse! No way! We do more combat and navigation.
Hello? Who goes there? Hold fast, Dominus. We've won the battle. Hold fast.
What happened here?
We have angered them. The gods. They sent a message to all who defy their glory. But we survived. Spared us.
Who spared you?
The daughter. A message to the ghost of Sparta. The labor begins. Death awaits the ghost. We'll never get the skull. The skull.
I am coming for you, brother.
But can we just appreciate that cutscene? The voice actors, the death of the guy as an empowering track comes on and Kratos saying without flinching that he's going for his brother. That's so energizing. Regardless of that, we're in the gates of Crete. And so far we've only been seeing these gates that do not open. So we take alternate paths and get to the city of Heraklion, which is a city named in honor of the hero Hercules. We meet new armored enemies, climb a spiraling staircase, solve a puzzle, and oh look who it is.
What fools! What fools! And you, the biggest fool of all, Kratos. The ghost of Sparta, the slayer of Ares, and now the destroyer of Atlantis. You should take heed, Spartan. The destruction of Poseidon's kingdom will not bode well on Olympus.
I care little for the gods.
And yet you walk beside them.
I did not ask for the throne of Ares.
You were given the honor to walk among the gods, and yet you spit on it like it was dirt.
The gods can keep their honor. I wish only to find my brother.
Ah, yes, the other one. Try if you must, but you will not succeed. You will never find him. And in the wake of your destruction, you have sunk the only path to your salvation. This
is all that awaits you at the end of your journey.
Not before I find Deimos.
Be wise, my son, and turn back now. Do not seek the domain of death.
We also find a huge key of Crete. And look, we can finally open those gates as we walk the streets of Heraklion and face skeletal remains that play dead. Nice. The Dark Souls analogy just completed itself. Now look, I have no idea what these things are called, but they're like the wraiths from the first game, except worse. We kill those and need to escape the crumbling city.
Don't let your guard down, Deimos! A Spartan warrior never lets his back hit the ground. Even in death, a Spartan stands tall for battle. You are a Spartan, are you not?
Yes, Kratos.
Also, is it just me or does Deimos look like a character from Arcane? And like, this is very meta. I did not write this script before Arcane 2, but it looks like a Fortige character. It looks like a character from Fortige. This is off script. Also, look, we came back to the volcanic view we had earlier, but now we have the key. We go inside, new huge enemy that teleports onto you and smashes you with the boulder it's carrying. Regular stuff. And we're back to the area where we saw the dead soldiers. Open the gate here as well, and get to the Mount of Aronia, which is a cold and snowy mountain range in northern Greece.
I don't know where he is. Please, I swear to you.
She can fix me, fellas. She can fix me any day. And would you look at that? Structures that are covered with ice. So I need to use my blades and imbue them with fire in order to damage them. I wonder where else that comes up.
My lord, I knew you would return. I have not failed you. I told the servants of death nothing. Elysium. Elysium.
You are a Spartan. Even in death, you stand tall for battle.
Thank you, Lord Kratos.
Well, you read the plaque. What a hero. Protecting Sparta with his dying breath. Now we do this little puzzle here. Oh look! Frozen enemies too! Anyway, we do that and reach the Chasm of Solace, where we fight a big frozen beast that freezes you. You get the theme. We get some more gears to rotate, more things to open more doors, escape our way through death traps in the water, and reach the Arowania path.
Erinys, the daughter of Thanatos, the god of death. Pain given form, evil given life.
Ghost of Sparta, the god slayer. Your brother belongs to Thanatos. So blood.
cannot stop me. Nothing can.
And we start a long fight against Eranis and her servants, various projectiles, and crowd control abilities. We fight her long enough to remove a wing, long enough to remove another, and she just does this. And now, she's a giant armored bird that floats along the background and collapses all the platforms under you, causing your doom. Afterwards, you mount her in the way that you don't want and fall from the sky, needing to dive closer to her to attack her. And at the final sequence, you both plummet from the sky. We receive the Scourge of Eranis, which is my favorite ability in all the games we've played so far. It just lets you do your thing, a big and damaging orb that floats around and wreaks havoc. So, after orbing the enemies somewhere, we are finally at our beloved Sparta. This section is just us going along Sparta, or the little portion we have available to us. We see Spartan soldiers being trained from afar, merchants and people roaming the streets, and finally, we see our house. And now we're dueling Demos, which is a game of attack and defense, until finally...
A Spartan warrior never lets his back hit the ground. Even in death, a Spartan stands tall for battle. You are a Spartan, are you not?
Yes, Kratos. After the Great War with the Titans, the Oracle had foretold the demise of the Olympian gods and the destruction of Olympus. She saw that it would be brought about not by the hands of the Titans, who thirsted for revenge, but by the hands of a mortal, a marked warrior. Whoever controlled the marked warrior controlled the fate of Olympus.
Ikari! Patronoles in Sparta Fera Ivan Kali. Itera! Ines and Memralis.
Kratos!
Forgive me.
Deimos!
Kratos! Deimos! Where are you? Come home, my sons!
Deimos, I will find you.
So that's how Kratos got that scar on his eye. We then go through the jails of Sparta.
Lord Ares smiles upon me! I'm free at last! Is the true god of war! Unbelievable! You will never catch me! You stay back! Glory be to Sparta!
Yeah! That's what's up, baby! We kill him and use his corpse to lower a ladder. The context for this dissenter is that Ares was worshipped in Sparta before Kratos, so there are still some believers in Ares in the city. After a lot of platforming, some combat, and opening up pathways, we arrive at the Temple of Ares.
Bull! You! Move further out! My lord, we shall make quick work of this, and erect a statue befitting of your glory. That's right, man! Now pull! All hail Lord Kratos, the god of war!
All hail Lord Kratos!
My lord, I have something for you. I shall return.
Face thyself, and your fate shall be seen.
Kratos stood in the Temple of Ares. It was a somber reminder of who and what he had become. The ghost of Sparta, the god slayer, and now the very person he had once despised, the god of war. Kratos knew he had to return to Atlantis, back to the sunken city. Only there would he find the entrance to Death's domain, and the brother he left behind.
Well, that was a lot to unpack. But as we exit,
Your weapons, my lord. I have looked after them as if they were my own.
You have served me well.
Thank you, my lord.
and now we have a ranged weapon and a stronger weapon. Our own weapons from when we were in the Spartan army. That guy is great for keeping them so pristine. This weapon set is amazing with lots of battle options and uses. For example, you could block hails of arrows with it. The only downside is that even having them equipped slows Kratos down a bit. But they are heavy weapons, so that's expected. Now we make our way back to Atlantis, and on our way reach the Canyons of Sorrow.
Be warned, Ghost of Sparta. Do not pursue this path. The gods forbid it.
The gods have no power over me, Thanatos. Where is my brother?
If you persist, not even the fates will prevent me from ending your path. Ares was unwise to believe you could serve him.
Do not stand in my way, Thanatos. Or Ares' blood is not the only I will shed.
That was our first, but certainly not last encounter with Thanatos. And after some combat, we see this.
No, leave me alone.
What you see there is the daughter of that man, and that man is King Midas, a king who wished for everything he touched to turn to gold, but his wish soon became a curse as he slowly went mad.
Stay away! Stay away! I'm cursed. Stay away! Don't you see? Everything I touch. Gold. Midas. I didn't mean to. I thought... How could I know that she would... Oh, my daughter. My beautiful little girl. The stakes. Am I in Hades? I must be. Finally, I know what I must do.
As you can see, he is hallucinating, starving, and delirious. We also pick up his ring, which can be used after the game, and push our way to find him. There is also this funny prank where the chest prompts you to open it, but it's turned to gold. So even if you hold on for a minute or so, it's not gonna open. However, you are gonna get an achievement for it. But at last, we find Midas. We keep knocking him out so he doesn't touch us, and slowly drag him to his doom. And with that, Midas is no more. We do a bunch more combat and platforming, and by the time we reach the port of Atlantis, we have our soldiers prepared to board the ships and leave.
Kratos knew that deep within the raging abyss lay the answer to a question he was not yet prepared to ask. Was Deimos still alive?
In this section, we approach the vortex as enemies keep assaulting the ship and crew. Not only that, we face a barrage of lightning. This section is a gauntlet by its own right, and takes a while to complete. But before we could make our way properly, our boat collides with a stone structure.
You have desecrated my kingdom! I shall not forget this, Ghost of Sparta! You will answer for this affront!
We are now in the sunken city of Atlantis and must find the gate to the domain of death. After many traps, swimming, platforming, and battles, we reach ancient Atlantis, where we read a plaque saying that the power of Poseidon flows through inside the kingdom and it's channeled at its nexus points that are spread through the city. And that power is turned to the statues, as we can see in the background. They activate mechanisms in other parts of the kingdom of Atlantis. That is our mission.
It is not too late to turn back, Kratos. No good will come of this journey. The gods...
I am done with the gods! Return to Olympus and leave me be.
Your brother was a threat to Olympus, Kratos. What was done had to be done. Forgive me. Forgive me.
Why did you help him?
I was there for you, Kratos. You had to be saved.
You should have saved him. I should have saved him.
There is more to this than you could possibly know, Kratos.
Lies and riddles. It's all you give me, Athena. I will save my brother. And you will stay out of my way.
What's interesting is that Athena is the only one communicating with us and advising us. Apparently, she saved our very skin on that day. We go through the rest of the city and move all the statues. What matters though is that after everything, we're here.
The domain of death. A dark netherworld, nestled between the land of the living and the realm of the dead. A purgatory, ruled by the god of death, Thanatos.
We also find the bonds of Ares, an item which we can use after we beat the game. After fighting harder enemies, burning living plants, and moving around this huge temple, we get to the Halls of Damnation.
The doors to the domain of death, a place neither mortal nor god had dared enter. Worshipped long before the Olympians, Thanatos, the god of death, dwelled within.
And we're going to meet him. Now, this temple is very interesting as it is mostly dominated by traps and platforming. But after we go through it,
You are safe now. Shit! You let this happen to me. You were supposed to protect me. Did you think I would forget? Did you think I would forgive? I will never forgive you, brother. You left me! Get up! Fight me! I hate you, Kratos! Suffer for it! You no longer have power over me, Thanatos. The Oracle lied. I'm coming for you, brother! Hold on!
I can't hold on much longer! Don't let me fall, Kratos!
Spartan never lets his back hit the ground. Right, brother?
I will not lose you again, Deimos. Come! The fight is not over.
Come, brother, follow me! We're nearly there, Kratos!
The Oracle may have yet spoken truth. The marked warrior shall bring about the destruction of Olympus. Ares chose poorly that day. He took your brother when it should have been you. None of that matters now. Nothing you do is of your own choosing.
The gods do not decide my fate, Thanatos!
The gods decide, and the Sisters of Fate make it so. You are nothing but a pawn in a game you don't even know is being played. Pathetic. Now is the time, Kratos. The beginning of the end.
Now look at that, it even has a button to tell your co-op partner to use their projectile ability. I wonder where that comes back. This fight has 3 phases that alternate based on how much damage you've done so far. It's a very fun fight on higher difficulties. In this state, do not take knockback damage, and you inevitably slay Thanatos.
You are insignificant, Kratos. Your brother suffered because of you. Your fate lies in the hands of Olympus, ghost of Sparta.
spot for him.
You are free now, brother. By the gods, what have I become?
Death, the destroyer of worlds.
It is done. You have let go of that which made you mortal. Your ties to this world are severed. You are ready to be a god.
Is this all a game to you, Athena? It is not over, Athena. The gods will pay for this.
Forgive me, brother.
Now, only one remains.
Born as loyal sons of Sparta, the two brothers trained and dreamt of one day joining the ranks of the great Spartan army. But that never was to be. On an ill-fated day, Deimos was taken under the eyes of his brother Kratos, the brother who had vowed to always protect him. This single event would forever change the course of Kratos' life. His destiny, his cursed fate, had been set in motion. The loss of his brother would leave an indelible mark on him, a memory he could not forget. As he vowed never to falter again, Kratos adorned a red tattoo on his body in honor of Deimos. A tattoo in the very image of his brother's birthmark. This tattoo would become a somber reminder for the man who would become a god. the warrior, known as the Ghost of Sparta. They came to retrieve the marked warrior. A mark they saw on the body of Deimos. As he was taken away in front of his brother's eyes, little did he know of the fate that awaited him. Ares would bring him to the domain of death, realm of Thanatos, a place no mortal had ever dared set foot. There he would remain imprisoned with no hope of escape. He would suffer years of punishment and torment at the hands of the god of death. At first, the belief that his brother Kratos would come to save him kept him alive. But as the years lapsed, Deimos lost all semblance of hope, and with it any thread of humanity left in him. The anger, the vengeance seethed within him and lay dormant for decades. With little sanity left, it was this rage that made him endure, believing the day would come when he would once again face the brother who abandoned him. For ages, the statue of Ares, son of Zeus, stood guard on the highest plateau above the great city of Sparta, keeping a watchful eye on the lands of Laconia. The Spartans lived in reverence to the god of war, as his ruthless reign remained seemingly endless. But the day would come when his rule would be challenged. Kratos, a Spartan general, would slay Ares and take his place as the new god of war amongst the rulers of Olympus. The Spartans would see him as one of their own, a true son of Sparta, and a just ruler of their great city. It wasn't long before the effigies of Ares disappeared from around the city, and in their place, statues were erected in the honor of Kratos, the new god of war.
Now let's talk about this game for a bit. This game is amazing, and it's one of my favorites in the series. It shed a lot of light on Kratos' past and answers important questions. This game is filled with symbolism, ranging in subtlety. At the end there, Thanatos said that this is the beginning of the end. Thanatos knew that he would die. That's why he smiles when Kratos shoves the blade into his heart. He knows what's to come. The story highlights the hope of Kratos in finding his brother, and his unrelenting determination to do whatever he has to do, and slaughter whoever he has to slaughter to retrieve his brother. That is the only regret he has, which is still able to be changed. Even though he lost his family and is no longer to be with them again, as seen from the events of Chains of Olympus, he could at least save his brother. It's a somber story, but at least by the end, his brother is no longer suffering. Kratos, very early on, got a full body tattoo to always remember his brother. Also in Chains of Olympus, when Kratos tries to enter Elysium, he first loses his tattoos when he purifies himself with the tree. He loses the guilt of his lost brother first, then the ashes of his family, then the chains of servitude tied to the blades of chaos, which were from Ares. And at the very end, after he passes by the gravedigger, he looks down at the cliff he once cast himself from, but this time he willingly chooses to live. Ironically enough, this is the only point that no one would intervene in his attempt to end his life, because as Thanatos said, the prophecy's in motion and it's already too late. When the gravedigger disappears, Athena rushes down from Mount Olympus to tell you that you can finally transcend to godhood. This was very much the time that Kratos could have gotten what he wanted. Athena was going to erase his memory so that he could become one with the Olympians. without so much hate and distrust towards them. But Kratos chooses to remember, pushing her away and stating that Olympus will get what's coming for it. A decade he gave in servitude to gods who wouldn't aid him unless it would further their own causes, wouldn't grant him the simplest of wishes, gods that, as Kratos himself sees as their servant, countless citizens dying whilst calling out to gods who he knows for certain won't answer their screams, gods that lie, gods that deceive, and gods that couldn't care less about their followers or servants. A perfect illustration of our modern day elites, who sit atop their mountain as they disregard everyone who would hold them accountable and do as they please with the power they have. Kratos is a symbol of freedom from tyranny and lies. Had he not been a maniacal slaughtering machine, this would have represented the rise of the common men against the elites that rule over them, and overruling these unfeeling, unsympathetic, uncaring tyrants. But instead, Kratos himself as a sufferer of what the gods had to offer him after Kratos made the horrible mistake and sought Ares for help, not expecting all that would happen to him. And who could blame him? Even in society, we place blind trust and faith that those in positions of power will do what they're supposed to do, what's better for all of us and the common good, and will do what will benefit us all. Instead, much like individuals who see the direct contributions they made to put a person or group in power, then seeing them abuse it for their own gain, Kratos would have allowed himself to die by the hands of the barbarians if he knew this was the life that awaited him if he sought the help of the Olympians. But now, and always, instead of giving up and choosing death, he actively wishes to do right by himself, and indirectly doing right by everyone else in the process. This exact point is where the entire character of Kratos shifts from wanting to die and forget to wanting to live and remember. Now, with all that being said, let's go to the treasures tab, baby! Woo! This time we have this thing called the Temple of Zeus. We can approach these orbs here, which all have costs associated with them, and you can pay them with red orbs. Some of these orbs have a cost of 10,000, while others have a cost of 350,000. And with that, you might be asking, how is that even possible to obtain? This is going to take forever. Well, maybe, because all you need to do is go to the third tab in your weapons upgrade menu, and look here, the items you picked up. These you can turn on and off, and they're effective everywhere. I felt super smart when I figured this out, but essentially what you need to do is turn on Callisto's armlet, which does the quick time event things for you, the King Ring, which multiplies how many red orbs you get by 10 times, and the Bonds of Ares for infinite magic. And you might be saying, well, that's cool, man, but I still have to replay the game 50 times to get that. Well, now you also have something else unlocked, which is called the Arena, which is a new addition in which you could customize your approach to the game. But what's interesting about Arena is that although it's made to test out combat, the enemies still give you red orbs. Are you following me here? We go to the Arena, spawn 4 Minotaurs, set our health to infinite, hack the game with Cheat Engine, and speed it up by 100 times. Equip the Irenaeus Magic Ball of Pain and keep pressing it in place. You'll have infinite orbs in no time. And fun fact, after unlocking all the orbs in this room, I found it takes 1 million red orbs to fully unlock everything. Now each of these either give you new mobs to fight in Arena, costumes, videos, art, or even new challenges. But the most interesting thing happened when I unlocked what was in the final red orb. Because I was thinking I'll be tabbing back out of the game and test my goodies out. But instead, this happened. Oh boy, an exclusive and special costume. The only downside with the costumes in this game is that you can only see and use them in the arena mode. But hey, we unlocked a ton of stuff, many backgrounds to the arena, many mobs, and the skins we've gotten are Legionnaire Soldier, Armored Kratos, Robotos, and Demos. But now we also unlocked the Gravedigger skin. Let's see how the old man spins and use the Blades of Chaos.
Insolent fool! Insolent fool!
He was Zeus all along? The Gravedigger was Zeus all along! And he uses a shiny blade alongside the gauntlet of Zeus from Chains of Olympus, and dashes around with immense speed. But he doesn't have any magical abilities. He only taunts the enemies. But that's an important role revelation. Zeus has been watching over us the entire time. But aside from the challenges of this game, this is everything that I wish to cover about God of War Ghost of Sparta, and we can properly move on to the next game. Before we go to God of War 2 though, there's an honorable mention that I want to discuss here. God of War Betrayal, which is a mobile game made in 2007 for Java-based mobiles. It's around an hour long and you can look up footage for it if you're curious about it. It was a nice game for back in the day and the phones of the time, but I only care about the plot, which is basically Kratos goes with his Spartan army on a mission of conquest across Greece. And through that, he kills Cerex, who's the son of the messenger of the gods, Hermes. All I want you to know about this game is that Kratos has decided to conquer Greece alongside his Spartan army, and he killed the son of a god, okay? Okay, now moving on to God of War 2.
By defeating Ares, Kratos, the once mortal warrior, became the new god of war. However, Kratos soon found himself alone on Olympus, shunned by his fellow gods. But Kratos had no need for the love of petty gods. He had found a new family in the warriors of Sparta, gaining solace from his past in the carnage of battle.
My lord, Kratos! Another city is ready to fall! Soon all shall know the glory of Sparta!
Enough, Kratos! With every city you destroy, the wrath of Olympus grows. Soon I will no longer be able to protect you.
I need no protection.
Do not forget that it was I who made you a god, Ghost of Sparta. Do not turn your back on me.
I owe you nothing.
Then you leave me no choice.
Kratos had turned the pain of his memories into hatred. Hatred for the gods, who had refused to free him from the nightmares of his past deeds. And so he went to Rhodes to deliver the final blow to the besieged city.
Athena! You conspire against me! Athena! You will!
And here we are, God of War 2. This game has many cinematic pieces, and they're all usually associated with what's happening in the background. Battling as the giant statue of Rhodes is beating the buildings. Sometimes the background wants to interact with you too. This game is spectacular by all means. Having such details as damaging the statue arm until you daze it, and then doing this. And the soundtracks are amazing. Also, you know what's up. Combat, platforming, and oh, look who it is. He has many attacks that hit wide and hard, and you need to get his hand stuck in these windmills so you can wail on him. We go inside, some combat and a puzzle, then ascend an elevator.
Kratos. I do not need your help, Zeus. I can take down this beast.
I offer you more than help, Kratos. I offer you power. I offer you the Blade of Olympus. It was this blade that ended the Great War and defeated the Titans. Drain your godly powers into the sword, Kratos. Only then will you reach your full potential.
Why do you aid me now?
What I do now, I do for the good of all Olympus.
Some combat, we beam balance. We now fight the statue until we daze him, which allows us to pick up the Blade of Olympus and charge inside of him, where we climb our way up using the now burning scaffolding and platforms used when he was constructed, aiming to break 3 major pieces in his machinery the higher we climb, dodging debris and doing platforming as we go. Upon breaking the 3rd and final piece,
Do you see, gods of Olympus? Do you need more proof than this?
Placing all of his godly power into the weapon had rendered Kratos mortal, vulnerable to the arms of death. Bloodied and beaten, he knew that to have any hope of survival, he must retrieve the blade of Olympus. Humiliated before his Spartan army, Kratos dragged himself up from the dirt.
What power could possibly defeat the god of war?
Kratos has fallen!
Yes, I am forced to attend to this matter myself. Athena refused to undo her mistake. Imagine caring for a creature such as yourself.
Why? Why would you betray me?
It is you who would betray me. Am I to stand idly by while Olympus is threatened? Your hands are already stained by the blood of a god. I will not let Ares' fate be my own.
The gods are petty and pathetic, and your rule is weak.
I grow tired of this insolence. I am the king of Olympus. And it is my way that is the way of the gods. You must vow to forever serve me.
I serve no one.
Then you leave me no choice.
Why does our god struggle?
Submit! I would rather die!
It did not have to be this way, my son. This path is of your choosing.
A choice from the gods is as useless as the gods themselves.
Even now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me?
Everything you have ever known, Kratos, will now suffer because of your sacrilege. You will never be the ruler of Olympus. The cycle ends here.
You will pay for this, Zeus. Be certain of that.
As the life drained out of Kratos, the arms of Hades reached out to claim their prize. But there was more resting on Kratos' shoulders than he could know. Kratos was destined to bring about change so severe that it would shake the very pillars of Mount Olympus. His death was something that I could not allow.
Ares! Destroy my enemies, and my life is yours!
not meant to die here. This is not the end.
Who are you?
I am the Titan Gaia, ever-present Mother of Earth. I have watched you become a powerful warrior, and I have been with you through all the events of your life, but I can no longer simply watch. We will help you defeat Zeus. Death is an escape, Kratos. You are a warrior of Sparta, not a coward. Only a coward accepts death.
I am no coward.
Then you must fight. I will show you the way to the Sisters of Fate. Only with their power will you defeat Zeus.
So, Zeus betrays us, and was the one who made the machination come to life to begin with. But before we die, the Titan Gaia persuades us into living on to fight. We climb out of the grips of the hands of Hades and see a familiar face.
My lord, I knew you could not be killed. I never lost faith.
Return to Sparta and prepare for battle.
But our brothers are dead.
You can still hold the sword. Spartans do not surrender. Do as your god commands.
And what of you, my lord?
I am going after Zeus. It seems I still have eyes on Olympus.
Turn back to Olympus, beast! I must face Zeus! You defy the god of war!
You are no longer a god, Kratos. Zeus, Olympus, and the blade which holds all your power will forevermore be out of reach. Your only hope is to find the Sisters of Fate and travel back through time to the moment Zeus betrayed you, for only then will he truly be vulnerable. Kratos, to succeed, you will need more help than I can give. My Titan brother slumbers deep in his mountain prison. Go. It is time he was awakened.
We're flying on Pegasus and do aerial combat against griffins who throw projectiles and ram into you up close, with our objective now being getting the help of the imprisoned Titan Gaia spoke of. After much flight, we see the boss of this area, who blinds us and forces us to take a detour through the mountain, where we see So, we need to go through the mountain since we're not powerful enough to lift his fingers yet. Much combat, wall climbing, and platforming later, we make our way outside. Kill many things, shimmy, and go see what that big bird is doing.
God of war, you live. I no longer walk with the gods. Who has placed you in this torment?
Zeus. My only crime was helping mankind. When I took the fires of Olympus to the mortals, Zeus considered it a betrayal. As punishment, he made me mortal and condemned me to be savagely consumed every day by this cursed bird. And then, with the fall of night, I am healed been here? How long have I suffered this curse? I truly do not know. Please, Ghost of Sparta, release me from my torment! I must burn in the fires of Olympus. It is the only way. Kill me, Kratos, kill me.
Now, you go looking for a means of mercy killing Prometheus. Prometheus is a titan known for creating humanity. Ever since he made them from clay, Prometheus was very close to humanity and loved them dearly. But Prometheus noticed that humans were struggling to survive without the tools and knowledge needed for progress. To help them, he stole fire from the gods and brought it to Earth, enabling humanity to cook food, stay warm, and develop technology and civilization. Fire became a symbol of power and knowledge, enlightenment, and civilization. The problem being that fire was strictly forbidden for mortals. So this act of theft was a direct challenge of the gods' authority, especially Zeus. Therefore, he was sentenced to eternal torment by Zeus, where that giant bird would eat his liver each and every day, which would regenerate. After a bunch more of combat and platforming, we make it to the face of the Titan. He tries to blow us away, we reach his mouth. And blind him, taking Typhoon's bow with us. Now we have a ranged weapon. We backtrack all the way to Prometheus.
You have freed Prometheus from the torment of the gods. His flesh has tainted the fires of Olympus and embodied it with the power of the Titans. These ashes will give you great strength, Kratos. Take them within you and use this strength to defeat your enemies. Let the rage of the Titans fuel your blades, Kratos.
The essence of Prometheus now grants what used to be Rage of the Gods, which has now become Rage of the Titans. Then, we make our way all the way back to Pegasus, where we use Rage of the Titans to make the Titan lift his fingers, freeing Pegasus.
Kratos, behold the island of creation, home to the Sisters of Fate. Here, the path to your true destiny begins. The island is fraught with danger. It was created to prevent all from reaching the three Sisters of Fate. The power of the Sisters will allow you to return to that moment when Zeus betrayed and killed you, Kratos, thus changing your fate and the fate of others.
As we see the island in the distance, we are faced with a barrage of projectiles and enemies, finally concluding in the boss who blinded Pegasus earlier. We find ourselves in the Temple of Lachesis, where we fight our way through many enemies, then have to use the lying corpse to open a gate below. After making our way through the gates, we kick this bridge down.
You must find a way across to the island, Kratos. For there lies your path to the Sisters of Fate.
Why do you aid me, Gaia?
Zeus must be stopped, Kratos. The story of revenge has been told before. You know of the mighty Titan Kronos. So fearful was Kronos of the Oracle's prediction that his own children would rise against him, that he decided to imprison them all in his belly. Rhea stood by and watched as her children were devoured one by one. But when the time came for the last of her children to be eaten, she was unable to bear another such loss, and devised a trick to save the baby Zeus. Rhea commanded the eagle to secret her son away. He was taken to an island far beyond the watchful eyes of Kronos. It was I who cared for him. It was I who kept him safe. I nurtured his desire to free his brothers and sisters from Kronos. But my foolish act of compassion would haunt the Titans forever. For in sparing Zeus, we allowed him to return to us with vengeance in his heart. He betrayed all of the Titans for the sins of just one. The sins of his father, Kronos.
Now we need to make our way across somehow, so after some combat, some platforming, amazing scenery, and more combat, and sirens, we break the stone gate blocking us off. Kronos actually gifted these horses to the Sisters of Fate so that he would not be sought after by his children, so that he would not have to kill them. And as we leave the temple, we arrive at the Steeds of Time, where we have machinations, locked gates with strange keys, and who's this?
The ghost of Sparta. Then what they say is true.
Theseus.
Of all the fools who try, you would be the last I would expect to seek an audience with the Sisters of Fate.
And you are the last one I would expect to become a servant of the Fates.
I serve and protect the Sisters of Fate for the glory of Zeus.
The time of Zeus is coming to an end.
You seek the Sisters to kill Zeus? You no longer possess the powers of a god, Kratos. I doubt you're capable of killing me, let alone the king of Olympus.
Let me pass, and I will let you live, old man.
I do not think that is your choice to make. Come forward. greatest warrior in all of Greece.
Theseus! Remember the guy who killed the Minotaur when I introduced the enemy? Yeah, this is the guy. Theseus is one of the great heroes, known for his strength, intelligence, and sense of justice. His adventures and accomplishments made him a legendary figure in Athens and a symbol of Greek heroism. We first fight him melee, then ranged, then the Minotaurs that he summons, which is very fitting mythologically. His summons make sure you stay on your toes at all times throughout the fight, but after a lengthy battle, and just like that, we get the Horse Keeper's key, and we make our way back to the previously locked gate, open it, and insert the key into the structure.
Our destiny has brought us together, warrior. Before my fall in the great war with the gods, I hid away the last remnants of my magic. For the good of the Titans, I, Kronos, now bestow what is left upon you. Use it well.
He gives us Kronos' Rage, which is an electrical attack that stunlocks the enemies for its duration. It also allows you to stack mean combo numbers like these. We make our way out and arrive at this narrow bridge that leads to 4 levers. Flipping each lever momentarily opens their keyhole, which becomes a time challenge where you need to avoid being interrupted by the harpies that spawn, alongside making sure you make it in time. After each one of the locks are opened, the latches on the horse blinkers, yes, that's what they're called, open up. After opening all 4, you can lift their restraint. Our way is now decided, and after some combat, we leave the Steeds of Time and make our way on the swaying chain back to the Temple of Lachesis. We make our way to a big gate where we see a statue holding a green orb and get an amulet of the Fates, which allows us to do this.
Swiftly through time, while all around you slows.
Hear me, fallen god. None defy what the fates decree. That is how it must be. Only death awaits you at the end of your journey.
My death is what began this journey.
The fates have not deemed victory for you. Your soul will never find peace for what you have become.
I am what the gods have made me.
That's right, we can now slow down the passage of time, indicated by the yellow bar below the magic bar. And an amazing feature to this fight is, since these Wraith enemies are fast as can be, the statue head allows lots of clutch moments as you slow down time. This is the part that tells you this is going to become something that you have to consistently do, which I think is a fantastic addition. We go forward. Oh, never mind. Guess we'll be spending more time at Destiny's Atrium. After the combat, you need to get 2 statues that have reflective shields so that the eye beams no longer block your path forward. And like that, we make our way out of Destiny's Atrium and make it to the Bog of the Forgotten.
Hidden deep within the spire lie the sisters. They control the threads of fate. Gain control of your thread, and you will be able to return to the moment when Zeus betrayed you.
torment to change my fate. And for my efforts, the sisters shine their light upon me, delivering the very object of my vengeance, Kratos. The servant of Ares. Do you remember that day, Spartan?
I will never forget that day.
This time, Ghost of Sparta, I will have your head.
And here he is, the barbarian leader from so many years ago. This fight is a multi-staged boss fight where he goes from fighting you on horseback to fighting you on the ground with his giant iconic hammer. Oh look, it's that guy again.
No, not you again!
Oh look, he's a giant now. After a gruesome lengthy battle, now we have the Barbarian Hammer, a slow but devastating weapon with projectiles instead of dodging, since there's no way you're dodging with that thing equipped. After defeating him, we proceed to meet the Sisters of Fate, and we make it to the Temple of Urael, where we're threatened to be turned to stone if we stand in front of her gate. The left side is closed, so we go to the right side. We get Urael's key off of this corpse and fight these axe-wielding enemies, then some spooky scary skeletons. Unlocking the left side gate makes way to the Ruins of the Forgotten, where we fight Cyclops enemies. We also do a balancing puzzle, much more combat, then enter this room, where you need to figure out that the water runs in a repeated loop, and you need to set the body on the waterway that you can carry him over and quickly run over to the other side to retrieve his body to unlock the gate. We see a fellow Spartan fighting, so we move these rotating cogs to make it to him in time. We also see this rock formation asking to be destroyed. We can easily approach it and... Surprise Stone Minotaur, baby! This is a reoccurring enemy with massive health and damage. Very fun to kill though. Then we get to these fast-moving cogs and unlock a green slow motion statue so we can traverse with ease. Go past these petrifying traps and we're back here. Now we have another heavy stone structure, and putting them both on the far end of the balancing platform, and we make our way through.
God of War, Jason. That beast took him. All our men are dead. Jason has the fleece. You must save him. The fleece is the key to Medusa's temple.
Then we kill a Gorgon and put his body through the grinder to jam it in and break it. And finally, we see our soldier with the fleece being eaten. After a long battle with the Cerberus, we get our golden fleece, which lets us reflect these fireballs and some other projectiles. After doing so, we backtrack and go to Urael's gate and petrify her with our own sight and break the gate. Do more combat until we reach our bridge. Okay, I guess, we make our way across regardless. Also, dear God, just look at this combat. Beautiful. We make our way to this room with saws on the ceiling, open this way, get in, and try to break and escape before you get plastered. And the fight with Urael commences. She has multiple attacks, AoE attacks, and petrification attacks, but at the end, her fate is the same as the rest of her kind. We try out her new trophy, then open the gate to this portion of the game where you need to lift these platforms that you can hook on so you can proceed. You lift them up through different openings underwater, and after much puzzling, we make it. This leads to an elevator combat stage and beam balancing with harpies into another stone minotaur. After we get another iconic spiraling staircase and get all the way back to Destiny's atrium, then we reflect the fire back with the fleece, open the way, combat while platforming, and get to the hole of Atropos. We kill the enemies here and take a left, and we see an all-new enemy. The summoner slash mage thing. Spawns enemies, does magic attacks, is very healthy. An annoyance by all means, but mortal nonetheless. The challenge in this room is getting enough elevation, which can be done by kicking this statue under this platform as it descends. From there, we get out and do more combat as we navigate this place, and get a big slab of rock to use to reach the ladder in the Temple of Atropos. We see a statue, but it's missing its shield, so we go looking for one, do some combat, extend these branches to make our way across, and get to a big gate.
No! That door was my only escape. I have faced test after test in search of the sisters. And now you have dashed it all away. You certainly do not live up to your reputation, ghost of Sparta. But perhaps this is a test. Are you watching me now, sisters? Give me a sign! Am I, the great Perseus, to kill this fallen god to receive an audience with you? Will that allow me to bring my love back from the grasp of Hades himself? If not, at least I can bathe in the glory of being the one who brought down the mighty Kratos, the slayer of gods. Although I hardly think a Harpy's fool such as yourself deserves such praise. I'm right here.
This battle is against Perseus, another one of the celebrated heroes in Greek mythology. This was the person who decapitated Medusa, and for his journey he was armed with a cloak of invisibility that he got from Hades, alongside a sack to take her head back, which was strong enough to decapitate her. Here he has a slingshot, goes invisible, and vanishes, has melee and ranged attacks, and multiple phases, where he has new attacks where he flashbangs you. It's a very fun fight, but everything must come to an end. And with that, we get his shield, which we put on a statue and use the fleece to deflect the other eye. And just like that, we're one step closer to the Sisters of Fate. A bunch of puzzling and platforming later, we see the carcass of the bird we impaled on the way here. And with that, we get the Spear of Destiny, which has reach, slash, and speed. A very cool weapon. Afterwards, we get to the crossing of the lowlands and engage in this sequence. Alright, that's cool. Through the opening we jump to, and after much combat, we get to the Great Chasm.
Go back, warrior. There is no passage here. You will never make it across. You think you can, but you cannot. Do you hear me? It is my wings that will make it across. It is my test! Do you not know who I am? Have you not heard of Icarus? It is my fate to make it across, none other! This is my test! The sisters will grant me an audience, not you. You will die, White Warrior. You will die.
I will reach the Sisters of Fate, and I will use your wings to do so.
The sisters will not allow you, a fallen god, to bathe in their light!
This guy is Icarus, son of great inventor and architect Daedalus, who, if you recall, was the person who was commanded to create the labyrinth that was used to trap the Minotaur on the island of Crete. However, after Daedalus helped Theseus, who we killed not too long ago, on his mission on killing the Minotaur and escaping back, King Minos of Crete orders the imprisonment of Daedalus and his son Icarus. To regain their freedom, Daedalus crafts 2 sets of wings he made from feathers and wax, and he cautions his son to follow him on the middle path, as if he flew too low, the moisture from the sea would weigh him down and drag him into the water, while if he flew too high, the sun would melt the wax holding the wings together. They canonically set out, and at first Icarus follows his father on the middle path, but then he gets overconfident, and resulting in the wax holding the feathers melting and him plummeting to the ocean and drowning. Here, it's a struggle as you fall down this great elevation until you finally had enough of him.
Wait! Perhaps the sisters have sent you to help me. I realize now.
The Sisters' Temple is far above, Kratos. You must get back to the surface.
Hey, look at that familiar face. We also get the wings of Icarus, which we can use to glide long distances. After some gliding, some battling, another stone Minotaur, this time with the added detail of needing to hang on to this wall to avoid falling into the lava as he throws flaming boulders at you. Very fun. We move on further, kill lots of things, and I mean lots of things, and do lots of platforming, avoid getting hit by the falling lava rocks, and finally make it onto the Titan's chains, which we break.
Who breaks my chains of torment? You are strong, but you are far too small, even for an Olympian, to be a god. Kratos. You dare show your face to me after what you have done? I will make you suffer, Kratos. Why would I ever trust a servant of Zeus? Kratos, still the arrogant and foolish warrior. You have not changed. And how do you plan to defeat the King of the Gods?
By taking the blade of Olympus back and driving it into Zeus's heart! It holds the power I once wielded as the god of war!
The blade of Olympus? I have not heard that name in many years. Since the end of the Great War. Bloodlust and power raged within Zeus. His desire to rule over mortals was intolerable.
to us. The war between the Titans and the Olympians forged the landscape of the mortal world. It was a war that we knew the Titans must win. If we lost, it would mean an end to the golden age of the Titan rule. Peace and prosperity for mankind would be no more. The battle continued despite my capture. Then Zeus created a powerful weapon to end the Great War. A weapon forged from the heavens and the earth. The Blade of Olympus.
I banish you to the darkest pits of Tartarus!
Awoke in the torment of the underworld, banished to the darkest pits of Hades. I would have destroyed Zeus if you had not put me here, slave of the gods.
I no longer do the bidding of the gods, Atlas! I have stomached their betrayal for the last time! Show me the way to the sisters, and I will kill Zeus once and for all!
Afterwards, he gives you Atlas's Quake, which is a ground attack that deals massive damage. And after some jumps, we get to the Palace of the Fates, where we face a gauntlet of strong enemies and rotate the base of this building a bunch of times using different levers along the base, eventually getting our opening. The room we just unlocked looks like this. The enemies web you down, the spikes insta-kill you, and the room rotates its opening along many smaller rooms, which you must wait a full rotation for if you miss their opening the first time. And don't worry about being trapped in the rooms, they have spikes in them too. So we get a handle in one room and pull this stone out when the opening aligns to proceed. Mission well done. We come to this area where we can't really do much. There are levers and pressure plates, locked doors, but nothing makes sense. So we go through the only path we can. A little clutch flying, some combat, and we arrive at a room with what appears to be a lectern. Upon entering, we discover that it's the Auditorium of Lachesis. The book is written in an unknown language, so you take your trusty stone and wedge it between the gates to take this precious soul who can read it for you. And I do mean precious, because the second he gets out of his chamber, a horde of mobs will spawn and try to kill the both of you. If he dies, it's game over. So after a lot of combat, and I mean a lot, you finish it up.
I've forgotten the words.
Read it.
Hear me, sisters who control the threads.
Keep going.
searches for what only the sisters may give. Read it! As proof that he is worthy. No! Please, no! I cannot do it! Read! Accept this sacrifice of my blood.
Well done, warrior. With this sacrifice, you have proven your resolve to seek out the Sisters of Fate. However, this is but a small step in your quest to gain an audience with us.
And just like that, we get the ram key and are back to the hub. We open the other ram door, see bloody spikes, and already know what's up as we start hearing clockwork behind us.
We will never allow you to reach our sacred temple, Kratos.
After defeating everyone, you get to this room, the Garden of the Gods. After we ignore Athena's chatter, we go to the trapped room where the gates won't open unless we serve a sacrifice by fire, which we can achieve by petrifying enemies and activating the traps a bunch of times. We dive into this and come out to this frozen room with symbols, where you have to press this phoenix which breathes fire to melt the ice in this chamber, which reveals this orby thing. Then you align the symbols on the bottom, except wait, it's not actually an orb. It's one of those light deflecting concave circles, which you can use to redirect the light of the several light sources that you reveal by breaking the crystals that obstruct them. Turns out the light is sunlight and can be used to melt the ice if you angle it properly. Note that the circle thing cannot be rotated. You probably can melt the ice that keeps the Phoenix statue stuck though, but oh wait, you cannot throw the statue down. But wait, there's this angle which will redirect the light back into the pit below. So naturally, you switch the symbols until the shield is deflecting the light onto the Phoenix statue itself, which does melt it, allowing you to rotate it before you fire. Do you know how satisfying this was to do? I wish I could forget this puzzle, just so I can do it again. No time to celebrate though, as we get into an elevator that needs hand cranking to ascend, with many annoying flying exploding enemies everywhere with hives above. After that's done, we get plunged into yet another combat arena, this time Cerberus flavored. Move on and get this statue in view.
Ghost. I will not let you reach the Sisters.
Oh, he really is dead. What's that painting here?
I will not let you reach the Sisters.
Oh.
I will not let you reach the Sisters.
Gotcha.
Read the words.
Hear me, noble sisters who forge our destinies. Another seeks an audience to change their fate.
Read.
As proof that he is worthy. No, Kratos! This will be the end of us all! You must stop!
This is your purpose. Die with honor.
I give my blood to illuminate the way.
Kratos, like the fiery phoenix who is resurrected from his ashes, you too search for a second chance at life. Find these ashes and free the phoenix. Only then will you find the path to the Temple of the Face.
We acquire the warrior's skull, do this little vent puzzle, and glide across the back of the hub, where we face yet another gauntlet of enemies, and use the skull to open the Cerberus door. Then, we get to this section where spikes come to impale us from above as we fight continually resurrecting skeletons, climb across some lava with archers and enemies, and do this here. The Phoenix Chamber. A handle comes to grab the ashes and drop them into fire. That's what we have to do. Skeletons, time puzzles, we get the Hail of Boreas, and arrive here. Undodgeable walls of fire, which you need to use a statue to shelter yourself from. But wait, there's a ton of respawning enemies, and your objective is to get this statue in front of the lever, pull the lever, put the statue on the pressure plate while barely making it to the other one yourself. Only then can you escape this room and retrieve the ashes. This small section that was explained to you in less than a minute took a ton of time, especially on the harder difficulties. But after all, we get the ashes and pull the lever. We run up to it, take an elevator, and see it in its glory. Well, kinda. It's trapped for now. You have to insert the Hail of Boreas inside this chamber and blow the horn from above. We see the Phoenix perched on the fire, waiting for us to interact with it. But how do we reach there? Well, there is one place that we haven't been since the ladder is broken. Do some puzzles here, turn this lever.
I have come too far to fail.
We have a rogue warrior, and as we battle with the sun illuminating our silhouettes, we land the deciding blow.
you?
My lord?
I told you to return to Sparta! Why do you leave Sparta unprotected?
Sparta is no more.
What treachery is this?
Zeus. He came under the cloak of darkness into Sparta.
Keep watch.
The people cried out for you. They begged for their god to save them. But you did not come. I was left with no choice. I had to seek out the sisters to change the fate of our beloved Sparta. For I am all that is left. Now you are all that is left. I have faith that our brothers of Sparta will live on through the true God of War.
Zeus! Is this how you face me, coward? I am through doing the bidding of the gods! Come down here and face me now, Zeus! I've grown tired of the lies of the gods! I've grown tired of the lies of the gods! I've grown tired of the lies of the gods! I cannot change my fate! I am so sorry, my love. Can you ever forgive me?
All is not lost, Kratos. You must go on. There is much at stake here.
I cannot defeat the gods.
Victory favors you, Kratos. But you must grab hold of your destiny and command it. There is a war on the horizon, and we need you to lead us into battle.
To what end?
The death of Zeus. If you relent, Zeus will torment you still. He will not rest knowing you live. And when you die, his brother Hades will see that your soul is tortured for all eternity. You will have no rest until you destroy him. Take within you this fire that burned your beloved Sparta. Let it fuel your rage and hasten your steps towards destiny. The time to act is upon us, Kratos. This battle is just the beginning of a great war that is to come. Pull your blades.
We fight against this massive kraken, force it to lift up its tentacle, putting the soldier on the pressure plate, getting its attacking tentacle stuck on the ground, ripping it clean off. After you cut its impaling tentacles, the kraken devours our faithful soldier, and our onslaught begins. We finally arrive at the Temples of the Fates. Do the starting puzzle here and get to the Throne of Lachesis.
We've been expecting you.
Out of my way.
Your resolve is admirable, even if it is misguided. None can change their destiny, Kratos. We sisters determine the fate of all. It was I who deemed that the Titans lose the Great War, and I who have allowed you to come this far. It is not your destiny to kill Zeus.
You no longer control my destiny.
I see Gaia has filled you with her lies.
I have warned you. Let me pass.
You have always amused us, Kratos. But know this, mortal. There is no power greater than the Sisters of Fate. If you challenge us, you will die.
And we have a big boss fight with bullet hell elements, AoE attacks, melee, and flying combat. After enduring a long battle,
You do not defy fate, Kratos! For we have woven the events of your life. And now, that life is at an end. We control your destiny, foolish mortal! With a win, we can end your life! Or allow you to live. Search your memory, Kratos. The sword which you stand on delivered your victory against Ares. Without it, you will be the one who dies this day, not Ares. We can change your past and set your future. This is the power of the Fates!
now the goal becomes preventing her from breaking the sword and leading to our death in the present, which is the future. Also, this might be a good time to tell you about the Sisters of Fate. So far, we've only seen 2 out of 3 sisters, who are Lachesis and Atropos. The pale-looking one with the scepter is Lachesis, the Allotter. She is responsible for assigning each person's fate and all the events and circumstances that will happen in their life. The one we're fighting right now is Atropos, the Inflexible. She's responsible for cutting the thread of life when the thread has reached its end. And the final sister we'll discuss soon.
With you, Kratos. This power was never meant for a mortal like you!
This time we fight a stronger version of Lachesis, with 3 mirrors around the arena that Atropos can use to damage you with massive projectiles. The goal is to break all the mirrors she comes out of when she uses them to get her stuck in one, and with that, it becomes a fair fight. Only one sister remains, and now begins the harshest and cruelest gauntlet of enemies, firmly and unquestionably stilling the feeling of a last push in pursuit of your goal. And as the gate opens, we see Clotho, the spinner. Well, now we need to go through a series of puzzles and platforming in order to get from her feet to her head. The fight with Clotho is simple. You have to weaken her hands while moving these contraptions to the position that would bring up the swinging blade pendulum in order to finish the last of the Sisters of Fate.
The power of the Fates resides within these great mirrors. Find your thread, and you will be able to control the mirrors and use them as a gateway to return to the time when Zeus betrayed you.
We go back here and pull threads until we find the thread of time that has Zeus betraying us, and run to make it in time.
Even now, as you draw your last breath, you continue to defy me? No matter. What? How can this be? The Sisters of Fate have aided you. Unexpected.
The sisters are dead.
I underestimated you. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Show the true power of a god.
It all comes to this: the summit of sacrifice. This fight has many phases, in which he does many different things each phase. It was truly one of the most fun boss fights I've experienced in a video game. Phase 1, he starts as a giant. Phase 2, he comes onto the ground and alternates between a variety of attacks. Some unblockable, a long-range charge grapple, some need to be dodged the second he throws them out, dodged when it reaches you, and chains of melee attacks that may or may not end up in an attack that knocks you up. Then, after you think you've gone a good while without dying, he takes the Blade of Olympus from you and starts throwing projectiles.
I told you I would make you pay for what you did.
I am through playing with you, Kratos.
Release me from this torment of my life.
I will release you from your life, my son, but your torment is just beginning.
You cannot do this, Kratos!
You dare stand against me, Athena?
I do not wish to fight you, Kratos, but I will defend Olympus!
Know this, my son. You have started a war you cannot possibly win. The fates have already deemed me victorious.
No, Kratos! Stop!
Athena! No! Why do you sacrifice yourself?
To save Olympus.
I do not seek to destroy Olympus, only Zeus.
Zeus is Olympus.
He brought this to himself.
Because of fear, Kratos. A fear felt by his father, Kronos. A fear that wrought the Great War. A fear that drove Zeus to kill you. His own son.
His son?
Just as Zeus was compelled to destroy his father, Kronos. You are compelled to do the same. No son should destroy his own father.
No, I have no father.
God after God will deny you, Kratos. They will protect Zeus. Zeus must live so that Olympus will prevail.
If all on Olympus will deny me my vengeance, then all on Olympus will die. I have lived in the shadow of the gods for long enough. The time of the gods has come to an end.
Remember, Kratos, you have the power to control time itself.
We rush back to the threads of time and set our sights on the Great War.
I've been expecting you, Ghost of Sparta. The gods are far too powerful for us to defeat now.
All on Olympus tremble at my name. Zeus is weak. Ares and Athena are dead, and I wield the blade. We can win the Great War, but not in this time. Together, we will destroy the petty gods, and we will see Olympus crumble before us. Come with me, Gaia. Return to my time. Victory awaits.
We have faced far worse than this one fallen mortal. But we are the gods. We whom the mortals worship. We who rule over this land. We who will not be swept aside by this petulant fool. Brothers, put aside the petty grievances that have splintered us for so long. We will unite, we will stand together, and I will wipe out this plague. Olympus will prevail.
Zeus, your son has returned! I bring the destruction of Olympus!
And that was the end of God of War 2. A very enjoyable experience. And now, it's time for my favorite segment, the treasures! First, there are many new challenges and tests. The arena is here as well, and there are plenty of costumes. Beating the game on the hardest difficulty unlocks God of War, Hydra armor, Dark Odyssey, Athena, Hercules, General Kratos, and God armor, all with their own different scaling and stats. But now that the game's out of the way, let's talk about what just happened. Kratos' need for vengeance after all that has happened to him got used by the Titans, now forming new allies in them that seek the same thing, the destruction of Olympus. Kratos was so hell-bent on this cause that he went on a journey to kill the very arbiters of fate. From this point onward, the fate of everyone is quite literally within their own hands, as the invisible threads of the sisters is no longer relevant to this world. Also, on a side note that I don't know where else to fit, I'll tell you something for context first. I've played games all my life. I have played League of Legends for 7 years straight, and I have beaten Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and Sekiro. And I code. The common thing that should happen with these is one word: rage. I don't rage. I have never raged. I have never broken a piece of equipment due to gamer rage. And I still have the same account in League of Legends from 7 years ago, unbanned and playable to this day. I felt the need to preface my point with this because when I played this game on God difficulty, which isn't even the hardest one, at the final gauntlet section before Clotho, I actually lifted up my controller because I had intentions of smashing it into the ground. Sure, it was all in the back of my mind, but it is relevant. This game and all the games alongside God of War 3 are fantastic games to play on hard difficulties. They truly are the essence of the Souls-like experience. If you wish to experience that feeling of being new to Dark Souls and adjusting yourself to the difficulty again, play God of War 1, 2, or 3 on hard or the hardest difficulty. Believe me, You'll get back in touch with that version of you who didn't know what was awaiting them when they first played a Souls-like game. It was a fantastic feeling for me personally, and I highly recommend it if difficulty is what adds flavor to your games. It also really amplifies the experience. Playing the game on easy seems inaccurate lore-wise. It helps with the power fantasy aspect, but this isn't a superhero game. In my opinion, hard and very hard are the only difficulties you should be playing God of War 1, 2, or 3 in. Because believe me, when the final cinematic played where Kratos was climbing the mountain of the Titans, I started audibly cheering for him, despite me knowing this story like the back of my hand due to how many times I've seen it. When you become Kratos and you go through these challenges on your toes and fully immersed, that is the true God of War experience. A game that by the end of it makes you feel like Kratos, harbor the same rage as Kratos, and the wish for vengeance and massacring a system that only exists to exploit those below it for their own gain, benefit, and amusement. But with that, we can move on to God of War 3, the beginning of the end.
Before the age of the twilight set upon the gods, a legend rose to claim his place among them. And even though Kratos sat on the throne as the new god of war, he was haunted by visions of his family. A family he himself murdered. But the hands of death could not defeat him. The Sisters of Fate could not control him. And on this day, the man, the legend, Kratos, will have his revenge.
My vengeance ends now.
My brothers, we were forged in victory. A victory that ended the Great War and brought forth the reign of Mount Olympus. Born from the depths of the underworld, rooted in the River of Souls, our mountain emerged out of the chaos. As it grew, so too did the might of the Olympians. We created a world of peace, a world of prosperity, a world that lives in the shadow and safety of my mountain. A mountain that has come to be the absolute measure of strength and power. Now, on this day, that power is to be tested. The mortal Kratos seeks to destroy all that I have wrought. Brothers, put aside the petty grievances that have splintered us for so long. We will unite. We will stand together. And I will wipe out this plague. Olympus will prevail.
Your son has returned. I bring the destruction of Olympus!
The Titans will fail again!
On Gaia's shoulder, we proceed to fight the many enemies that face us. This game is made to be the peak of Kratos' journey. The music, the sound effects, the backgrounds are all reflections of that sentiment, with many details in the background completely separate from Kratos himself. This is no longer soldiers fighting against one another. It is the ultimate and final fight for the fate of Olympus. They went completely nuts with the making of this game. In the intro section alone, you go through a ton of angles when fighting against Poseidon. We'll go help her later. We see into a cave and a lectern to read, The Chains of Balance. Its unrivaled strength secures the bond between Olympus and the underworld. Look, we can also see Helios defeating a lava titan. I'm coming! We go into a room and meet a spear-wielding centaur. Also notice the bloodstains on the ice left from the battle. And now for the execution. Yeah, this game is brutal. As I said, this is the peak, the finale. They went all out with this game. The lectern tells us that the remains of Ares are below our very feet, but no time for reading. Some lever pulling, and we're back at it again. We must save Gaia, and that we do. We fall onto Gaia and climb our way to find her heart, surrounded by blue crystals. Also, the collectible items are back. We move and rotate this rock and make our way out of Gaia.
Challenge me, mortal? A god of Olympus?
A true warrior does not hide, Poseidon! Leave the sea and face me!
You have disrespected the gods for the last time, Kratos.
We gotta get these claws off of Gaia before he uses another claw to attack us with. Now is our chance as he's held against the wall. We hit him hard enough to make him vulnerable and break his armor. Go back to the claw grab, but this time he's exposed.
Zeus should have kept you where you belong. No matter how many gods fall, there will always be another to stand against you.
They will fall as well.
The death of Olympus means the death of us all.
Then prepare for your death, Poseidon.
The death of Zeus is within our reach. Climb to my hand.
What will you do, Father? You can no longer hide behind the skirts of Athena.
Athena is dead because of the rage that consumed you, Kratos. What more will you destroy?
The hands of death could not defeat me. The Sisters of Fate could not hold me. And you will not see the end of this day. I will have my revenge!
Excellent, child! I will tolerate your insolence no more!
I can hold on no longer!
If I help you, we will both fall. Even now, Zeus gains.
The destruction of Zeus is why you saved me from death!
I saved you to serve the Titans!
Do not deny me my revenge!
Listen carefully, Kratos. You were a simple pawn, nothing more. Zeus is no longer your concern. This is our war, not yours!
I have lived as a warrior. I have died as a god. Having suffered the ultimate sacrifice, I have been denied release.
defeat Olympus, I will have my revenge. We are not finished, Zeus. The gates of Hades have never held me.
Death cannot hold those of purpose, Kratos.
Athena,
I have missed you, Spartan.
I don't...
My sacrifice to save Zeus has brought me to a higher existence.
You still appear to be an Olympian.
Appearances can be deceiving, Kratos.
So can the children of Olympus.
Perhaps. But remember, my death came by your blade.
My blade was meant for Zeus. Be quick with your words.
As we speak, the war for Olympus rages on, and mankind suffers.
Let them suffer. The death of Zeus is all that matters.
Zeus will not fall as easily as Ares. To destroy the king of the gods, you must seek the source of his strength, the flame of Olympus.
You once sacrificed yourself to save Zeus, and now you seek to destroy him? What has brought about this change?
I see truths where I did not before. Perhaps these will earn back your trust. These are the Blades of Exile. They will help guide you on your journey to the flame. Remember, as long as Zeus reigns, there is no hope for mankind. Destroy the flame, Kratos, and the very foundations of Olympus will crumble.
We get the Blades of Exile, move towards the statue of Hades,
Did you miss me?
and we get to try our magic ability, which calls upon our Spartan brothers. We also stumble upon a note saying, "This oppressive darkness is no place for a delicate flower to bloom. Tonight, I honor Hades' request to join his table, but I swear on the morrow I will leave this foul place with you at my side. Nothing shall keep me from you, my darling Persephone." Erithus is a close friend of Theseus and a hero much like him. He and Theseus planned to abduct Persephone and take her back to the world above Hades. Their plan ends in tragedy, and while Theseus makes it out, Perithus never does. We proceed forward to the iconic Gorgon enemy, but this time when you slay it, you cannot use its head. Instead, it's a single-use AoE petrification. We move onwards and reach this substance, known as Bramble, which we cannot get through. And look who it is.
I
heard enough, Spartan. Hades, he sentenced me to this eternal torture. My prison of tinder. But now that you are here, you can free me. All I have left is my bow. Please, free me, and it is yours.
This is what happened to Perithous. He was sentenced to forever be bound to a stone in his chair of forgetfulness. We ignite the bramble using the Cerberus, open the gates above, we use the air current to flip the switch, release the Cerberus, and
Please, I cannot die this way.
this rewards us with Apollo's bow, a gift bestowed by Apollo to Perithous for his heroic deeds. This bow's capacity is the yellow meter below the magic meter, and therefore allows for a completely ranged playstyle, should you choose to play that way. It also has a fiery shot if you hold the fire button down, which helps burn bramble, unlocking many routes throughout the game. Routes such as the one we saw before. The melody. It plays on and will not stop. The voice sings of pain and loss. These things I know too well, but still can bear. It is when the voice sings of hope that I learn true anguish, a longing for that which I can never have. This note is not clearly written by anyone in particular, so we'll get back to it later. There are also these souls that are lamenting about their torment or repeating the last thing they heard.
What did I do to deserve this? When will the torment end?
And many other melancholic statements reflecting their torment in Hades. Afterwards, we start doing the iconic prolonged and elongated segments of slow climbing that are used to hide loading screens, which I despise. But alas, we finally arrive at the judges of the underworld. The three judges of the underworld reside here: Aeacus, Rhadamanthus, and Minos. In 3 challenges where you defeat all of the lost souls before they become tormented souls, kill tormented souls before they become warriors of Hades, and kill everything.
By the gods of Olympus and Order of Zeus, we are the 3 judges. Face your final judgment, mortal. King Aeacus has found you wanting. King Rhadamanthus has found you worthy. It falls to me, King Minos, to make the final decision. Your future is cloaked in shadow. The realm of the afterlife is not yet ready for you. Beyond that door waits your destiny.
Before we venture through the gate, we see a bronze statue of a girl which seems out of place here. Alas, we enter the portal and see an informative lectern explaining that only those found worthy will get to the paradise of Elysium. We enter another portal to find a note by a young soul. The fires, the people screaming. I was so scared. Why didn't Father protect us? The judges say I have to go to Elysium and that it's nice there. I miss my family. This sad note was clearly left by Calliope after she was sentenced to enter Elysium. Speaking of...
Father?
Calliope?
Oh,
You are not my daughter.
no. But I know who you are.
You know of me.
They said you would come.
Playing with toys, Kratos?
Show yourself, Hades. Another one of your tricks.
As usual, Spartan. You are gravely mistaken.
Face me, coward!
So eager, Kratos. Relax. Soon enough, we will have our time to play.
We move forward to find another note. He was my responsibility. It was my burden to raise him, teach him right from wrong. All who get too near him suffer or die. His wife, his child, his brother, and now me. I failed him. As a mother, as a human being. His sins are mine to bear. Punish me for his shortcomings, and grant my son redemption. A regretful note left by Callisto. And oh boy, another loading screen masked through shimmying between rocks for way too long. I love AAA games. After some combat, some puzzles, some platforming, we entered this welcoming chamber. Also, actually, before we move on, there is also a note, a very special note, that says, he could have saved me. He held my life in his hand, and still he let go. I may have been just a mere boat captain, but he treated me as if I were nothing. He is to blame for my torment here. I hope he suffers in Hades as I have. Damn that ghost of Sparta. Can you guess who that note is left by? It's by the boat captain from the first game. We get an amazing view over the pit of Tartarus. These metallic statue enemies come to life, and we bonk them with their own hammers. Find a hole and descend. With a gate behind us, the only way to go is forward.
Leave me be. I tell you, I have paid the price.
Calm yourself, Smith God.
Ghost of Sparta? It is you. Well, well, well. I thought Zeus would have killed you by now.
I thought you would have escaped this cavern by now.
Zeus may have imprisoned me here, but you are the reason I live in torment.
I did you no wrong, Hephaestus. I pursue only one Olympian.
Well, as long as it's only one Olympian.
I seek the flame of Olympus. Do you know of it?
For what purpose, Spartan?
For the purpose I have chosen. Now tell me, do you know of the flame?
All true children of Olympus know of it. They've all come to respect its power. But don't be fooled by its enticing glow. Neither god nor man can touch its lethal flame.
I only need to find it.
If you can find your way out of the underworld, I'm sure you can find your way to the flame of Olympus.
You have been truly helpful, Hephaestus.
That was Hephaestus, the Smith god. He opens the gate and we arrive here. Wow, none of them came to life. We walk some more and arrive at the hub.
Kratos?
How do you know of me?
You're the ghost of Sparta. Everyone knows who you are. Everyone is afraid of you.
There are reasons for that.
I'm not afraid of you.
It is good you're not afraid, child. Fear is a heavy burden.
I'm not a child, Kratos.
It does not matter what you are. My concerns lay elsewhere.
Kratos, please. I need you to free me.
The quest for freedom is also a heavy burden. I cannot help you.
we get back the Blade of Olympus and can now destroy the bramble barriers blocking the gate to Hades. The Cerberus statues come to life. We defeat them by decapitating the heads one by one and move on forward. We get into the Palace of Hades.
Welcome, Spartan. Come in. Make yourself at home. This time, you won't be leaving.
We do some combat, some puzzles, and arrive at this statue of Hades. We can unshackle his hands temporarily to lift the glass coffin of his wife. Who we killed back in Chains of Olympus. Now, we need to shackle his hands once more in order to ram the coffin into the statue.
Kratos, so glad you could carve out some time for us. You know, we need it. I sense some bad blood between us, Kratos. All the memories. They're overwhelming, really. Let's see. How many sins have you committed against me? Oh, that's right. You murdered my niece, Athena. And what else? What else? And you killed my brother, Poseidon. And I have not forgotten that it was you who butchered my beautiful queen. I will see you suffer as I have suffered. Your soul is mine.
We're finally facing off against Hades. He has many attacks, AoE, directional sweeping attacks, terrain control, and the mechanic to progressing the fight is taking chunks of flesh off of him and not allowing him to reattach it to himself. He also does this. And this. After taking out the second chunk off of him, he becomes much more angry. Finally, we go after the head. And this phase of the fight starts where you are fighting for control. That is, until you make him vulnerable and pulverize him with the ceiling of the place. Defeating Hades and getting his claws. You get to try out the claws and... Now is the true final phase, where he desperately tries to knock you down. And with Hades' soul, we have the ability to swim in the river Styx. Go through him to the proper test area for the Claws of Hades, which is a warlock weapon more or less, as it allows you the ability to summon souls from the underworld, increasing in power and type with each upgrade. Also, you can do flourishes where you can swap one weapon with another mid-combat, which is pretty cool. We swim up, and what do you know?
Kratos! Can it be? Does this mean Lord Hades rules no longer?
The god of the underworld is dead.
Dead? Ha! Hades deserved to suffer, though I thought his death impossible.
Olympians overestimate themselves.
Interesting. I will keep that in mind, Spartan. Ha ha ha. You need the soul of a god to use the Hyperion Gate, Kratos. And that one has not been used for centuries. I'm sure it's broken, otherwise I would have seen my beautiful... You know, Kratos, I wasn't always like this, a monster. I was once the most prized craftsman in all of Olympus. Zeus rewarded me with my marriage to the beautiful Aphrodite. My mother, Hera, bragged of my talent. But the day you killed Ares was the day my world was torn from me. That day, Zeus became the fiend you now know. Worst of all, he took my beloved daughter, Pandora. My reason for living. I spend my time here trying to recreate her. I fail again and again. She still lives, Spartan. I can feel it. You, Kratos. You can bring her back to me.
Your child is not my concern.
But surely you can understand. You were once a father, too.
And while Hephaestus goes back to his work, we leave the forge and head to the Hyperion Gate. Aw, man. Yeah, you better not move.
Remember your purpose, Kratos. The twilight is upon us. His death is our only hope.
Understand this, Athena. Zeus will die.
The city of Olympus. We are a step closer to... Oh shit!
You live, Spartan. The blood of Kronos serves you well. Quickly, you must help me.
Help you?
Yes, child. Quickly! I suffer greatly. I tried to return to battle, but...
Without me?
You know I had no choice. You must help me. Kratos, do I mean nothing to you?
You were a means to an end, Gaia. Nothing more.
But I must face Zeus. The Titans must take down Olympus.
No! This is my war, not yours.
Anyway, we go to the city of Olympus, and for the door of the city to open, we must defeat all the enemies here. It opens, and from now on we use harpies to jump chasms, and witness the battle between Helios and a ginormous lava titan. We time an attack on Helios, and we go to pay him a visit by climbing this burning palace. And look who it is. He gets protected by these shield men who you cannot damage, but that Cyclops might.
Kratos, I have not forgotten the debt I owe you. Save me now, as you once saved me from Atlas. And I promise to repay you in full.
If you wish to repay me, tell me where I can find the Flame of Olympus.
The flame? You will never defeat Zeus, Spartan. You will forfeit your life in trying.
Of all the lives you should worry about, Helios, mine is not one of them.
Feel the power of the sun! Wait! I can tell you that to destroy Zeus, you must step into the flame to receive its power.
You lie, Helios! Hephaestus told me the flame kills all who touch it.
And you believe him? That freak has fallen from the graces of Olympus!
That is exactly why I believe him.
My death will not lead you to Zeus.
That is where you are wrong.
Afterwards, we find ourselves at the path of Eos, who was his sister. We met her in Chains of Olympus. We explore a dark cave and make our way out of it, and by the end...
Kratos! It's getting close!
I told you, I cannot help you.
But you're the only one who can. I know it. I trust you.
You shouldn't.
We now make our way to that huge chain. After a bunch of combat, we do, and initiate a flying segment where we dodge debris and burning rubble until we arrive at the top. We move these ginormous cubes around, having many waves of enemies emerge trying to halt our progress. After all the combat...
Look who it is! Kratos, the ghost of Sparta. The fallen god.
The cursed mortal.
To catch a fly from the ass of Zeus is not worth my time, Hermes.
A coward's words, Kratos. You don't try to catch me because you know you can't. Kratos, where are you off to today? Kill any family members lately? Oh, that's right. You're off to kill your father, Zeus. Won't happen, can't happen. Kratos is on a fool's errand. Again. Never, never learn. Never, never change. Kratos the fool who killed his own blood. Kratos the fool among mortals and gods. Forever, ever cursed. Forever, ever doomed. Consumed by vengeance to his last breath. The Spartan lights the way to dusty death.
We obviously can't accept such tomfoolery around here, so we climb up after him, arriving at the Flame of Olympus. And look, that's the area we almost fought Father Dearest in. A lectern describing what's happening to mankind after the death of Poseidon, Hades, and Helios is there. We see many engravings only visible after being struck by the light of Helios. The Flame of Olympus. Death awaits all who touch the flame, god or mortal. Yet even this power pales against that which is protected in its core. The Muses guide souls in life, the three judges in death, and in the realm between them, the key to the flame guides the balance of power. In the judges' hands, the fate of Olympus lies, for it is they who control the chain and determine its release. In music, untold truths bespoke to those willing to hear it. Join your voice to the Muses' song and lift Olympus's burden. With the weight of Olympus upon it, the gear of burden is not easily moved, requiring a great sacrifice to free the heart of the labyrinth. Beating in the heart of the labyrinth is a passion great enough to douse even the flame of Olympus and lay bare the power that lies within.
Pandora's box. What is the meaning of this?
Your eyes do not deceive you, Kratos. It is the same box you opened years ago. The power to kill a god still rests inside.
I released those powers when I killed Ares.
No. Trapped inside that box, there is a stronger power. It has been missing from the world. It all began when Zeus triumphed over the Titans in the Great War. Zeus understood that the evils born from that battle, if left free, would destroy the world of man and gods. To contain these evils, Zeus commissioned Hephaestus to build a vessel strong enough to hold them. Fear, greed, hate. He locked them all away in the box in hopes that they would never again infect his reign. When you opened the box to kill Ares, you drew from the forbidden powers. After witnessing your victory, fear gripped Zeus.
But the flame is deadly. How can I recover the box?
With its namesake, Kratos.
Pandora?
She is the key to destroying the flame. The key to our revenge. This will be difficult, Spartan.
A simple child will not trouble me, Athena.
I hope you are right, Ghost of Sparta.
You may have brute force, but you lack speed. You've been lucky in battle, Spartan, but your luck ends today.
And the chase begins, as we climb, descend, jump, fly, and grapple onto surfaces, all to rid the world of this pest.
I will not be bested by a mortal.
The fight with him is a reflection of his weakness and exhaustion, as he can barely do some acrobatics in order to hit you. But at the end of the day,
I thought Spartans fought with honor, and yet you seek to kill me when I have no way to defend myself? Not fair. But you have your own sense of honor, right, Kratos? And what has that honor brought you? Nothing but nightmares of your failure. Today you may defeat me, but in the end, Kratos, in the end, you'll betray only yourself. Leave me alone! Go away!
we got the Boots of Hermes, which can be used to initiate combos, run up, and along walls, which unlocks more paths to go. Regardless, that's one more Olympian dead. We do more wall climbing and combat, and arrive back at the Flame of Olympus. More specifically, the Muses. And after facing a siren, we get yet another staple spiraling staircase, and reach the Muses properly. This is one of my favorite segments in God of War 3, where you need to tune the notes by completing the engraving on the blade below. Once it's completely set up, the Muses will move into place, ready for your inputs. And what do you have to play to proceed? Beautiful. Some shieldmen and gorgons spawn, with the mechanic there being the gorgons petrifying the soldiers for you to kill them. Beating them allows us to finally open the core of the enclosure. But the judges of the underworld have something else to say. So, in order to open it, something has to happen. So we go through yet another spiraling staircase and reach fresh air.
Bravo! Bravo! Our hero has arrived. Applause for another bastard child of Zeus. Just in time for the final act.
Hera.
You look terrible, dear. Still wanting to kill my husband, I suppose?
You know I seek revenge on Zeus.
Can't say that I blame you. Since you killed my son Ares, fear of you consumes him.
His fears will not matter when he is dead.
I'll drink to that.
Hera, I seek the child, Pandora.
Pandora? That wretched little thing my son Hephaestus created? Well, we can't have you do that, my dear. Destroy him.
Hello, brother. This is not between us, Hercules.
Isn't it? You were always Zeus's favorite.
The air on Olympus affects your thinking. Zeus has no favorites.
Think about it, brother. While I was stuck cleaning the Augean stables, he chose you to destroy Ares. Not convinced. How about this? While you were being crowned the god of war, I was sent to find an apple. They called them labors. Ha! Perhaps he did allow me to kill the Nemean lion, but he made your name known amongst the people. A fierce warrior, a killer made hero, a man made a god. But this time, brother, this time I will destroy you. Call it my 13th and final labor. Soon I will become the god of war and claim the throne for myself.
You aspire to be an Olympian, yet their reign is ended.
We'll see about that.
As Hera and Hercules watch the fightware decimating, Hercules joins in himself. His attacks are devastating and he has a habit of charging at you, which you need to charge back at and push him against the barbed structures, shredding his armor bit by bit. Each time you do, his attacks become more devastating and the radiuses of his attacks get larger. And after we shred his helmet, he does this attack and blinds you, and boasts to his mother.
Do you see how he trembles?
We get his fists, but you gotta remember, he's Hercules. Now, he wrestles and fights you in close quarter combat, tearing huge chunks of the structures around you to use as projectiles. Sheesh. We get ourselves the Nemean Fists, which are a fantastic weapon, as they allow you to shatter these blue crystals, which turns out are called onyx. So all onyx structures will now shatter before you. And here's your test run. From here, we arrive at a very pristine place, which happens to be Poseidon's chamber. After some combat, we turn this wheel, which rapidly closes, hinting that something needs to be put under it.
You're Lord Kratos. Please. No. I do not need your help.
We find a Hyperion gate that leads to some weighted platforms with spikes underneath. We do some lever pulling and...
Lord Kratos, no! Please! Please, leave me be! I beg of you! Show mercy!
Hold your tongue.
And with that, we find a note. Dearest beloved, I ask your forgiveness for making you the subject of my rage. It is not you who angered me so, but my brother and his refusal to harness the great power he hides within the labyrinth. A storm is brewing, and Zeus provides Olympus with no harbor. Only the comforts found in your arms give me rest. Your Lord Poseidon. This is written to one of the many mistresses of Poseidon, who we escort around the chamber till we get to that wheel again.
Lord Kratos! Do not leave me!
Well, the gate's open now.
Pandora!
Kratos, I knew you'd come back.
Tell me where you are.
I hear something. He's close.
Just tell me how to find you.
The labyrinth! Find the labyrinth! Ah! Help! Help, Kratos!
Pandora! Pandora, what's happened? Where are you?
My son. You trifle with matters you cannot possibly understand. Stay away from this thing.
Zeus! Zeus!
And we find another note. A mere girl. Somehow she's the key to the labyrinth. I brought this statue here, but so far have learned nothing. The mortal Daedalus, in his madness, has devised a way to shield secrets from even my far-reaching eye. This does not bode well. I fear Zeus is no longer the brother I once knew. And once you come out, the servants of Olympus are dying due to some sort of plague. As you reach the upper gardens and turn the levers to make your path, the only viable one happens to be this one.
Be gone. Kratos. It's been far too long. Even though you are no longer the god of war, you can still share my bed.
I have no time for games, Aphrodite.
Do you know how long it's been since a real man has come into my chambers? Those bridges outside are nearly destroyed. Zeus refuses to have that stupid mortal Daedalus stop working on his precious labyrinth to fix them. Ah, is that what has you all worked up? You are trying to figure out that bridge contraption out there. You men and your toys. The only one who could fix those bridges is my husband, and we both know he's worthless. Now, I ask you again, Kratos. Will you stay? vengeance. Talk to my husband if you must. You can get to him through there.
That's right. And from then onwards, you break her heart. But that's what she gets for infidelity.
Aphrodite, I knew you would return to me. Kratos. Tell me, has Aphrodite conquered another god of war?
That is a question you should ask your wife. I seek the labyrinth.
I thought you sought only the flame. What could you possibly want in... No! Stay away from her! Stay away from Pandora, Kratos! You are the reason she is in the labyrinth! The reason I live here in hell!
I have done you no wrong, Hephaestus.
Oh, but you have, Spartan. You opened the box.
I did what had to be done.
Clearly, you don't understand. The evils of the Great War cannot easily be contained. I forged the box in a power greater than the gods themselves. The flame of Olympus. As the raw metal took shape, I realized the flame was the safest place to protect it. The lock was set. All that was needed was a key, a way to retrieve the box. Created from the very heart of the flame, the key took on a life of its own. Pandora. A child, neither living nor dead. I grew to love her, Spartan, and she grew to love me as her father. When Zeus came to take the box, I hid Pandora away. I told him that storing the box on the back of Kronos would be the safest place. After all, who could best the Titan? I lied. I did it to save my child. Surely you can understand that. It was your triumph using the box that revealed my deceit. Zeus tortured me until I confessed the truth of my beloved Pandora. He took her away, leaving me alone in my torment. Don't you understand? If you take her to the flame...
Understand this, Smith God. I will stop at nothing to destroy Zeus.
But if you... You're right, Spartan. If it means the death of Zeus, I'd be happy to help you. Perhaps... Yes, of course. We'll need the Omphalos stone. With it, I'll make you a weapon.
I have weapons.
Ah, but not like this. This weapon will give you the retribution you so rightly deserve. The stone rests in the pit of Tartarus. Bring it to me and I will help you.
We move to Tartarus where we see more enemies. And we have this cube puzzle where you have to make your way up by going to timed levers with retracting platforms. A very fun puzzle. We arrive at the pits of Tartarus, where the Great War took place. Wait a minute, this looks familiar.
My tomb? Kronos! I know it was you who killed her, Spartan. Who else could? I live in torment because of you. After you took the box from Pandora's temple, Zeus was consumed with fear. He banished me to the pits of Tartarus. I was tasked by the gods to kill Ares. You killed Ares arises out of your need for vengeance. But this time, retribution finally comes to me, Spartan.
We try to not get squeezed to death and flashbang him with the head of Helios.
Damn mortal! You will suffer when my sight returns.
We climb his gigantic arm and fight enemies as he tries to throw us to our death. Then he tries to squish us and we do some unpleasant things to him, even by the standards of Kratos. Climb his hands and blind him again. We climb his torso till we reach the onyx crystal that we cannot access yet. After much combat, we open the latch. We get grabbed and fight on his palm, and now we run before he sweeps us. And once we get to his shoulder, what I can only imagine is a manifestation of an antibody emerges from his shoulder, which we use to hurt his shoulder even further. Now, we have to race along his esophagus before we get digested. We get the Omphalos stone and spill his guts everywhere. But of course, we won't let him be. That sure was brutal. At least the killing is done with.
Kratos?
You sent me to my death?
No, calm yourself, Kratos. I knew you were up to the challenge. I truly needed the Ophalo stone, you'll see.
Make it quick, old man.
A weapon such as this can't be rushed. This will be worth the wait. A fine weapon like no other. As I promised. Here is your My beautiful Pandora. Please, spare her. Pandora, forgive me.
We get the Nemesis whip, and his wife's now technically a widow. So
The gods have truly blessed you, Kratos.
the Nemesis whip will now allow us to turn these platforms completely and access places we couldn't have accessed before, which all leads to here, Daedalus's chamber, where we see many gates in the form of paintings and many schematics with notes attached to them, among which are the following. A commission from the gods. This shall be my greatest work. In return for building a device to protect what is most precious to Zeus, he has fittingly promised that most precious to me, the return of my boy Icarus. Day 452. Zeus asks of me the impossible. He does not see that the harder he drives me, the more of my vision slips through my fingers. Yet thoughts of my son never fade. The scale of this project is unlike any before, and I continuously seek a power source worthy. Taking apart these statues of Hephaestus have been a futile waste of effort. It seems only the original has any value. Tomorrow, I shall ask for the fires of Hades. Day 1026. Yes! Combining the gift of Boreas with the fires has provided me an incredible new energy. The muses guide my hand and the desire to see Icarus drives me on. But I cannot help but take pause. The torturous pain that this invention of mine will cause, I shudder to think of it. Pray that none will be foolish enough to attempt to take from Zeus what is his. It seems like I have created again that which would go better unseen. A lesson often learned too late. Day 2782. My labyrinth, for that is what I shall call my creation now, approaches perfection. I feel the other gods' jealousy grow, as too does Zeus's impatience. I achieved perfection once before and you, my darling Icarus, and that was ripped from my grasp. Day 3419. My son, you will delight in seeing how my labyrinth overshadows all in Olympus. Even the great chain of balance is but a mere tool to drive my work. How your laughter would fill these empty caverns. Though not as empty as I thought. More workers were found dead today. Is it not the way of the world that mortar must often be mixed with blood? Day 4434. Today I sealed Zeus's treasure into the heart of the labyrinth. It does not seem right to sacrifice one child to gain another. Yet I would do anything to make Zeus fulfill his promise. Do not think less of me, Icarus. We have too much at risk. Let the philosophers debate morals, while we inventors invent. Day 4603. My boy, the labyrinth is almost complete. Why have you not come to me yet? Together we will fly. I surmise that the naturally accruing drafts occurring along the chain shall be more than sufficient to. Zeus summons me. I must go to oversee the final efforts. As we can see, Zeus grows more paranoid, all the while Daedalus is torn between the love for his son and the torment that this labyrinth will bestow upon its prisoner. Beside that, there are many portals in this room which you can navigate by shooting this arrow with rope attached to it. Afterwards, we go and see this aqueduct alongside this garden maze.
You! I told him to kill you. I told him the day you were born to kill you. But he would not have it. My stupid husband took pity. And now look what you have wrought. Look at this. Look at it. They're dying because of you. Everything is dying because of you. The sun is gone. The ocean swallowed the land. Disease infects what remains. I am doing all I can to keep them alive. But you, your ruthless murdering of the gods has caused all of this. Ah! You think this garden is not protected? Your brute strength may have bested Hercules. But your simple mind will never find a way out. I look forward to watching you die here, as an old man.
And as she said, this section is the most cognitively demanding part of the game, since you'll be partaking in time-based perspective puzzles. Then you must meet these things again.
Simple mortal. How dare you challenge us? You think you can just walk away? We aren't finished. What have you done? What have you done to me? You coward! You destroy all you touch! Good luck with that little whore you call Pandora.
Oh, how I didn't miss you. The gates close behind us, and we're now in the maze. When we step on this pressure plate, it tells us those who possess the Hyperion Stone can see the true path of the gods, which is the same stone from Hera's chalice we picked up a second ago. And now begin the puzzles. To be very honest, these sections are so good that I won't even show you any of the puzzles. They are very satisfying to get right, but unfortunately, you can only get them right once and can never re-experience how to do them. With the puzzle finished, we shatter the stone, irreversibly ruining the way back. We enter the next area through a big gate and now have the luxury of fighting against scorpions. After defeating a bunch, we descend using this elevator and navigate a dark cave filled to the brim with scorpions till we make our way out. We find another note saying that on the Great Chain, the heart of the labyrinth hangs in balance between Hades and Olympus. If any of them loses grasp, the power in the labyrinth will rise or fall accordingly. The balance forever shifts, and as always, man will be caught in the wake. With this, we arrive back at the caverns.
The gift of Hades, the liquid fire. That is what is first. Next, I will take the gift of Boreas, the ice stone. That will give me the power to bring my son back to me.
Who could that be? We find out after some heavy combat. Another note left by Daedalus. Zeus hovers endlessly over my shoulder. Even when gone, his presence is felt. It seems that the heart of the labyrinth will be both a lock and a key. The judges of Hades, the final latch. But I promise that if I do not get my son, all that it will unlock will be destruction and chaos. And upon entering another room, we see another note. Further experiments with hydraulics have failed. These workings are too massive for any traditional machinations. I hope that my trip to Hades to investigate the working of the judges might reveal a new source of energy. I've heard rumors of a fire more pure than any source. With every failure, I feel my son slip farther away. And in a dark cave way ahead, we see another note. I have lost the Boreas ice storm. It was to be your gift. My son would have been the master of the labyrinth. The search continues day and night, but the scorpions grow thicker every day. I fear the worst. And once we leave that area, we meet up with this big boy. He tries to munch on you, and you need to make him vulnerable in order to do this. Oh, and there's the Boreas ice storm. We have the key to the labyrinth, and now until we assemble it correctly, we have to fight an onslaught of enemies until all the pieces go into place. We get down from there and move forward till we find another note. Zeus has demanded a new cell to contain an additional prisoner. After seeing the judges of Hades myself, I can only feel remorse for the poor soul who will be tortured here. May they find release long before the chain of balance does. Oh no.
Who's there? My son! My beautiful Icarus! Good. You have the Ice Storm. The Scorpion must be defeated. The Ice Storm. That is the secret of the labyrinth. To escape it, we must assemble it. Oh, good. You've already started. I've seen the cubes moving into place. Now, once inside, you
Use the gift of Boreas. It is the catalyst that drives the labyrinth. You're not... But you... What have you done with my child? My boy! Where is my boy?
Your son is dead, Daedalus.
My boy, my child, no, no, no! I took the gift of Hades, the liquid fire, and the ice storm to create the power of the labyrinth. Create the power! The power to create, the power to destroy. The king of the gods has forsaken me. He said that if I built the labyrinth, I would see the return of my son. He said that if I took the liquid fire... Oh, my boy. Oh, my child.
He starts mumbling into insanity as he finds breaths to weep for his immense loss. We scale up to its entrance, and just like that, we are inside the labyrinth. As close as we could be to Pandora, the labyrinth is an engineering marvel, filled with moving parts and traps throughout, made to be impenetrable, an inescapable fortress for the prisoner and whoever would come to save her. It's filled with timed puzzles, perspective puzzles with having the room entirely rotate and shift, many death traps. But we triumph nonetheless and arrive to the heart of the labyrinth.
Pandora! What has he done?
He told me to never talk to you again. He told me if I did, he would hurt you the way he hurt my father.
He won't.
He told me he would kill you.
He can't. We must leave this place.
Come, I can show you the way.
And now you're on a mission to protect the both of you, as you solve the labyrinth together, throwing her over your shoulder and saving her after she risks her skin in opening the parts of the labyrinth that only she has access to.
Kratos? I think I can open the cage. Yes, I can free myself. Wait, I see something. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe I can... I'm going to try something. I think I got it.
He's trapped in a glass chamber filling up with water rapidly. She'll drown if you don't move fast enough, and that's done through rotating the room 3 different times and not dying yourself.
Thank you, Kratos.
Our journey is far from over, Pandora. By its end, you will not be thanking me.
I know I look it, but I'm not a child, Kratos. I've seen many terrible things. I'm not afraid. I understand what lies ahead. I saw Zeus torture my father. I saw him beaten because of me. I should have helped him, but I was afraid.
Hephaestus did what every father should do. Protect his child.
No! It's all my fault. I failed him because of fear. Fear is its own kind of darkness. In that darkness, I heard what the gods said about me. They called me a monster.
Words mean nothing.
Perhaps. But in their words, I heard fear. The fear of an ash-covered warrior. The fear of you. As the fear in the gods rose, mine was replaced by hope.
Hope is for the weak, Pandora.
Hope is what makes us strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost.
This is what hope delivers, child. You should learn that now.
After we clear the room, we pick up the note at Daedalus's foot. He wrote with his own blood on a piece of fabric. Spartan, no man was meant to make it this far, though maybe you are not a man. I do not know you, but I suspect whatever brings you here means that you are no friend of Zeus. He must pay for breaking his promise and letting my son die. I can only hope that you complete your mission. What a fitting end, to die in my greatest invention. The only thing I loved more was Icarus. Now I can be with him. And as we ascend past his corpse, all we can do is fulfill his wishes.
The chain, Kratos. My father once told me it maintains the balance of power within Olympus. Break the chain to raise the labyrinth.
Wait here.
We go drop down to the chain of the judges, where we break all the onyx structures holding the chain and the judges together.
He knows, Kratos! Zeus knows I've escaped! Hurry! I can hear him! He's near! Please help me, Kratos! Hurry!
As she panics, your mind can only imagine what could be happening to her. You fly as fast as you possibly can.
Pandora! Pandora! Athena?
It's all right, Kratos.
Remember your purpose, Spartan. Remember why you have come so far. Prepare yourself, Spartan. You know what you must do.
I will raise the labyrinth. I will take her where she belongs.
Well, that was weird. But regardless, we have a mission to complete. We climb up all the way to the chain at the flame and raise it.
There it is! I can see it, Kratos. In the darkness, the fires of hope will set us free.
Pandora, no!
You know why I'm here. You brought me here to do this.
I will find another way.
No, Kratos. There is no other way. Let me go!
No, child!
I am not a child! You're hurting me! Kratos, help!
Put her down, Zeus!
Your obsession with this thing has become somewhat of a nuisance, my son.
Release the girl, Zeus!
Don't confuse this object, this construction of Hephaestus with your own flesh and blood. But perhaps you already have, Spartan. Your quest for Pandora, your pathetic attempt for atonement from the family you slaughtered, has caused nothing but havoc on Olympus. Look around at what you have done.
I see only what I have come to destroy.
Taking pity on you has been my greatest mistake, Kratos. Just as taking pity on this thing will prove to be your greatest mistake.
This has nothing to do with her!
It has everything to do with her!
Put her down!
As you wish.
Finally, the most formidable opponent yet. He teleports, he launches projectiles, some from underground even, and most importantly, fights ferociously.
Pandora! Pandora, no!
Stop her, Kratos! Do not let her into the flame!
This is what I am meant to do! You know that! Please!
Hush!
Kratos, you know this is the only way!
Don't listen to her, Kratos. For once in your pathetic life, don't fail. Don't fail her like you failed your family.
Pandora! Power to kill a god.
Empty! After all you have sought, after all you have sacrificed, it ends in another stunning failure!
The box is empty. There's nothing else to do. We've come this far.
Such chaos. I will have much to do after I kill you.
Face me, father. It is time to end this.
Yes, my son. It is time.
And while we're having the battle of the ages, consumed in a symphony of blows, only interrupted by acrobatic finesse,
The reign of Olympus ends now.
Gaia! You live?
My world, it bleeds because of you. I never sought your death, Spartan. Yet you have left me no choice.
Your pawn has failed you, Gaia. Perhaps you should have chosen the other one.
Enough! Father and son will die together.
all the way back here, we finish it all. We break the onyx and burn the bramble. But Zeus interferes, stealing health back using Gaia's heart, cloning himself and stunning you.
close, Calliope.
Mother, I'm scared. Are they coming to get us?
Your father will protect us.
Man this village! Burn it to the ground!
Daddy? Kratos! No! No, Father, no!
My wife. My child. How? They were left in Sparta. Ares!
Kratos! Come. I can show you the way. Hurry! I can help, Kratos! Kratos, in the darkness, the fires of hope will set us free.
You can see the light. It is changing you. It is time to lay your fears to rest. The light reveals the truth. The power of forgiveness comes from within. To be forgiven, you must find the power to forgive yourself.
Kratos! Stop!
Athena! No!
Kratos, fear drove Zeus to kill his father Kronos. The same fear that brought the Great War. A fear that drove Zeus to kill you, his own son. Zeus uses fear to keep you in the dark. Confront your demons and lay them to rest.
Over here, Kratos!
The gods of Olympus have abandoned me. Now there is...
Do you remember that day, Spartan?
I wouldn't allow you to hurt her.
Good luck with that little whore you call Pandora.
You cannot change your destiny, mortal.
I gave you everything.
Please, don't do it, Spartan.
Die, Spartan!
Today you may defeat me.
Come, I can show you the way. Kratos! Ah! Over here, Kratos! Hush! Hurry, Kratos! Kratos, please. I need you to free me.
Don't listen to her, Kratos. For once in your pathetic life, don't fail. Don't fail her like you failed your family.
It's all right, Kratos. Kratos, you know this is the only way! As the fear in the gods rose, mine was replaced by hope.
Power to kill a god.
Hope is what makes us strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost.
done well, Kratos. Freed from the bondage of Olympus and cleansed in chaos, mankind is now ready to hear my message.
Look around you, Athena. The world stands in ruin. What good is your message?
Go if you must. But first, I insist you give me the power from inside the box.
The box was empty.
That can't be true. I can see it in your eyes. You used my power to kill Zeus. You still have it as we speak. Don't you understand? When Zeus gathered all the evils and placed them in the box, I dreaded what would happen if it was opened again. And so, I summoned the most powerful weapon in the world, and I placed it in the box.
I told you, it was empty. Pandora was sacrificed in vain. She died because of my need for vengeance.
You must be mistaken. You used my power to kill Zeus. I saw you do it. Unless... Of course. When you opened the box, you released the evils to the gods. Infected them. Changed them. Zeus himself fell prey to the dark evils. This is why he became so enraged and obsessed with your death. He was consumed by the evil, fear. I thought the power I placed in the box was never released. All these years, I assumed you drew from the evils inside to destroy Ares. But I was wrong. The power you took from the box is mine. From it, you gained the strength that Zeus could never destroy. A strength great enough to overcome fear. Locked deep inside of you, Kratos, is hope. It has remained buried, trapped by your guilt and the failures of your past. When you killed Zeus, you must have allowed something to awaken it. What was it, Kratos?
Hope is what makes us strong. It is why we are here. It is what we fight with when all else is lost.
What was it, Kratos?
All I remember is what I have lost.
That is why you should give me the power. I understand its true meaning and where it belongs. I trust you to do the right thing, Kratos.
You shouldn't.
You owe me this, Kratos.
I owe you nothing.
I made you a god. I sheltered you from the wrath of Olympus. I delivered you revenge on Zeus.
It is over, Athena.
You would dare strike me down? Again?
My vengeance ends now.
How could you? You fool! What have you done? No! That was meant for me! They will not know what to do with it! You disappoint me, Spartan.
A melancholy ending to a melancholy character. We are done. The journey we had with Kratos is complete. That moment was when no force was going to disallow him the release of death. Now that there is no sisters of fate, no furies, no muses nor judges, and no gods of Olympus, his vengeance was ended by finally killing the last person who's made his life trajectory became the hell he lived, and by doing so, preventing Athena from reigning and creating yet another age of Olympian rule, an age of petty gods and worship. Humankind is free. They have their destiny in their own hands, and as we all know, order eventually looms from chaos. The only way to fix the system Kratos existed in was to break down every pillar that was holding it up. It comes with sacrifices and disturbance of the status quo, but at the end of the day, Kratos has now allowed humans to live and create a life worth living, all from the very start. What an absolutely amazing game, and what an amazing ending to the character of Kratos. Truly a character to be immortalized for this exciting journey that the player is accompanying him on. And I sure am glad there will never be any other games with Kratos in it, because I do not know how they could integrate him into anything else after all we've been through and all of his story arc. Oh no. Oh god, no. The story was perfect. Every string was tied up, every story node closed. Why do you hint at continuity? No! We have unlockables. We have Fear Kratos, Apollo, Morpheus Armor, Phantom Chaos, Forgotten Warrior, Dominus, and finally, Deimos. We also have many videos about the development cycle of the game, where everyone in the development team says,
"This is the final chapter, so I think big goals for me are to finish this off in such a grand, epic fashion, something that is truly befitting of what we've done, what we've set up in 1 and 2.
Once you start something, you gotta finish it. So that's the way I look at things. God of War 3 is gonna be the conclusion to the story. My hope is to make the best effects I can on the last one.
When I think of God of War, I think of the best action platformer out there right now. I think other games and other companies look at us and go, how are they doing it? How can we make it like them? And that's rad, because I've totally been at the company where we looked at that game and went, man, how do we do that, you know?
My main hope is that it escapes the destiny of sequels as well as God of War 2 has escaped the destiny of sequels.
I'm gonna be satisfied if we tie it all up and we can kind of close the book.
So even the devs knew this was the final appearance for Kratos. So I sure am glad that we can finally immortalize this revolutionary character and that there won't be any more games of God of War made up to suck up money from Sony fanboys.
Kill something that big?
Hey guys, good morning.
I have a question for God. Why? God! God! Just take me!
Now I have finished this game twice, and the only reason I showed you the storylines of the previous games was because you most likely haven't seen or played them. But I'm damn sure you know everything that's happening in God of War 4. We both already know what happens in the story, so I'll go through it rather quickly like the other games. And through the difference in everything between the classic God of War games and this game, I'll bring up comparisons when relevant. And no, before you say it, Don't you dare chalk this up to me preferring hack and slash games over playing movies with a controller. One final note before we start is, I'm very sorry for not including every cinematic. This game has a tendency to be needlessly, cripplingly slow in everything. The talking, the walking, the combat, navigation, everything. They even removed your jump button. But it's okay. That's because this is not a video game. This is an interactive cinematic experience, with 80% of the budget being on the graphics and on screen at all times. And slowing everything down just makes it a more cinematic experience. But I respect your time, so we'll go through them the same way we went through the other games.
Found some.
Get in the boat, boy.
The game starts with Kratos breaking a birch tree with a hand imprint on it, getting increasingly frustrated with each swing of the axe, before he recollects himself after some of the bandages covering the chain marks from his past come loose. A boy calling him father insinuates that it was his mother that died, and that nothing feels the same without her, which is true in more ways than one, and will be apparent as the game goes on. Kratos is untalkative as always, but is responding to his child's questions. And boy oh boy does this child have questions. They return home, prepare the missus for cremation.
Do I see my mother? Oh, there. Do I see my father? Oh, there. Do they call to me? 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 She's ready.
Find your way home. You are free.
Atreus, who's the son, forgets her knife on her corpse, which somehow gets piping hot despite the fire barely starting out. Kratos then puts a ball of snow in his hand for his burns, showing he's an attentive, responsible, and loving father, all the while being distant and being uneasy to connect with. A theme that the game will hammer so much by the end of it that even someone freshly stampeded by a horde of frightened elephants would nod his head to what I just said. Kratos then tells Atreus to show him how his mom taught him to hunt, likely to get him away from the sight of his mother being cremated and getting himself away as well. And you now get control. The game has many items thrown about the place, alongside chests. You can no longer heal by opening health chests. Now they're just green glowing rocks that you stomp on to get health back. I'm also sure that you'll be delighted to know that this game has a new upgrade system, which replaced the old crappy one. What is it, you ask? It's the one where you go around the map in 0 miles per hour on a chunky character and collect materials which have rarities, and try to get enough of the materials to upgrade your gear, and slightly change the looks of your character as they equip different equipment with higher numbers, replacing their old equipment with lower numbers. Except in this game, you'll only get gear. That's right, no weapons for you, and his blades are gone as well. Now he has an IKEA frost axe to fight with. It's not even like Sekiro or Borderlands, where you get drastically different augmentations and weapons. Now tell me, does that not sound like the most interactive, fun, and enjoyable system of all time in a game like God of War?
Hey, I think there's a chest over there.
Also, an amazing feature that this game has, because it's made for the mentally disadvantaged, is that your beautiful, charming angel of a child is fully convinced that you have the navigational capability of Joe Biden. And like the good son he is, he will constantly bombard you with passive-aggressive comments about where the location you need to go is, if you ever dare not go on the main path. That is, unless there's side content, in which case, he talks like a passive-aggressive girlfriend waiting for you to pick something so she finally decides what ruins her mood this evening. This would all be fine if this was a maze game for people with ADHD, but this is a game where you have very limited and small spaces to explore, often with only 2 optional paths, which end 20 feet in because they all had to be in ultra real-life graphics. The problem is that you still need to explore all of them thoroughly to find the collectibles and materials that you need to get the upgrades, which quickly makes your son's curious and guiding remarks go from being a nuisance to an annoyance. You then go where deer are and follow some tracks left in the mud. Kratos compliments his child, who seems to not really be into it much. Supporting the claim that this game is a movie with buttons, you have lost your jump, in all human-based methods of vertical momentum. If there's a gap, contextual button prompt. Things painted and highlighted yellow so you know they're climbable and so they stand out against the over-designed, oversaturated environment, contextual button prompt. Chains to climb, contextual button prompt. All your methods of non-left stick-based mobility are done with a contextual button prompt. You jump over, see the deer, and start chasing it, which Kratos quickly stops you, saying you have to be stealthy. You get on a bridge, something blocks your path, and the weapon of the game shines here. You can throw your axe at anything and recall it back. Very cool. Atreus runs before you, sees the deer and misses his shot. Kratos gets upset at him and calms down when he sees the scared, disappointed expression of his child, and tells him to find the deer in a commanding voice instead of explaining why he isn't giving him his bow back, hinting at Kratos being one of those stern, angry parental figures who don't really have much control over their temper, but are trying their best anyway. A little later, you face off against Draugr, who are Swedish nature zombies, and you get your first introduction into the combat system, a system where you can scoot by even on the hardest difficulty by spamming light attack and dodging when appropriate. You know, the combat system from Batman Arkham games, except 10 times less cool and in giga slow motion. We get our first glowing green health stone, stomp on it proudly, and now the classic God of War game puzzle segment returns in full force and is ready to reward you for your outstanding intelligence by playing, drumroll please, Where's Waldo? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the puzzle segment in God of War returns, featuring modes that will have you throbbing with enthusiasm. Have you ever been entertained by doing Where's Waldo puzzles? How about doing them in a graphically oversaturated area, and there are 3, you heard me right, 3 Waldos to find. Smash all the 3 Waldos to unlock the chest, and get yourself some upgrade material, baby. Now that is peak gaming. Something they did bring back from the old God of War games was the optional path extra upgrade material and chests, rewarding exploration, which I really appreciate. The only problem is, whenever you have the gall to stray from the obvious main path, Atreus makes sure that you're not sleepwalking again by kindly reminding you that you're not on the path to progress the game, in case you have a severe case of ADHD. So, if anything, we should praise the game for being woke and aware of modern problems. The deer goes into a temple, we go into it as well, we spot the deer, we move in closer, and as you do, Atreus tells the audience that Kratos is a distant parent by asking Kratos why he suddenly wanted to take him hunting when he never did before. To which Kratos answers that it was her final wish, and that now was the right time. You fight more enemies by seeing their health bars and levels and pressing combinations of light and heavy attacks to send them flying and outstanding 1 foot above the ground, hitting them at the speed of 1 hit every 2 seconds and... I'm sorry, I seem to be going into a coma. This game also has a different sort of puzzle where you have this big unignorable glowing cog with blue LED lights, and that's your cue to throw your axe at it and freeze it, and recall your axe for unfreezing it. Stellar! Also, some lore drops in the game are done through these engravings, which instead of showing you characters and beings that you could interact with, like the previous God of War games, functions as an interval where you could learn more about Nordic mythology completely verbally. Also stellar. You then see the deer.
Father, look.
Wait for my mark. Relax. Do not think of it as an animal. It is simply a target. Clear your mind. Steady your aim and breathe in.
I got it.
Good.
It's still alive.
Your knife. No. Finish what you started.
I can't. We're gonna fight that?
We have no choice.
And just when you thought this game was for geriatrics, they throw a surprise boss at you. And you have Atreus to help you fight, from now till forever. You command him to shoot with a button wait a minute, that's just the interaction from Ghost of Sparta, where you had Deimos throw spears when you prompted him. He has only 2 attack patterns, and once he's low, you execute him Kratos style.
That's what you get!
Boy,
Think I'm afraid of you!
boy. Look at me. Look at me, boy. Boy, look at me.
We did it.
You are not ready.
What? Are you serious? I found the deer. I proved myself. How am I not ready?
We are going home.
I haven't been sick in a long time. I can do this.
You are not ready.
I am ready.
Do not speak again.
The path home is this way.
Now, you also unlock another bar under enemies to execute them when it's filled up. The executions are as gruesome as ever, although Kratos seems to be visibly extremely tired and bored of this whole thing.
Still can't get the doors open, huh?
Quiet.
You know, the more I spend time with Atreus, the more he seems like a spoiled piece of shit Western child who you cannot discipline because you live in a Western country, where your children can spoon your eyes out and be a nuisance for their entire community without you being able to beat them as a last resort because you're a failed parent. Kratos feels like that failed parent, because as I've shown you across the couple last games, he has no experience and no qualifications to be a proper parent. So he treats Atreus the only way he knows how to treat people under him, as a soldier.
I told you something was different about the forest.
And I told you not to speak.
The place conveniently happens to be in the backyard of Kratos. Also, before I forget, all their platforming together are all ripped straight from God of War 3 segments with Pandora. You come back to your house, and he asks you stupid questions that Kratos clearly doesn't know the answers to. So I don't know why the scriptwriters had to insert this much mush into the gameplay. It's already established that he's a child, and he's a misbehaved, undisciplined one at that. There's no need to keep ear raping us with this mush.
Doesn't know anything. Why did I expect it to be any different now that she's...
You lost control.
That thing was trying to kill us. It's not like you don't get angry in a fight.
Anger can be a weapon. If you control it, use it. You clearly cannot. When you...
I haven't been sick in a long time. I'm better now.
Fine. Come on then.
You want me to hit you?
I want you to try.
Ow! What are you...
Try again.
Why are you doing that?
Too slow. Try again.
Could Cut it out!
Weak. Again. Again.
Stop it!
Again! Your anger. You can get lost in it. The path ahead is difficult. And you, Atreus, are clearly not ready.
What was that?
Quiet.
Come on out! It's no use hiding anymore. I know who you are.
What's going on? Do you know him?
More importantly, I know what you are.
Boy, beneath the floor. Now.
But you told me never to go down there. Who is that?
I do not know.
What's he talking about?
I do not know. Get in.
Just tell me what I want to know. No need for this to get bloody.
I thought you'd be bigger. But you're definitely the one. Long way from home, aren't you?
What do you want?
Oh, you already know the answer to that.
Whatever it is you seek, I do not have it. You should move on.
And here I thought your kind was supposed to be so enlightened, so much better than us, so much smarter. And yet you hide out here in the woods, like a coward.
You do not want this fight.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I do.
Leave my home.
You are going to have to kill me for that to happen.
I warned you.
Finally.
You would not listen.
Fine. My turn. How incredibly disappointing. Come on, then.
Now that is what's called a hook. Someone so overpowered that they throw off the entire snail pacing of everything else. We are engaged in combat with this stranger and must parry, attack, and dodge him.
Leave my
Struck a nerve, did I? Who are you hiding? Slow and old. You should never have come to Midgard. So, care to try again?
You talk too much.
You won't talk? Fine. Maybe whoever it is you've got stashed in that house will.
Well, now that the fight is over, we can finally start figuring out what the hell just happened.
Leaving so soon? When Odin sent me here, I just needed answers, but you had to act all proud. Throw whatever you have at me. I'll keep coming. That old body will give out. But before I end this, I want you to know one thing. I can't feel any of this. You've seen it with your own eyes. You can't hurt me. Nothing can. This fight is pointless. Your struggle is pointless. It didn't have to be this way. Pathetic! You can't win! I feel nothing! But you feel everything, yet you keep trying. I'm not my brother, and if you'd given me what I wanted, it wouldn't have ended this way. But no! Let's finish this. I'd hope that you, of everyone I'd faced, would finally make me feel something, but you can't.
Was he? He knew me. Did he know my past? How did they find me after all of this time? Faye, what do I do? Our son is not ready to carry your ashes to the top of the mountain. Ah. And neither am I. I do not know how to do this without you. But we cannot stay here. Boy.
There was so much. I thought. You're all right.
I am all right. Come. Gather your things. We are leaving.
Thought I wasn't ready.
You are not. We have no choice now. Prove me wrong.
Yes, sir. The mountain.
You see, the fight with the stranger was actually really exciting until it made me do it 3 times or 4 times. I don't like that part. But this is officially where the game starts. That was the tutorial, the hook, and the explanations, all in the first 50 minutes of gameplay. Yay!
You've had to kill people before, haven't you? You're used to it.
We do what we must to survive.
Animals, I get. They're food. Draugr, they're supposed to be dead. But people, they're trying to survive too.
Close your heart to it. On our journey, we will be attacked by all manner of creature. Close your heart to their desperation. Close your heart to their suffering. Do not allow yourself to feel for them. They will not feel for you.
I understand.
One thing I really love about God of War 4 is that we get to be with Kratos without him being constantly overstimulated. Like in this section I just showed you, where Kratos functions as a wise advisor for his son, instead of being a constant whirlwind of blades and death to everything that he faces. The slower pacing of the game really aids this style of narration, where we get to be with Kratos through someone who he loves, like Atreus, as most likely, if any random person would come up and ask him such questions, regardless of their intentions and demeanor, Kratos would quickly close the conversation as he does not trust strangers. And I am more than sure these snippets of Kratos sharing his knowledge and showing everyone his normal, wise war general side was always one of the sellers of this game. I personally really loved all these segments where we get to be more exposed to Kratos' subconscious. Also, something I will touch on much later into the video, but something I'd like you to keep in mind is that if you're a guy, it's very to see these patterns repeating, like how brief the dialogue is with Atreus despite him trying to spark conversation at all points of the game, or points like these where Kratos does not even respond to him, despite Atreus shifting an emotional expression to suit the moment and only trying to help out. Or how objective-focused Kratos is compared to Atreus, who wants to have an experience or a dialogue with his father and get closer to him. Especially that now they are forced to be together whether they like to or not, as the buffer of his mom and Kratos' wife is no longer present. If you've ever had a dad, it's very easy to see the resemblance of father-son relationships through this game. Just remember that I said that this point, as I'll make use of it much later into the game to make a greater point.
Father, will we see others on the road?
Yes.
Friendly?
No.
They'll try and rob us?
Possibly. Yes.
Oh.
Most of their conversation looks this way. Kratos answering shortly, while Atreus asks questions he's genuinely curious about. Some relevant, some very irrelevant.
Look. All this time, there's been a protection stave around our entire woods. But the stave's broken there. Did you cut those down?
She had marked the tree she wished used for her pyre.
Why'd she do that?
Because Santa Monica Studios wouldn't have anything to take people's money with. We climb a bit, get to combat, and it's here where the developers found out through the most basic playtesting that doing combat while the camera is 2 feet away from giving Kratos a colonoscopy is a bad idea for combat in a 3D environment. So, they placed these beautiful, non-immersion braking lines to show you where you're being attacked from. I get that the decision with the camera work is made to make us feel closer to Kratos, just as we are physically to him. But I think this is a horrid combat system with all its components and sucks on massive sewage pipes. There are also these Nordic runes you'll see on many surfaces throughout the game that Atreus can read, so he functions as a translator just as you function as your parents' guide to Facebook and technology at home. How cute and relatable. Now that clip was not sped up. I clicked out of that window as fast as I could because having an entirely separate window for this stat-upping bullshit is unnecessary and extremely immersion breaking. I'm on an adventure, not here to fill an Excel sheet. There are also many points like these in the game where the buttons never show up.
Move.
Thanks. There's the mountain! Let's go!
Not yet.
It's fine! See? Father, help!
Hang on!
Hurry! I'm slipping!
Stay calm. Almost there.
That wasn't so bad.
Slow down. Your haste will cost us.
Sorry. More Draugr. But these aren't moving. Are they dead? I mean, more dead?
Boy.
Not dead, not dead!
This is the entirety of the interactions and adventures completely summarized. They plan to go to a place, something happens that makes them go to an entirely different place, they go back to going where they were going originally. We then see the second enemy in the game, Fat Draugr. And here's the third enemy, a teleporting witch called the Revenant, similar to the Wraiths in the main game, but much more uninteresting. And now we get to the skills. We have armed combat, Atreus combat, ranged combat, close combat, and rage combat, which are all completely redundant and unnecessary because they all require extra setup and button presses than the average person can be bothered to commit to. Not to mention that they are all conditional and heavily rely on contrivance. The best way and the only way I use the upgrade system is by fully upgrading Atreus, who is immortal and has a freely refreshing, uninterruptible, unlimited barrage of arrows at a faster refresh rate than anything else in the entirety of all other skill trees, meaning that they almost immediately make the whole tree redundant just from the get-go. Proceed, combat, proceed, Waldo, proceed.
Oh, what's that smell?
Now! Are they Hellwalkers? They're untouched. Look! Someone start the fires! Sigmund, your knives! So many days without meat.
Meat? Wait, us?
Behind me.
What if they change like the others? We'll have to keep them alive. Strip off their meat. A little at a time.
This fight is mine alone.
We fight the cannibals and see this Game of the Year moment.
Atreus! Ah!
Let me introduce you to a term called ludonarrative dissonance. According to definition, ludonarrative dissonance is the conflict between a video game's narrative told through the non-interactive elements like the cinematics, cutscenes, and stuff like that, and the narrative told through the gameplay, so through gameplay. This is one of many examples in God of War 4 where the story and the gameplay, in no way, shape, or form, are congruent with one another. Atreus may be dead from the blow of a cannibal. I will scream, Atreus! And quickly snap the neck of the guy under me, only to walk slowly towards my only son and family who may or may not be dead right now.
Close your heart to it. Come then. We have a long journey ahead. Wait here. I will handle this.
Also, I'm playing on easy difficulty and there are only 3 people alive. Let's time this combat section together. As you can see, these are low-level grunts, and they took that much time. This is what I was talking about when I spoke about the combat in the game as a whole being offensively slow-paced. Oh Kratos, how crippled and old you are. Hey, can you quickly shatter all these 10-inch thick wood shields for me, please? Thank you.
Atreus, the chain.
The chain. Right.
You are in your head, boy. Let it go. He would have killed you.
I know, I had to do it. I do know that, I just...
And we will go home, boy.
What?
To give up this easily. So close to the start.
Wait, no. I'm not giving up. I can do this. I just have to, you know, catch my breath. Come on up. I'm ready.
Wow, that's an awfully fast way to get over manslaughter. 2 button prompts ago, he looked like he was gonna kill himself. But now I want to kill myself when Kratos says that we're giving up so close to the start and I'm an hour and 20 minutes into gameplay.
Can't get this slow-eyed cocklump to cross the bridge.
It's because she's scared of something in the trees over there.
There's what now?
Father, throw your axe at those trees on the other side of the bridge. The ones with the white trunks.
You were right.
Say, you must be smart or something, boy. You are a boy, aren't you? Ha!
She have a name?
I don't know. Rude bastard ain't ever asked mine, so ain't ever asked hers. Ha!
What's yours?
Brock.
Vera loca.
Say, you're not gonna believe me, but that axe you got, It was me what made her. Me and my brother. Was one of our best. So don't let nobody else go work on her except for us two. You gotta handle her special, or she'll wreck beyond fixing. I can enhance her for you right now if it so pleases you, son of a bitch. So what say you?
You are right. I do not believe you. Come, boy.
There's a rune in the shape of a fork under the grip. That was our brand, my brother and me, before we split. I got half of it right here, see? Look, you want I should upgrade her or not?
Very well. I expect an improvement.
So, where's the other half of the brand?
All my dumb brothers got it. But I got all the talent. Look!
Introducing one of my favorite characters of the game, Brock. Brock is this foul-mouthed blue dwarf merchant who will upgrade your stuff for you, buy the loot you collect off of you, and is overall a hard-headed warrior with a heart of gold. So far, he's the most interesting person we've met besides the stranger. We solve the puzzle and move on. You also have these sand riddles that he inscribes in the sand to make passage.
I think that part's right. Oh, I think you broke it. Hey, that looks right. That's it. I see runes.
Boy, what do those runes say?
Oh, it says family. It's not a clue. It's the answer. What I alone can never be. Right?
Use your knife and trace the runes into the sand.
Really? Tinsel. Something happened! It worked!
Another Game of the Year moment. And look, we have a different color troll boss with the same exact moves as the last one. God bless the enemy variety in this game. Maybe if I were colorblind, I wouldn't even notice. Oh yeah, someone at Santa Monica Studios also felt bad about insulting people's intelligence so much with the Where's Waldo puzzles that now they're on iron frames and will reappear after a short time limit, making you find them first, then having to decide which order to hit them in, making the process of eating shit, which is the normal variation of the puzzles, being eating shit with cheese. Thank you, developers, for your contribution to humanity. We go through a snowy, broken village when the worst attempt at a jump scare I've ever seen happens.
I got it. Elbow up, steady hand, relax. Accuracy over speed. Yes!
Do not lose it. Boy? Boy! Where are you?
Hurry, Father! I found him!
Atreus!
Damn, Kratos, you sure look like you give a shit moving at the exact same pace you do when nothing is happening, while the music is trying to make us feel the parental grief one feels when their child suddenly disappears. Also, instead of continuously talking or shouting to be able to locate him better, we decided that putting suspenseful music like it's a fucking Elsa Gate video is a way better idea. Oh, he did remember how to run. See, guys, he's not that old after all. Also, there's no way in hell that boar fit through there.
We didn't know he belonged to anyone.
He doesn't. He's my friend.
The boy was following my command.
Then help fix this. Hold here, please. Hold, I said. He's losing blood. The last of his kind in all the realm, and you shoot him. You needed food?
Target practice.
Target practice.
I'm so sorry.
Keep that pressure on. The blame is mine. Should have kept a closer eye.
Will he die?
I will not let him. You, the arrow cut a tideway inside him. Find both ends and hold them tightly. Start with the left side. Grab it and hold. Now the right side. Hold it tight. Good. Now pull them. Please, keep a steady grip. Good. Now pull them together. Line them up.
You're a witch.
I can't finish the healing here. My home is just beyond the trees there. You will carry him. He must not die. Good. He seems stable and calm for now. Grey thought. This way.
Oh my god, now we're even slower than we were before. Time to get forcefully dialogue.
That bow's a little big for you, isn't it?
My mother made it for me. Said I'd grow into it.
I've never seen you in these woods. She must miss you being away from home.
She's dead. We're taking her ashes to the highest peak in the realms.
Ashes?
It was her last wish.
Boy.
I'm sorry for your loss. We're here.
You live in a tree?
Not in it. Below it. Pemele!
Look!
It's all right.
Is he friendly?
Boy.
I promise you, he's safe.
He won't hurt anyone.
Quickly. Place him on the stave there.
If you were wondering, this piece of shit glorified cinematic lasts this long. But hey, it looks like Marvel and looks beautiful, so why care? Who gives a shit? I'm the only one who cares about this stuff, apparently. I mean, look at the detail on that turtle. He moved faster than we did.
Hold him still before he hurts himself. Good. Easy. Rest now. I need 2 more things. Fresh red root grows just behind the house. Can you pull a cluster?
What else?
I know you're a god. Not of this realm, but there's no mistaking it. He doesn't know, does he? About your true nature? Or his own?
That is none of your concern.
The gods of these realms don't take kindly to outsiders, trust me. I know. When they find you, and they will, they'll make things difficult. The boy will want answers.
That will be my problem.
Whatever you're hiding, you cannot protect him forever. But you're right. Doesn't concern me. I also need lamb's cress. Do you mind? It's a white petal flower in my garden. Just a handful.
Fine. Lamb's cress.
Yay, we're on a minor fetch quest, but who cares about that? Look how good it looks! It looks so good! Oh boy, do I love this game. Look at the graphics on that bit.
Would this help?
I dropped it?
When you were chasing the animal.
What's wrong with me? If I lost it, then...
You did lose it.
I'll take better care of it from now on.
Oh, exactly what I need.
So he's gonna live?
Yes.
Then we are leaving.
Wait. Not without thanks. You want solitude? This mark will hide you from those who might make your journey difficult. Nuina. Nuina. Himalay. There's a shortcut below the house that leads safely out of these woods. Follow this path down, then head towards daylight.
Will we see you again?
As much or as little as you like. Now get out of here.
Come, boy.
Aw, did you see how nice she was to Atreus at the end? Cleaned off that bit from Atreus, and how she stuttered when she heard that his mom died? That tells me, as a member of the audience who has an even chromosome count, that she 100% is or was a mother. And I sure do appreciate that the game acknowledges that and will stop forcing many less subtle hints about her parenthood throughout the rest of the story. This is not foreshadowing. And now the game truly begins because we now have an overhead compass, baby. This is how we know where our objectives are. And you might be thinking, wow, Spawn of Hades, that surely means that Atreus will finally shut the fuck up about you going the wrong direction. I really wish you were right, viewer. But that just goes to show you're one of those inbreds who use common sense and logic. Thankfully, Santa Monica Studios didn't have degenerates like you on their development team. Just think about what would have happened if you were working there. Anyway, we get another enemy type called a Nightmare, which throws projectiles at you. We see a big warrior thing in the middle of the water which demands that we throw our weapons into the water.
What? Throw our weapons into the water? Guess that won't be a problem for you. Are you gonna do it?
The axe did not return. What is this?
It's the world serpent.
Stay calm, boy!
I am! This is great! Yeah! Mom said he's friendly!
What does it say?
I don't know! That was amazing! Wait! There's the shipwreck way over there. See that? And there's a statue of Thor. Except I can see a lot more of him now.
The water dropped, and the serpent rose.
Oh, that must be why the beach wasn't there before, see? And there's the mountain. Look it, that building leads from the foot of the mountain to that golden temple.
It was all just under the surface.
Except for the statue. Good thing, huh? There's even a dock. There, next to the flag. We're going to the dock first, right? We'll be the first people to walk on it in who knows how long.
You know of that serpent?
He's one of the giants. He's so big he's wrapped around the whole world and bites his own tail.
An exaggeration.
I don't know. Looked pretty big to me. Is this the way to the mountain?
It would seem.
If it isn't the bearded beaver, it is Sackseed. Have I got something for you too?
Brock? But how did you...
None of your fucking business. Now get in here. I got something for you. And don't go making pig eyes at my spot. I saw it first.
Okay. What do you think he wants?
To test our patience.
When word gets out about my new shop, folks will finally come out of hiding. They'll be clawing all over each other just to catch a whiff of my wares. You watch. You rust around like that everywhere? Yeesh. Catch! The pile of rocks there? With that key of Yggdrasil, you can open a magic door to the branches of the World Tree. A shortcut between the realms. If you ever see them out in the world, use it to get back to me quick. But it's only one way. Straight back here and nowhere else. And whatever you do, never, never, ever throw yourself over the edge of the path, lest you want death.
Yeah, I don't see us wanting that.
Thank you for the amazing addition, Atreus. We get going, and we walk towards our objective. Here's another enemy type, the Tiger Mermaid. We go through some poisoned area, climb up swiftly.
Whoa. Sure is foggy here. Another dwarf. Should we...
No. He is of no consequence.
Hi, excuse me, but, how did you come by that, axe?
That is my concern alone.
And, while I won't dispute that, I know that blade. It was one of ours, but, we didn't make it for you.
Step aside.
I can't. See, the woman we made it for, I was, well, I am quite fond of her, and I would be somewhat displeased if it turns out that you did something to her.
It was my mother's. She left its father before she died.
Face dead? I'm very, very sorry to hear that. She was a fierce warrior. And a good woman. Okay. I will make improvements to the axe.
But nobody asked you to.
Well, it's true, but knowing your mother, she would have insisted I repair that act of vandalism perpetrated against her axe by my brother.
I knew it. You are Brock's brother. The other half of the brand's here.
The blue one is your brother.
Yes. Though my talents are vastly superior. No boast. I swear to Freya.
Do not undo his work. Improve upon it only.
Yeah, but can you put it down over there? That handle is
No.
filthy. Okay then. I will just Oh. 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 Oh, is that dried blood? Oh.
So, what were you working on?
Oh, that. I call it the Sky Mover. Just up that mountain waits a treasure trove of rare resources. Once I mine it, I'll need a way to bring it all down.
And you know how to fix it?
Not even a little.
And here's Brock's brother, Sindri, another character I really like. He's a brave dwarf, but has incredibly low disgust tolerance. Also, here's the third iteration of the rune chest puzzle, where they are on a rotating platform this time that house 3 other symbols. So you need to look at the chest and see which symbols are on which platforms so you can spin them properly and land all of them on it so that the chest opens. Another Game of the Year moment.
Do you think for this last leg up the mountain that maybe I can carry her?
I told you no.
Why? She meant more to me than you anyway.
What?
I just meant I spent more time with her. You were off hunting a lot.
It would serve you to stop talking.
We have another big enemy and some ads around, but hey, we get to do the Cyclops riding from the previous God of Wars. I'm all for that. I'm very happy about that. They die, we go picking up loot like we're playing Borderlands.
Stay back, boy.
Ugh, what is that?
We must find another way up.
The witch! Wish she was here. Bet she could get us past this.
My magic is useless against the Black Breath, and there's no way around it. Odin saw to that long ago.
What are you doing here?
Making sure you can finish your journey.
Why wait to warn us?
I was busy, saving my friend, if you remember. The Black Breath is a corruption of magic even I can't dispel. Only the pure light of Alfheim is strong enough to break through. But that road is long. What does this goal mean to you?
It's everything.
Follow me.
Why help us?
Maybe I see more of myself in you than I'm willing to admit. Maybe by helping you, I'll make up for a lifetime of mistakes. Or maybe I just like you.
Even though we shot your friend?
Even though you shot my friend, yes.
Where must we go?
To a realm beyond your own.
And as if we weren't going slow enough, she says the big snake and Thor fought and hate each other. We get a bow upgrade that allows us to make platforms by hitting blue crystals. Get dialogued at 0 miles per hour about the realms in Nordic mythology. We rotate the entire structure to match a certain gate.
Welcome to Alfheim, gentlemen. Think you can spot the light? I can barely see it. Something's wrong. See that column of light on the horizon? It's housed in the heart of a ring temple. We'll find what we need there. No. No. Damn it, not yet.
What's happening?
To restore the Bifrost magic, you must step into the light. But be very careful not to get caught.
She's not dead. Is she?
Not likely. Come.
We need the light of Alfheim to go through the smoke. So now the real game begins, where we need to get something that allows us to keep going where we're supposed to be going. It's like the story writers once read Arabian Nights and thought, wow, we should include 50 storylines within our gameplay so it never gets boring. While it keeps being boring through and through. The characters talk and explain things that could have been visually represented so easily. It's also at this point where Atreus starts hearing voices. We also see a new type of puzzle, where we see these orb things and have to find a way to hit all of them in a straight line before they regenerate.
What is it, boy?
Voices. You don't hear that?
I hear nothing.
It's going away now. It was screaming. Lots of voices. Angry. You really didn't hear that?
No.
It felt evil.
We keep going, we see the light at the temple, which is red and ominous, and we have a new mosquito enemy. Lift these two platforms, boat out over 30 seconds just to proceed the story.
Whoa! Look what we found! Father?
Yes.
The voices I heard, it was hard to make out, but way in the back I'm pretty sure I heard Mother.
That is not possible.
But I know what I heard.
Atreus, enough.
He looks different. Look at those horns.
Behind me, boy.
That can't be good.
We go through these prison cells and activate mechanisms. Atreus keeps insisting he heard his mom's voice. Also, there are many points where the music tries to embed a sense of urgency into you. However, it's all bogus and nothing's gonna happen if you don't do anything. This is an inconsequential movie with buttons, not a game. Do more snail speed movement, interrupted by the occasional disappointing fight. That is, until this stone ancient comes to life, who you need to hit the weak point of to kill. Other than that, he just flashbangs you. And then, we need to break these things after freezing them, rise a bridge, and oops, turns out the gate doesn't open, so we have to go about this another way. Game of the year moment. We go through this area, we kill more moths, break another one of those cores, more slow combat, another core, and this was the moment that broke me. Just look.
can we go?
I require silence.
You know, the reason that enemies in stealth games talk or enemies in shooters call you out when they see you is because the enemies exist to help the player get immersed and know when he's been seen or is in danger. The same can be said for helpful NPCs where they tell you, hey, go this way or go do that. This loudmouth kid is not a helpful NPC. All he does is sabotage what you're already doing and talk your ear off. I swear, the first time I played this game, I thought this was an optional area that had some puzzle for me to earn some loot. I actually listened to him and backtracked because maybe there was somewhere else to go despite the objective marker pointing to where I was. But no, I had to not listen to the NPC character telling me that what I'm doing is wrong or that it's too hard.
I don't think we're supposed to be in here.
Quiet.
Then maybe you shouldn't run in front of your father, you dipshit. Then we have all these sessions of crawling and climbing and wasting my fucking time because we need to load the area but can't be bothered with a loading screen because somehow a loading screen is so disruptive to immersion, but 30 seconds of climbing is not.
Another one!
Stay back.
The light!
Yes, we are near our goal, but we must be careful. Understand?
God.
We break more cores inside, the nest wakes up, we break another, and fall onto the platform of light.
Are you injured?
I'm fine. Wow. It's beautiful. The light. It's making the whole temple reappear. It's the source of all of it. Wait. It's singing. I hear her! I told you I heard her! Do you think she's in there? Ah! Ah! Ugh, that really hurt. Felt like my hand was on fire.
Stay here.
But I want to
Stay here. We use it as a last resort.
You're giving me your axe?
I'm letting you hold my axe. It is not a gift.
Still. Did it work?
No. What is this? Faye?
You have to come back. You left me here alone.
Atreus?
Alone with him. He always leaves. He's never here. He doesn't want me and he never will. doesn't know me. Doesn't seem to want to. I'm strong. I'm smart. I'm not what he thinks I am. I know better. He doesn't talk to me. Doesn't teach me. It should have been him. Do you hear me? Him, not you. Except, I don't mean that. You know I love him. I just wish he was better. I know he can be. So if he tries, I'll try. But if he doesn't, please come back. I know you're out there somewhere.
Come back! No! No! What have you done? Why did you do that?
I saved you! You were trapped in there! I waited and I waited, but you wouldn't come out! So I pulled you out!
Boy, I was gone only... moments.
No! You've been gone a long, long time! I didn't know what to do! You left me here! Again! Why don't you care?
That's impossible.
We should go before they come back. I hope you got what you needed.
I will get to these scenes later. They are impactful for sure, but that's not due to the intelligence nor the subtlety of the writers. It's because this is a universal concept. They're simply leeching off of victims. I will complete this point once the game ends, because I have something really important for you to hear, but it's too early in the story to say now. Regardless, we make our way outside after a bunch of combat and puzzles, open the door to the outside, and we see the horned guy go down some platform, enter this dark rainy area, and finally fight the one with the horns.
No, that can't be.
What did it say?
That we made a grave mistake. Did we help the wrong side?
Let
me guess. You're gonna be smug and say you told me we shouldn't get involved.
That is enough.
Can we go now?
Do you remember the answer?
Yeah.
Boy, read this. Boy, what's that say?
Only time you want to talk to me is when you need something.
Do you want to tell me something?
I said, the only time you care to talk to me is when you need me to translate for you. If Mom was here...
If your mother was still alive, we would not be here at all. Atreus.
Forget it.
Bye.
So? Was she in the light?
Who?
You know.
Oh, she was not there.
Not like you would even care if she was.
Mind your tongue, boy! Until our journey is over, one of us must remain focused. Do not mistake my silence for lack of grief. Mourn how you wish. Leave me to my own.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
No. Why would you? You do not know my ways. I know it has not been easy. In the light, I felt only moments pass. If that is of some comfort to you.
That's good to know. Really. So, should we go back to Midgard? Face the Black Breath? Or do you think there's more to see in this realm?
Shut the fuck up. We're going right back to Midgard because I'm going to have a stroke if I do anything more than the main path.
Welcome. Oh, and if you find that whetstone, well, it sure would be nice of you to bring it to me.
I said I'm not doing this optional shit, Sindri. By the way, this is how long it takes to go from the gate of a realm and change realms.
What now?
We have the light. To Midgard.
It's crazy to think that all the realms exist in the same space, one on top of the other. It's like this room lets us travel without moving.
Jesus Christ, this game's dying for you to move at 1 mile per hour to explore its shiny, over-designed shit.
Rock! We just came back from another realm. And we met your brother. Wait, not in that order.
Did you let that seed sop put hand to your blade? Hmm? You do know he lost his talent, right? Just up and left him one day. Tried taking me down with him. Did he botch up on her girl?
Quite the opposite.
Yeah, even a blind pig farts up a truffle now and again. But you know what really counts? Consistency. And I got that coming out of all of my parts.
What did you do?
It's better. Good. Now when you're done gawking, I got a favor to ask.
Jesus Christ, this game's dying for you to move at 1 mile per hour to explore its shiny, over-designed shit. We have a new enemy, a Draugr with speed boots. Now we make our way to where we were an hour ago, and I sure hope that something like that, which forces us to go into a different path for 2 to 3 hours, will not happen again in the story. This is also not foreshadowing. We get to the breath.
It's working. She was right.
Come, let us finish this.
go through it with nothing meaningful happening outside of walking forward, climbing to load places, more black breath to load places, and more jerking off Nordic mythology. You know what I dislike about this game that's very different than the games before? The last games were much more about show, don't tell. This game is all tell, never show. And don't you dare say, oh, these are topics that are topical for Kratos and his son to talk about, and they offer a way of conversation and bonding. Dear God, do I have things to tell you? Just wait until the end of the story. We go through more cave systems and just climb and shoot arrows at blue things. Nothing meaningful happens.
Whoa. What is all this? Where are we?
A mine. And if this claw reaches the summit, our goal is near.
Alright, how do we use it? I think I see how this works. The claw's on one side, and if we get this unstuck... Oh no! I think the rope's stuck under that rock.
That was careless.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Thank you, developers, for padding out the game. Do some lever pulling and thing pushing, which takes 30 minutes in game, not before another troll comes to fight us.
Do you think this goes all the way to the top?
We will see soon enough.
Something feels strange up there. We're heading into danger.
Do not concern yourself with what might be. Focus on what is, and be vigilant.
Yes, sir. Not the top, but we're closer. Wait, that one's not broken. There's a note. A giant's prayer. They're asking their ancestors to watch over them. To guide them home.
Boy.
Wait. I think I know how it works. Watch.
What did you write?
I asked them to watch over Mother. Do you think they'll watch over us on the way to the top?
Come, boy. It is a long way up.
Oh my god, father and son bonding moment? Bonding moment? 5 hours into the game? We need to pull things through traps that blow fire and ascend an elevator with enemies dropping on top of us.
We're almost at the summit. Nothing's gonna stop us.
Calm yourself, boy, and stay behind me.
Yes, sir!
Focus up, boy.
Phew. That was
We can now shatter the red crystals with the red grenades. We hear Sindri screaming.
Wait, boy.
It's Sindri. Can you kill something that big?
If we can catch it off balance.
I can distract him.
What are you doing?
We have to help him.
Break right. Find an angle. Wait for my mark.
Thank you. Hey, Ugly! Over here!
We now fight against the dragon by throwing red things at this lightning spot and hitting him while he's down. The problem with this fight is that there's only one gimmick and one means of damaging him meaningfully. It's less like a God of War boss and more like a Crash Bandicoot boss. Except Crash Bandicoot is a cartoon platformer about an orange furry creature that spins to deal damage to his enemies. And this game is supposed to be the one holding the name and prestige of being called a God of War game. In the end, it's an incredibly boring and unstimulating boss fight. But hey, as long as the game has high graphic moments like these that people can put on YouTube short montages with funk music in the background, then who cares? It has served its purpose.
Wow, we actually did it. And you!
But nobody's killed a dragon for hundreds of years. Not since the grand culling of the worms. And unless I'm mistaken, you did all that for me.
You are mistaken. The dragon was simply on our path, nothing more.
You deny it all you want, but you saved me, and that deserves compensation.
What are these?
Braided mistletoe arrows, straighter than Heimdall and perfectly weighted.
Oh. Thanks?
Oh. Okay. Hold on. Ooh, not that. Have you seen my brother again?
Yeah, you said you lost your talent.
Oh, and that I'm selfish? No, I'm sure. That I value a weapon's look? No, over its purpose. That I'm pretentious? No, and uptight. Fussy. I know what he thinks, but he can't hurt me any. Ah! Burn that.
I do not have time for this.
No. Wait. I have a better idea.
What?
I just need a tooth from that dragon. Watch where you grab that. Oh, never mind. Oh, so unclean. Oh, so unclean. Oh, the smell. Perfect. That should do. Oh. Yeah. I am not touching that. Just hold it out. Now, run that along the string of your son's bow. Just humor me.
Atreus, Your bow.
Two passes should do it. Ah, gently, now.
Whoa.
Oh, sure. Now you're impressed.
This is why Brock and Sindri are my favorite characters in this game. They lower the game's seriousness since its serious messaging is already lackluster to begin with. We also have electric crystals now. Yippee! Climb up some more.
Strap broke when we fought the dragon. It's alright. I can hold it.
Stop. Broken quiver will slow your draw. Pain we endure. Faulty weaponry we do not. This will do for now. Good?
Good.
Go. Steady, boy. Mind your footing.
Thank God the game's about to end. We fight some enemies and hear talking.
Yes, be silent.
That sounds like the same man who came to our house. You said you killed him.
Shh.
I see you brought company this time. Must be important if the sons of Thor deign to grace me with their presence. Tell me, you two still tripping over yourselves to impress Daddy?
The tattooed man. Tracks show he now travels with a child. Where would they go next?
Why would I know that?
You're the smartest man alive, aren't you?
Smarter than all the dead ones, too.
You help me, I help you. Tell me where they are, and I'll talk to Odin.
Your father won't let me go, Balder, and he won't let you kill me. You have nothing to offer me, so take your questions, take your threats, take these two worthless wankers, and piss off!
When no one's looking, we'll be back for your other eye.
Don't you forget, we're everywhere.
We really are, aren't we?
Oh, shut up, you idiots. Let's go.
Ah, the very topic of conversation. A tattooed man traveling with a child.
Boy, check their path. Make sure we're all alone.
But we just saw them leave.
Do as I say.
He doesn't know what you are.
I would keep it that way. Who are you?
Me? I'm the greatest ambassador to the gods, the giants, and all the creatures of the Nine Realms. I know every corner of these lands, every language spoken, every war waged, every deal struck. They call me Mimir, smartest man alive. And I have the answer to your every question.
Why does the son of Odin hunt us?
Okay, there are a few gaps in my knowledge. But Odin's had me imprisoned here for 109 winters. I'm a clever lad. I can piece it together. Promise. Just given time.
Nobody there, just like I said.
The boy's mother is dead. She wished her...
She wanted us to spread her ashes on the highest peak in all the realms.
Oh, then you've come to the wrong place, little brother. The highest peak in all the realms is not here in Midgard. It's in Jotunheim, realm of the giants.
No!
That could not be what she meant.
Take a look. This is the last known bridge to Jotunheim in all the realms. See that mountain? Looks like a giant's finger scraping the sky. That's the highest peak in all the realms. No here.
Can't we just take that bridge? We have a Bifrost.
When the giants destroyed all other bridges to their realm, they locked this one up with a secret rune.
If it still exists, only a giant would know it.
And all of them left Midgard a long time ago.
True. But today, the winds of fate have kicked up a strange vortex of coincidence. Fact is, there's only one person alive who can get you where you need to go. And luckily for you, my schedule's wide open.
We're going to Jotunheim, right?
It's your best and only move from a tactical standpoint. It's the one place the man who cannot be killed won't follow you.
What do we do?
Yes!
First, you need to cut off my head.
Wait, what?
Odin made sure that no weapon, not even Thor's hammer, could free my body from these bonds. But fortunately, you don't need my body. The trick is, we need to find someone who can reanimate my head using the old magic.
Old magic? There's a witch of the woods. She knows the old ways.
And she'll help. She might do. Worth a try.
But if she fails, he will be dead.
He tortures me, you know. Every day, brother. Odin himself sees to it personally, and believe me, there is no end to his creativity. Every single day. This isn't living.
Very well.
Oh, I can't watch this.
Brother, in case he can't resurrect me, there's something you need to know. Boy, the longer you wait to tell him his true nature, the more damage you do. He will resent you, and you may lose him forever.
There is much about me I would not have him know.
So you value your privacy more than your son, eh?
I'm going to cut off your head now.
Fair enough.
Jotunheim! We're going to Jotunheim! We're going to find the long-lost realm of the giants. That's...
That voice up the mountain is my third and final favorite character in this game. I wish I had recorded how I sounded when I got here the first time, because no amount of acting would be able to convey my disappointment. But I fucking love Mimir so much. We go through the teleport realm after it's done loading the level.
Rock! Rock! Rock!
What? I'm on a fucking break. Don't hear me screeching at you whenever you're twiddling your short and curlies.
Leave him, boy.
No, Pat. Well, you already soiled my solitude, so you may as well join me.
You're not hungry.
Good. It's not what I was offering.
Saw your brother again.
Congratulations. And I'm sure you'll let him go and roger my axe good and plenty again. Hmm? Let's see the damage. Little canker throat wouldn't know proper weight and balance if it were dangling off his chut. You eating well enough?
I guess.
Good. All better. Now what the fuck else you want, huh? Times he gets so wrapped up in his work, Sentry hasn't the sense to sip or sup. And if he does remember, good luck getting him to cook his own meat. Guess I got all the stomach in the family. Along with the smarts.
We miss him.
God bless Brock.
Boy, what is the path back to the witch?
First we need to find a boat.
Do you remember the way back to the witch from here?
You just asked that, Kratos, for fuck's sake! And we go to the witch. We get out of the witch's well, find out that the giant turtle is called Charlie, and go in.
Father, she is here! It's so good to see you again. I knew you weren't dead.
Hello.
Oh, can you bring a head back to life?
I'm not sure I understand what... Wait. Where did you get those? The arrows. Give them to me, now.
They were a gift.
Do as she says, boy.
These arrows are dangerous. They're wicked. You find any more, you destroy them, understand? Do you understand? Say it!
I understand. If I see them, I'll destroy them.
It's all I ask. Forgive me. Please, take my arrows in their place. I have no need for them anymore. Now, what's this about a head? Do you have any idea who this is? Did you kill him?
At his request. He claimed you could revive him.
Me? Are you sure you heard him right?
Please?
Take him to the table. Pamela. It's been a long time since I've practiced the old magic. Hold him there. Let's have a look. Well, thankfully his head hasn't decayed much and his brain is still intact. Nice clean cut. Cutting off his head of all people. I sure hope you know what you're doing. Now, hold his head under the water and don't let go. I mean it. That's enough.
It worked!
Let me see him. Mimir? You there?
Yes.
Good.
Oh. Hello, Freya. Been a long time. You look well.
What I did for them. As far as I'm concerned, death suits you better.
I'd bow if I could, Your Majesty. Forgive me. Had I known the witch in the woods was Freya herself, I never would have suggested this.
Freya? The goddess Freya?
You didn't know either? Sorry.
When word gets out that Mimir is free, the wrath of Odin won't be far behind.
You are God.
Leader of the Vanir, once yes, but no longer.
You did not think it important to tell me.
Are you really going to lecture me about that?
We are leaving, boy.
But...
Now.
You're welcome.
Well, that happens. Mimir says he can talk to the big snake, so we go to the big snake.
Why is he doing that?
Odin had that statue made in honor of Thor. And seeing as the world serpent absolutely abhors the fat dauber, he was probably sick of looking at it.
But... doesn't that hurt?
Well, he and Thor have a bit of an unpleasant history between them. Or they will, anyway. So I guess waking up to see it was worse than the thought of lumps of solid stone passing through his gullet. You want me to ask him?
No. Our only concern is Jotunheim.
Alright, wish me luck. Ooh, ha, ha, ha. Yunur en I've still got it, lads. He remembers me. Why you... Oh no, that's not right. Mokuno pain of your loss. He will help you. Curious.
What is it?
Oh, nothing to be concerned about.
What is he doing?
Making sure we're headed in the right direction. Listen closely now. We need two things to get us into the land of the giants. First, we need to learn the travel rune that opens realm travel to Jotunheim. Second, we need to carve that rune into the special gateway.
That one of the people we first met you?
Correct. Except the giants, in their infinite wisdom, saw to it that no ordinary chisel would do the job. Only the tip of a magical chisel opens that gate. Luckily, I know where it is, and it's not far.
You looked kind of mad for a moment.
Now that, you thought I said you were friends of Odin. You'll forgive me. I never spoke in the ancient tongue sober.
Wait, look! The water's dropped even further. You can see more of the realm towers and statues. I even see new places to explore along the shore.
Where is this chisel?
Find me a boat, and we'll go from there.
The Big Snake is also a great character, although we do not interact with him much. But he gets just the right amount of screen time. And now the game truly begins. We make our way to the statue, drop a gate, we get to the land that the chisel is on, and see the fingers of a giant. Fight our way through werewolves, and see the tip of that giant chisel that we need alongside this brilliantly made giant called Tamor. Need to break some ice, and Kratos has a plan. Do some combat, see Sindri, who tells us the dwarves travel in a realm between realms, and that's how they keep teleporting around, see this new paladin enemy, and almost drop the chisel. So we get into this elevator that ascends through reverse time travel, with much combat happening until we reach the top, bound by a timer.
How do we get down?
We jump.
Really?
Come. Do not panic.
Why would I panic?
I have you.
You're cracked, you know that?
Well. Good. We should keep moving.
And we go to get the tip of the chisel. On the way, we see Magni and Modi, the sons of Thor.
Hurry, brother. We may get a piece of the chisel and be gone before they even notice. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Boy.
Surrender. The All-Father demands it.
No.
Good.
This fight is mine, boy. Go.
And where do you think you're going? Oh no, brother. The little freak's got a bow. What are we gonna do?
And then we fight them 2v2, where we disable their brain cells when we take 2 chunks of their health, and need to focus on the other brother until he also loses 2 chunks of health, before they do a little Team Rocket synchronized dance, and they surround us with smoke, and come at us in any of 360 degrees. Thankfully, the immersive red indicator lines are back at it again, just in case it was getting too challenging. We do this for 3 rounds while the brothers trash talk and piss off Atreus and talk about his mom. Atreus obviously gets angry.
Wow, kids. Oh, that must have been some horde who laid at the likes of him.
I'll
kill you!
Atreus! Control yourself!
Lightning! No! How did you... You have no idea. You son of a bitch!
Sickness. Fever has returned.
No! It hasn't.
Boy,
The coughing, the blood. The boy's sick, he needs Freya.
No!
steady.
I'll be alright.
There you go, lad.
I'm fine, see?
Oh boy, we got the chisel now. We can finally end the game and spread our ashes. But no, clearly not, because if you have any chromosomes working, you'll notice that the sickness is just extra padding and we're gonna have to take him to Freya sooner or later.
I don't think the lad's doing too well.
I'm fine.
But now, as he's coughing his lungs out, we make our way onward.
I feel better now. I just needed to catch my breath. Where do we go next?
Well, now that we've got the giant's chisel, we need to learn the travel rune to Jotunheim, so we can carve it into that special gateway atop the peak, and open realm travel to the land of the giants.
You don't know it?
Alas, no. But the serpent did mention that the giants had entrusted that secret to Tyr.
Isn't Tyr dead?
Aye, but his hidden boat is very much in reach. The doors are beneath his temple, submerged in the lake for generations until our snake friend shifted his weight. There we shall find the fabled Black Rune of Jotunheim.
We could also explore some more. We got that chisel now, and that vault isn't going anywhere. Seems a shame to waste the boat.
We shall see, boy.
Hey, Mimir. Last we were in a boat, we had just started the story. What did you want to tell me about the Long War?
Both sides suffered tremendous losses, and for many of us, quite frankly, war was simply no fun anymore. But a rather senseless waste of precious life. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Precisely. Enough was enough. And at last, Odin's most brilliant advisor became determined to find a more enlightened path. He set about to broker a peace between the gods. It took some convincing, but ultimately Odin was persuaded to marry his deadliest enemy, a certain Vanir goddess, legendary not only for her fertile beauty, but her genius at the very Vanir magic that Odin had long aspired to master.
Freya married Odin? What was in it for her?
It was a sacrifice to protect her people, a selfless act of love. Truly, she deserves better than she got.
Ooh, whose vault is behind that magical lock? Wow, can't believe we're setting foot in Tyr's vault. Another one of these. It's Tyr, but the middle panel is missing. Wait, I thought Tyr was a god, not a giant.
Aye, but he was loved by everyone, including the giants. Other than me, he was the only one they gifted with their special sight. Hey, I wonder if the giants left a triptych about me somewhere too.
Go ahead.
Actually, come look. Let me show you how to read this.
That is not necessary.
You've taught me so much. Let me teach you something.
Atreus.
Come on. You already speak it. Learning to read won't be that hard.
I know how to read, boy. Just not this tongue.
You're halfway there already then. Okay. So the runes represent a lot of different things. Some gods, some animals.
Wait.
Some... Oh, am I going too fast? Sorry.
Not that. Do you smell something?
Yeah, I do. Smells like... rain?
You ruined everything. I earned that fucking hammer. But now, everyone's gonna think I only got it because Magni's gone. It'll be a joke. But if I kill you, no one's gonna laugh at me. Oh, are you dumb? That your father's doing? Or did you get it from your mum? She's stupid and ugly.
Shut up! You don't know anything about my mother.
Oh, it's true. But I'm gonna get to know you really well. You're gonna be my new brother. Right after I finish killing your father. Whoops. I think I broke him. Stay back. This isn't over! Brother, the boy.
Atreus.
You have to get into Freya quickly. There's no other way.
Then we have this entire section where Atreus not only talks everyone's ear off, but is no longer sick or coughing. Now before we go on, I have several questions I would like the audience to answer. 1. Why didn't Kratos use the rage sooner if he had it all along? 2. Why would he wait until his kid got hurt? Which was an inevitability. It's not like he's gonna leave him alone if he kills Kratos. And 3. Why didn't he tear his head out like he did with Helios while he had him for himself that same second and after having posed a threat to them repeatedly? When has he ever been the type of person to grant mercy and not want needless killing? He's proven as an obstacle in their way, especially if the destination is spreading his wife's ashes as her final will. And if you answer with, well, he's a changed Kratos who does not want to kill any more gods because the cycle of killing gods brings about more gods to kill, then he shouldn't have killed Magni. And if you say, well, he was forced to kill Magni. Okay, why wasn't he forced to kill Modi? It seems like the story writers will just have him be there so he comes back later and serves some shallow dipshit moral point. And I swear to God himself, I knew this the first time I played, and lo and behold, it's exactly how I described it. Kratos seems like he's quite literally just as sick of this game and having to be alive to make money for Sony, to go through another adventure, as I am. And now, Kratos' only child and only remaining family lies in his hands, dormant and unresponsive. Let's see how Kratos takes her to Freya. Finally, he got out of the slow boat. Run, Kratos, run, save your only child! Damn Kratos, I want him to die and shut the fuck up too, but that's just savage, you're his dad. We're shown Kratos pacing around in a slow elevator to show and signal his frustration and worry to the audience. So I bet he'll start running like crazy once he gets off of it. But no, he just goes at his own pace. Better yet, he says this.
The fever burns hotter. He is shaking.
It's serious. We must hurry.
And even after making that observation himself, he doesn't move any faster. I don't know how the fuck anyone can defend this game at this point.
Open the door! We need your help! Woman, do you hear me? It is urgent!
I'm still a god. Go away.
The boy has fallen ill! Free her! He is ill.
Inside. This is no ordinary illness. The boy's true nature, your true nature, fights within him.
I did this to him. Will you help me?
Of course. There is a rare ingredient found only in Helheim. The keeper that protects the Bridge of the Damned. I need its heart.
Hell.
The realm of the dead. Do you know it?
Not this one.
It is a land of unyielding cold. Fires cannot burn there, and no magic in all the 9 realms can create a blaze. As for the dead, your frost axe will be useless. You'll need to find something else.
Then I must return home. Dig up a past I swore would stay buried.
Who you were before doesn't matter. This boy is not your past, he is your son. And he needs his father. This rune opens the bridge to Helheim. When you are there, do not under any circumstances cross the Bridge of the Damned. There is no road back. Understand?
Boy.
Himalay. You must hurry. Through my garden, there's a path leading to my boat. Take it. Return home. Dig up your past. Do whatever you need to do. Just bring me back the Bridgekeeper's heart. And your son may survive.
Freya. When last we spoke, I was...
No. You were right to distrust the word of a god. No need to explain. Not to me, not for that. I will keep him safe. That's a mother's promise.
Oh! Then we begin a boat cinematic that lasts around 10 hours with nothing of note happening outside of rain noises, wind, and Kratos telling a hallucination of Athena to get out of his head. All this time, he goes with the current. The current leads him straight home. It even parks the boat for him. What a good current. 10 out of 10. We fight some mobs so the people who fell asleep wake up and we go home.
There's nowhere you can hide, Spartan. Put as much distance between you and the truth as you want. It changes nothing. Pretend to be everything you are not. Teacher, husband, father. But there is one unavoidable truth you will never escape. You cannot change. You will always be a monster.
I know. But I am your monster no longer.
Well, that was pointless, and outside of the stunning, absolutely phenomenal music, this scene sucks, serves no purpose, and only goes to very visibly showcase something that is apparent and obvious. But hey, the show is all about telling you things that you should see and showing you things that you already know. So it is what it is. We test out the blades, they do feel nice. I grant them that, they do feel nice. We then make our way to Helheim before Brock stops us.
Hey! You reek of foreign magic! Sweet Nana's nethers. What are those? I've never seen the like. That's gotta be a family heirloom.
No. Nor will it ever be.
Son, my brother and me created Mjolnir for the big idiot. I know from quality. And them special. Hey, where's the little turd?
He has fallen ill.
No. What happened? Aesir?
No. The fault is mine. And my responsibility to make it right.
No. We all gotta take responsibility sometime. Huh? Say, what can I do to help him? I can do things. When I should tag along?
No. Your work here is enough.
All right. So where are you off to in such a hurry?
The realm of the dead.
Helheim? Shit, this is serious.
We go to Helheim and fight frozen enemies with the hot blades, burn through these bushes with the blades, and make our way to the Warden through a bunch of minor, inconsequential combat rounds and slow as possible climbing. And we fight the Bridgekeeper, who's just a bigger troll with time travel abilities and AoE. And after we dispose of him, we tear out his heart.
I have the heart. I need nothing more.
You're set. Better not to linger here, though, eh?
Kratos. Zeus.
Zeus?
My father.
Your father was Zeus? Well, that explains a lot.
What is that place?
Never go there. Understand?
Brock teleports in to give us a convenient way to open the gates, and we make our way back. Where outside of the horrendously long time it takes, nothing of interest happens. We teleport to Freya's cave,
You have it.
Yes.
Back of your hand.
He is still ill.
I can break the fever. But to heal...
He must know the truth of what he is.
Yes.
It is not so simple.
Help me prop him up. Did I tell you that I have a son, too? It's been... forever since I last saw him. At his birth, the runes foretold a needless death. The babe in my arms was so... small. So helpless. I knew right then I would do anything to protect him. No matter the sacrifice. Of course, everything I did for myself. I let my needs, my fears, come before what he needed. And I couldn't see his resentment until it was too late. Don't make the same mistake. Have faith in him. I know the truth isn't simple, but nothing is when it involves your child.
It is a curse. The boy has been cursed.
Don't leave without me.
I will not.
I'm better now.
I see that. Is he well enough to travel?
For now.
It won't happen again. I promise.
You see that it does not. Freya, I will not forget this.
Thanks.
Your father did the heavy lifting. You should stay, recover.
You have done enough.
You know my door is always open to you.
That's Vanaheim, isn't it?
You figured that out, did you?
Well, the window looks like Bifrost crystal, and I know that's not what's on the other side of the wall. And, well, it makes you sad.
You are wise for one so young. Yes, this is a window to a home I left long ago. But it is only a view.
The thing that happened to you in Alfheim, you can't leave Midgard, can you?
A gift from my former husband upon our separation.
Why would Odin trap you in Midgard?
Petty cruelty would be reason enough for him. But as with all his rash decisions, he's driven by fear. The Vanir were the greatest threat to the Aesir until our marriage brokered peace. Many of the Vanir now think I betrayed them, the fruits of my sacrifice. To be hated by my own kind, to trap me here, is to ensure I can never make it right.
These scenes are important for later. Keep them in mind. Now, we make our way to Tyr's temple.
Get in. I will pull. You are quiet. Are you not better?
I guess.
I know you overheard my talk with Freya. You think you understand, but you do not. Why do you say nothing?
You said I was cursed. You think I'm weak because I'm not like you. I know I was never what you wanted. But after all this, I thought maybe things were different.
You do not know everything, boy.
No. But at least I know the truth now.
The truth. The truth. I am a god, boy. From another land far from here. When I came to these shores, I chose to live as a man. But the truth is, I was born a god. And so were you. Boy, have you nothing to say?
Can I turn into an animal?
Can you turn into an animal? No. No, I do not think so.
I'm a god. Mother knew? She was a god too?
No. She was mortal, but she knew my true nature.
I'm a god. Why did you wait so long to tell me?
I had hoped to spare you. Being a god, it can be a lifetime of anguish and tragedy. That is the curse.
What sorts of things can I do? Can I fly? Or turn invisible? I don't feel like a god.
I do not know the reach of your godhood. But over time, we will learn.
You sure I can't turn into a wolf?
You are welcome to surprise me.
We descend over the duration of 10 hours or more as Atreus goes from being an annoying piece of shit to being an annoying piece of shit with megalomania. We get to Tyr's Vault, which is like the encrypted and elaborately made labyrinth of the first God of War game, except it's only 2 floors and 5 rooms total. The only things worth mentioning are things like these.
Look at that! What'd you find?
Enough distraction. Do not forget why we are here.
Okay.
Enemies in hub, rooms with spike. Enemies in hub, booby-trapped room with a 3-button press puzzle.
Boy. Yeah. On the day you were born, I made 2 knives, mixing metals from my home and from this land. One for myself, and when you were ready, one for you. Today is that day.
So I'm a man now, like you?
No. We are not men. We are more than that. The responsibility is far greater. And you must be better than me. Understand? Say it.
You will be better.
The power of this weapon, any weapon, comes from here. But only when tempered by this. By the discipline, the self-control of the one who wields it. That is where the true strength of a warrior lies. You must never forget that. Good then. Come. Blank.
Wait!
Sit. Lemnian wine. The island of Lemnos. Near the place of my birth.
Lemnos.
To a journey's end.
Really? Smells like rotten eggs. Is it still good?
Possibly.
Father, why did you leave your home and come here? Does it have to do with the other gods there? It's just, you hate the gods so much. But Tyr proves that gods can be good. And you're good. You only killed those deserving, right?
Yes.
Ah, but who's worthy enough to judge?
Quiet, head. We are. We know better.
Ah, sounding more like your da by the moment.
Ready.
Ready.
Come.
I think I'm gonna like being a god.
We do what we want, and now we're gonna go see the giants.
Aye, Having learned that travel room to Jotunheim, we can now head back to the gateway on top of the peak and put that magic chisel to good use.
Nobody's getting in our way this time. Come on.
And we make our way forward, where we will increasingly notice Atreus become more and more of an arrogant piece of shit, dipshit father and dipshitter son. I would put an entire foot up Atreus's ass before Kratos feels inclined enough to stop me.
Doesn't mean you should lie to your friends or your family.
I'm sure Sindri would understand and do the same, lad. Don't fret. So, lad, excited to finally see the land of the giants?
Yeah, but also sad the journey's almost over. Oh, what if we get to Jotunheim and there aren't any giants there either?
Makes little difference to us. Fulfilling your mother's wish is what is important.
Ah! Oh, don't go anywhere. Be with you in 2 shakes.
Father, can I tell him?
No.
Tell me what? Did you put this wheel in your mouth? Oh God, I'll vomit. I'm not kidding. I'll throw up on it.
It is nothing. A family matter.
Oh. Oh, I can tell you a thing or two about family matters.
Oh, let me guess. Your brother isn't as talented as you, and his work is junk.
Those things are accurate. Your point?
It's all you ever talk about, over and over. Do something about it or shut up already.
I see.
Yeah! We're sick of hearing about little people's little problems!
All right. That hurt a little. Let's have a look at your gear then.
Just horrible. We get back to the summit and finally the story gets to be over.
Blame me. Me. For what you did to Magni. My own father called me a coward.
Looks like he did more than that. Move it, or we'll pick up where he left off.
I'll kill you.
No. He is beaten. Not worth killing.
He should pay for what he said about Mother.
I said no.
But we're gods. We can do whatever we want.
That's what I said to your mother, right before I gave it to her.
What are you doing?
This is a much better knife than Mother's.
You killed against my wishes. You lost control.
Haven't you been teaching me to kill?
I've been teaching you to survive. We are gods, boy. And that makes us a target. From now until the end of days, you are marked. So I teach you to kill, yes, but in defense of yourself. Never as an indulgence.
Nobody cared about him anyways. What's the difference?
There are consequences to killing a god!
Why? How do you know? How do you know?
Watch your tone, boy.
Whatever.
Boy, the rune.
Well, that's a sight no man should ever see. Thanks for that.
Carve along that. made it.
Beautiful, isn't it? Why, I remember once... Brother, look out!
Miss me?
Run, boy! Cross the bridge!
No! I'm a god too! I can do this! Get off him!
Really?
Walter, let him go! Take me instead, I'll do whatever you...
Shut up! All this time, I thought I needed you! But you're just meat. Turns out, the boy is the brains.
No! You broke the gate! That was our only way to Jotunheim!
Stupid son of a bitch!
Get out of here, boy.
Yes, by all means, Junior, run away. Let Daddy do all the heavy lifting for you.
Let go!
Calm down, boy. You are not ready for this.
I am ready!
And here I thought my family was fucked up.
Oh, your father is right, boy. You are far from ready. Now, would you be so kind as to hold this for me? Thank you.
Atreus!
And this shit goes on too long, where you only need to light attack, block, and dodge.
Who's activated the bridge? Hey, I asked you a question!
It's locked in! And when the bridge opens, the full weight of Ascot will come crashing down on you. It's over.
Is it? So be it. No! Listen to me!
Let me out!
Let go of it now or I will kill him. You know I will.
Stay still.
Are you gonna help me?
You will listen to me and not speak a word. I am your father, and you, boy, are not yourself. You are too quick to temper. You are rash, insubordinate, and out of control. This will not stand. You will honor your mother and abandon this path you have chosen. It is not too late. This discussion is far from over. We are here because of you, boy. Never forget that.
Then Atreus starts being haunted by his 20 seconds ago past where he killed Modi, and the plan is to make our way back to Midgard.
I would never
stay out of sight.
Listen.
You had no right.
I had every right. I am your mother.
You had no right, Witch. I can't taste. I can't smell. I can't even feel the temperature of this room. Feasting, drinking, women. It's all gone.
You will never
God.
have to feel pain again. Death has no power over you now. You would rather die?
Never feel again? Yes. I would rather die. Yes. Take it away, Mom.
I can't.
Please. Please take it away.
It doesn't work like that. Son, trust me, in time, you will thank me. You will thank me.
Come on. You know. Yes. I won't. Come on. Ruin my life.
Honey, we can figure this out. I promise. Trust me. I know how to.
I can't fix it. Come on. Do it! Do it! Come on! Coward. I never want to see you again. Never. What you did to me. What you did to me! Ah! Ah! I'm a coward. I'm a
Freya is his mother. Why did you keep this from us, Head?
Would you believe it?
The fucking voice actors in this game are phenomenal. We make our way to the boat where we need to keep the bramble burning hot to keep the boat afloat. If all the fires go out, you lose. Kratos then gets flashbacks to him killing Zeus.
It is time, my son. Look around at what you have done.
Come on, we gotta go!
You saw.
There's no time, look! I have a plan! Jump!
That was your plan! You're both cracked!
We are leaving this realm. Now.
As long as we didn't wreck our way back.
We make it to the secret chamber of Odin, where we get to find out how Tyr made it across the realms.
Odin must have stolen it. But why?
He always has his reasons. Might I have a look? Well, this is most unexpected.
Why? What does it mean?
I haven't the foggiest. Isn't that unexpected?
Ed.
Look, clearly that's Tyr. Traveling somehow. Perhaps magically. But what's that to do with the giants that they should devote a shrine to it? I'm afraid that is none too clear.
What are those runes in the corners?
Not runes. Symbols from different lands. They mean...
War.
Aye.
How do you...
This one I know too well.
Oh.
His eyes. They are jewels. Like yours.
No doubt signifying the gift of sight the giants granted us. Give me a closer look. Interesting. Very interesting.
What is that?
Secret plans concealed by Tyr so none could access but him, and those few others the giants trusted. And right under Odin's nose, ho ho ho! I did promise I'd get you to Jotunheim.
What do you mean, Ed? You said we were out of options.
Don't you see, brother? Odin never gave up hope, and neither should we. He knew there was a clue in here, but we're the ones who found it. These plans are for a key to some chamber Tyr's kept hidden. I don't know where it's leading or what we'll find, but it's a path.
How do we make this key?
I suggest we ask a dwarf.
That symbol on the temple door. It's a bunch of runes together.
Why did you not tell us Baldur is the son of Freya?
He is! It's shocking every time I hear it, and yet obviously I know it. When I think about Baldur and Freya...
Mimir?
Yes, lad.
Freya.
How's that, brother?
Ed, tell me Baldur's vulnerability.
Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
Wait, what is happening?
He is bewitched not to speak of what he knows.
I am? I am! Oh, that's it precisely. I wonder how long that's been so. Since she had my head at her mercy, but back when I figured out Baldur's weakness.
Mimir,
Yes, lad?
you just said you figured out Baldur's weakness.
Did I? But Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
Can you make it?
Is it a weapon? Armor? Or likewise an instrument of war, of which I'm a master at shaping? No? Then forget it. Even if I wanted to make such an insignificant gewgaw, I'm liable to chink my tools working on something so delicate and ladylike.
Then shingle it. Pattern weld the item with scap slag. Keep the layers thin. Alternate the overlay.
Okay, smart guy. And where do you propose to find a lump of quality scap slag? Last time I saw one, I could still get rigid down south. Shut your mouth, is that... Where did you...
I had to get my hands dirty.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's do this.
What? You're fine with working on something that's not a weapon?
Oh, hell, why not? What? I can grow too.
Oh, watch the spine. Keep your wrist loose.
No, you keep your wrist loose. Yeah, I need more heat here.
Coming up. You gonna temper that steel longer?
You don't need to. I triple quenched it with Drago oil.
See? How inventive and sanitary. You clever little beaver. Never too late to learn a new trick, is it?
No, it's not. Yeah.
Here it is.
Nope. Don't forget this. Oh, quit your grinning. It's downright unsettling.
It's just nice to see you together. But now the rune on your brand looks different.
Yeah, price of reforging something what broke.
I knew it. You two love each other.
Oh, cut it out, Princess. You're gonna get me all weak.
I like the new one better. Don't you?
We have work to do.
No.
That is my favorite cutscene in the entire game. We go under the Tree of Life, another Game of the Year moment, and you need to flip the entire thing in order to make our way to Jotunheim. Problem is, it's chained up, so we gotta go and cut the platform loose. Long story short, we do that.
Brothers, I know what I promised, but in case this doesn't work, just remember, Tyr had good cause to create these obstacles. He's kept Jotunheim out of Odin's reach, but the world is hardly at peace.
No, but it's got hope. We're all working together now. We have unity. That's what the rune on the door to this place was telling us. We're on Tyr's path.
Thanks, brother.
He knows.
Just trying to be helpful. Is the answer, I'll be quite happy to be on your side, brother. And we're not dead. That's a plus.
See that, Mimir? Nobody can do all this alone. All these obstacles. They're just chances to prove we're the ones who can beat them. We may argue. Me and Father, you and Freya, Brock and Sindri. But when we all work together, we do make a good team. And that's Tyr's test. That's why we're gonna make it to Jotunheim.
Do you hear that, brother? Lad's found his equilibrium.
What's that mean?
He means you speak wisely, Atreus. And that is good to hear. Roy, your knife.
Well, what have we got?
Some sort of travel stone.
Let me see. Great Audumlazaras. That's the Unity Stone.
You know it.
wasn't sure it existed. If Tyr possessed this, that explains how he could visit all the realms and other lands to boot.
He held this in the panel in Odin's library.
Yes. Yes, that's it. I understand now. It shows Tyr walking the realm between realms. You know how you must never stray from the path? Well, Tyr always followed his own path, if you catch my meaning.
The realm between realms. Bollocks. This is where Tyr stepped beyond, and the Unity Stone protected him. Ready?
Ready.
Well, if this is it, lads, it's been an honor.
Our faith head.
This is incredible!
We cast ourselves off in the realm between realms and make it to this challenge room of Tyr, which he's placed to test everyone who's got the stone given by the giants. We fight enemies from almost all the realms, which just serves as the iconic gauntlets before the end of the game kind of thing, so I'm more than happy to do this.
Look! We're back in Midgard. There's the bridge. We did it. The tower's back where it belongs.
Now Tyr's travel room can take us to Jotunheim.
How did Tyr do this?
Odin suspected the giants secretly possessed some remnant of primordial Jotnar creative essence, the stuff all realms were made of. The Unity Stone must have been fashioned from that essence. To trust an outsider with it, even Tyr, tells you just how desperate they were. Tyr's braziers, a symbol of the light that binds all realms together.
This is it. Here we go.
Hold on, wait a minute. This isn't going to work.
What?
There's no travel crystal. Tyr must have used his own eyes to refract the energy. It was his final failsafe.
Who's got eyes like him, Mimir?
I've got an eye. One! Odin plucked out my other eye precisely to keep me from traveling. Sorry, lads. Thought that would work.
What did Odin do with your other eye?
He'd have kept it. In any of 100 places, I'm afraid.
We've come so far. There has to be a way.
Look, bit of a long shot, but for years I'd see Sindri, sometimes Brock, lurking around in that mountain when Odin came for his visits. Maybe they know something.
Brock and Sindri. Hey guys, question for you. Anyone know where we can find Mimir's other eye?
Oh. That's... I'm sorry. As a matter of fact, Odin asked me to... He wanted me to build a... He showed it to me, you see, and I... Decline. Sorry. Will you excuse me? Ooh.
Well, that was useless.
You know, it was about that same time that Odin came around looking for me to build a statue with some sort of hidden compartment. Now, that not being a weapon and the Aesir being a bunch of pock-speckled cockers, I too saw fit to decline. But I know we got it built just the same.
What was the statue?
It's that one of Thor out there flashing his sack to the lake.
The statue that the serpent ate.
Sorry about that. Feeling much better.
How are we supposed to look inside the snake?
Inside? Oh no!
We'd better go see what the world serpent has to say about that. Well, lads, I don't know what lies
Once more to the horn.
Yes, you heard that right. We need to go inside the big snake.
Is the statue lost to us?
He thinks it might still be in his stomach. And he's open to letting you row into his mouth to look inside.
Ew. Really?
By the by, he's not wild about it either.
So, are we really doing this? Letting the serpent swallow us?
You do not have to come.
Well, I'm not gonna miss this.
Atreus, follow me.
He's right there. You sure this is a good idea?
No.
Well, brothers, I've been to many strange places, but this will be a new one.
Yeah. I've never been in a giant's belly either. How about you, Father?
Never one who was not trying to eat me.
Maybe we should expect that sort of response at this point.
Here we go.
And we go inside the snake, go around a bunch, and find the statue of Thor he swallowed.
Yep, that's an eye.
Maybe you should stick that in my head for safekeeping. Gently now, gently. Thank you, brother. You don't miss depth until it's gone.
How's it feel, Mimir?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm feeling whole again, but it's a right improvement.
The Bifrost is intact.
It'll serve.
Then we have all we need.
Finally, we're going to Jotunheim. There's no stopping us now.
Laddie, have you ever heard the term tempting fate?
And go out without a prop.
What's going on? Well, that was mildly terrifying. Maybe our presence is upsetting Jormungandr's belly.
No. Something is wrong.
What's happening to him?
Nothing good. Glad that's over.
Is he getting hit? What is that?
We must hurry.
Couldn't agree more, brother.
Hold tight and watch your balance.
The board shifted! I'm gonna...
Boy!
I'm good. I think I'm getting kind of used to this. What happened to him? Something we did?
No. Something else. A dead giant. Why would the serpent leave us here?
Look! Freya. We can still trust her, right?
Until we know for certain, keep her distance.
The world's serpent. What's happened here?
We hoped you would know.
You are far from home.
I'm looking for my son. The two of you. You helped me see things more clearly.
You do not know where he is then?
No. But the woods and fields speak his name. I know he walks here in Midgard.
When did you see him last?
Long ago. Before you were even born. Why are you standing so far from me? What's wrong? Something's happened.
There!
I had a feeling that hurting the big snake would bring the two of you out in the open. Do you have any idea at all, what you have cost me?
My boy.
Mother.
I'm here. Don't run away.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere, Mother.
I know that you're still angry. I know that how you feel hasn't changed, but I want you to...
How I feel? How I feel? I've spent the last 100 years dreaming of this moment. I rehearsed everything I ever wanted to say to you, every word, to make you understand exactly what you stole from me. But now, I realize I don't need you to understand anything. I don't need you at all.
No, back off, Kratos. This has nothing to do...
This path you walk. Vengeance. You will find no peace. I know.
You... I'll deal with you later. But family first. This again?
And we have this battle with the desperate attempts of Freya to stop us from fighting.
I said stop!
You might want to turn away, boy. This won't be pretty.
I won't let you hurt him.
No, boy.
Fine.
Stop! No! No! Atreus! You're bleeding. Breathe, boy. Breathe!
Not my blood.
What is that? I can feel this. Oh. I can feel everything.
He's vulnerable now?
You will not do this!
What's going on? Is Freya trying to kill us?
No. Do you hear the wind? We are moving.
That arrow. Baldur punched the mistletoe?
In the quiver strap, yes. Mistletoe harmed him.
Freya said it was wicked.
He's more than harmed. The spell is broken.
He can be killed.
I'm certain of it. It's all coming back now.
Now he remembers. She's controlling that thing?
Stay out of it! I can reason with him!
No, woman! You cannot! He means to kill you!
Can't stop me! No one can!
Where is he?
I don't care if he kills me! I will protect him! I will not let him die!
How touching. This will all be over soon.
There!
We fight him as he turns into a fire version and an ice version, having us to alternate weapons.
Boy! The crystal! Atreus! Atreus!
I'm up here! I'm okay!
And I'm doing wonderful. I have never felt so alive.
Stop this! Freedom!
I'll kill you!
Atreus!
Stay away from my son! You don't have to do this!
There!
Stop him!
Please! There has been enough pain!
Shut up! Before you die, I want to thank you. Both of you, you've done what even the Allfather himself could not. I've never felt more alive. Ironic, isn't it?
After fighting him 5 more prolonged times, we come to the final stretch.
Well done, boy.
Come on! Do it! Do it!
Stop. Please.
He's beaten, Father. Not a threat.
You will not come for us again. You will not touch her.
I don't need your protection.
Can't help yourself, can you, Mother? No matter what I do or say, you won't stop interfering in my life.
I was just trying to protect you. I've made mistakes. I know. But you're free now. You have what you want. Try to find forgiveness. We can build something new.
No. We can't. Because I will never forgive. You still need to pay for the lifetime that you stole from me.
I have paid. I have paid. But if that alone will make you whole, if seeing me dead will make things right, I won't stop you.
I know.
What? No, Father!
I love you.
Why do you even care? You could have walked away.
The cycle ends here. Must be better than this.
No, my boy! My dear sweet boy!
Freya. He chose this.
I will rain down every agony, every violation imaginable upon you. I will parade your cold body from every corner of every realm and feed your soul to the vilest filth in hell. That is my promise.
He saved your life.
He robbed me of everything. Everything. You were just an animal. Passing on your cruelty and rage, you will never change.
And you do not know me.
I know enough. Does he?
Boy, listen close. I'm from a land called Sparta. I made a deal with a god that cost me my soul. I killed many who were deserving. And many who were not. I killed my father.
That was your father in hell. Is this what it is to be a god? Is this how it always ends? Sons killing their mothers? Their fathers?
No. We will be the gods we choose to be. Not those who have been. Who I was is not who you'll be. We must be better.
Well, guess we're the bad guys now.
In her eyes, yes. But she could never make that choice. We should finish this journey while I still have strength.
Well, that was very nice, and once again fully carried out by the voice actors and the visuals. It's a great and impactful scene. There is, however, one problem. Chains of Olympus. Once Kratos saves Deimos, Deimos is fully ready to kill him. Kratos does not stop him from beating him to death, as he knows he owes that price to pay, as he caused his lifetime of suffering in the hands of Thanatos. This same exact scene played out, but instead of Kratos understanding the situation from a position he was with his own brother, he instead chose to ignite the path of vengeance that will surely come off preventing Freya from getting what she deems as retribution, as her entire objective revolved around saving her son. This is not a choice that Kratos would make, because Kratos himself had chosen to die by the hands of his kidnapped brother, who he felt he betrayed. But, alas, the final stretch of the game awaits us.
We must be close.
Well, what are we waiting for? Think it's far?
We will see.
A word, please, before we continue. Listen, the last thing you two need up there's a decomposing heat ruin in the moment. Why don't I wait for you here? This is between you and the boy.
True. But if someone were to fight...
Our lady Sif's soft, perfect sloshers. You done did it.
Sorry. We had to see this.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Fine, damn it. Fine.
Watch the head till we return.
I can do this. No, no, I can't. Oh.
Okay.
Ready.
What are you doing?
I have nothing more to hide.
Can we go now? We're so close. Hello? Anybody here?
What is this place?
They must have all come through here when they left Midgard. What was left of them.
Why carve all these faces?
What if this is all of the giants that got out of Midgard alive? Not really many at all. Odin and Thor, ruining everything for everybody. Huh, who's the guardian? I should feel them, but I don't. This place is dead. What happened to them? Why'd Mom send us here?
One question is answered, and two more take its place.
Wait! Father! Something's happening. It's your axe. It's Mother. Look. She's arguing with a bunch of giants. She knew giants? That's us. The first time we met the world serpent. But how? And our fight with Baldur. But that just happened. Wait. They knew everything that was going to happen. The dragon in the mountain, the stone mason, all these drawings. This is our story.
No. This is your story.
But what does it all mean?
That I was not the only parent with secrets.
You didn't know. She was a giant. I'm a giant. Why didn't she tell us?
She sent us here, knowing we would find this.
But why not just tell us the truth?
Your mother would have had good reasons. Baldur was never sent to find me. He was tracking her all along, not knowing she was only ashes.
If she had a plan for us, I trust it. Whatever it is. Besides, she hasn't been wrong yet. Come on. We're so close to the end now.
Yes. Yes, we are.
Look, it's Mother's. She was here. She saw every step we took before we took it. Like she was always with us. Watching over us. Leading us home. Let's finish it.
son. Goodbye, Faye.
I love you, Mom. The giants. They really are all gone. There's nothing for us here.
Come.
So, I get that Mother was a giant, which makes me part giant and part god.
And part mortal.
Right. I guess there's just one thing I don't understand. My name on the wall. The giants called me Loki?
Loki. That's the name your mother wanted for you when you were born. She must have called you that to her people.
But why?
A question for another day. Let us go home.
We're finally home. Feels like a lifetime ago.
Bit drafty, maybe. But it's a right improvement over having tree bark in your tadger.
Time to rest.
I'm gonna sleep through winter.
Okay, this'll do.
Sleep.
Way ahead of you.
The ball!
Yay, the game is finally fucking over. So now we know what type of father Kratos is gonna be. He's gonna be the type of father who has a son that gets fucked by a horse. This game is special. The money they put in is clearly on screen and in your ears. The voice actors do an amazing job. The visuals are really good, but it just seems like they wanted to make a movie instead of a video game. But still have God of War in the title and still publish it to video game platforms. The gameplay is slow as can be, the combat is a fucking joke, and it as a whole is unengaging. The story is very heavy on telling you obvious things you probably have figured out, or telling you all the things that it should have shown you instead. And the script writing kinda sucks. The only way I could actually talk about this meaningfully is in a very simple phrase. Games that were made before were made with love. Games that are made nowadays are made with technology. But to go back to the game, what this game is comparable to is talking to that one person you know who cannot tell a story properly. So they keep remembering things that happened in the middle of telling the story and then take you back in time or take you ahead of time because they have no straightforward line of events in their heads, nor know the emphasis or importance in the parts that they reveal. And just because the game is slow doesn't mean the silence needs to be filled with a constant barrage of vomit from everyone combined. There are also plenty of cases of ludonarrative dissonance. They made Kratos play like a person who got hit by 10 trucks. The contextual button prompts are invasive. The combat is garbage and its camera work is pathetic. The upgrade system is redundant. The puzzles make me want to kill myself. And the amount of downtime that the game puts you through is offensive, knowing that everyone knows the reason the game doesn't have loading screens is because of these traversals. But I would have much rather had a loading screen than having to climb somewhere extremely slowly or wait for an extremely slow elevator or duck under terrain for an offensively long time. This game is the peak of alright. So much so that you cannot reasonably criticize this game without sounding like a lunatic, since it arguably does everything right, quote unquote. Since it looks pretty, there is a story, the combat does work, there is no game-breaking bugs, it's voice acted by professionals. However, with seeing all the previous games, you now know the perspective that I have. Kratos was a full character in need of nothing. He had a full arc. Not every ending needs to be happy. Not every character should get what they want. The story of Kratos isn't meant to be celebrated after you finish God of War 3. It rather functions as a final point for the character, a very satisfying conclusion to an engaging story. The only reason Kratos was in this game, and it was called God of War, was to attract people and bury the old franchise rather than build on top of it. It's no secret that Santa Monica Studios had their hands free and with killing Kratos needed to come up with original ideas, as the sales of all games past 3 dwindled. However, I do not see it as mere coincidence that upon Last of Us reaching an astounding 4 million copies sold only after a year of its release, did the development of God of War 4 start. This was obviously an attempt at milking the franchise the same way Far Cry and Assassin's Creed are being farmed for innovationless slop just to keep the franchise that makes them the most money alive by releasing whatever game would bear its name. And just a note, if you are going to say, well, it can be called God of War because it is the story of Atreus now. Well, the Kratos didn't have to be in it. The setting didn't have to involve Kratos whatsoever, and pick up a dictionary, combine any word that is synonymous with God, add off, and then add another word that's synonymous with war. Combine all of those, and even if they didn't want to stray too far from the naming scheme, they could have found a name that wasn't God of War and not leached off of the franchise that I love and brought back the character that I love for the sake of making a point and making a cheap, easy buck. These are figures and numbers, and statistics don't care about your emotions. Games like The Evil Within also took direct inspiration from The Last of Us, as it seemed that rescuing princesses is getting a little boring for the gaming audience who are now becoming parents themselves. Thus, it makes perfect sense to make games that cater to those gamers who are now becoming parents. The story of God of War 4 is what unsettles me, because the way they transitioned Kratos from being a video game character in a fantasy mythological setting with nobody on this planet looking up to him as a model citizen or somebody to replicate, Kratos has now become someone who's poised as a wise, calm old man who cannot even be bothered to fight in a video game where the fighting sucks and is necessary. What unsettles me is how nobody else sees this as pandering. Not to mention that the story itself is extremely shallow. It talks about parental struggles, children and raising them, what you yourself might have experienced as a child, and what you did not see in your parents, holding grudges for prolonged periods of time due to the amount of interaction and control you have with your kin, and the choices that may or may not have changed the trajectory of your life forever. The problem with this story is that it's pathetic and shallow, because no amount of fiction will ever be able to encapsulate what that actually is to a real person, nor what it actually means. If you have thought that this game is profound and it opened your eyes to deeper concepts, then you're gonna think I'm the fountain of wisdom for what I'm gonna tell you right now. So listen up. The only angle that God of War had was that we were with Kratos for all those previous games. We all know that he's been through a lot and know exactly what he's been through. We can understand him much better and can understand why he would act the way he does, especially now that he has a child again. If you yourself have been in a household with a father like this, or parents like this, you know that something you need to develop very early on is a translation mechanism for what your parents are saying. Because what might be perceived as an aggressive way of communication, or what might actually be an aggressive way of communication, holds words and phrases that that person is, for whatever reason, unable to say out loud. It's due to their past and their subconscious and all the things that have formed the person that they are today. You get this when you grow up with parents who are not as open about telling you everything, who are not as talkative, who are like Kratos. We understand Kratos. We can make these calculations, but Atreus cannot. He is us when we are younger. But do you know who else has had many adventures, struggles, and things that have scarred them all their lives? Things that they would never tell a soul and have kept in them for as long as possible and possibly will do forever. Struggles and suffering, memories of agony and anguish at the hands of circumstance or people not chosen by them and paths not chosen by them. People who never took a test or got a license for their qualifications for raising a child. Your own parents. Whether they are together or not, dead or alive, everyone's parent is an underqualified person who has been through the ups and downs of a lifetime before they had you and for the lifetime that they had remaining. No matter who you are and what culture or background you come from, your parents aren't perfect. And suffering is a spectrum. Someone being grounded for a misdeed thinks of their parents as unjust, while others get violated by those who are meant to guard them and protect them. Regardless of where you stand on the spectrum of suffering at the hand of your parents, the best thing you could take away from this game, and that is with a ginormous stretch and lots of time to think for yourself, is that your parents are people too. Your parents can also bleed. However they did whatever they did, they had their reasons, were influenced by many factors that stem from the depths of their subconscious, of real unhealed wounds and fears that consume them to this very day, as they put on smiles for a society unaccepting of those who are outwardly frowning and negative, and carrying on like the rest of us. Therefore, I think it's an utter shame that this game preys on people and gets the easy points of relatability and topicality simply for catering to the unhealed wounds of a multi-generational problem of children whose the worst thing you could tell them is, you're just like your father. I encourage anyone who has watched to this point to pry deeper into their relationship with their parents and ask themselves how their parents are, how they were, and if they've done something unforgivable and unforgettable. Have you perhaps forgiven them? In all the moments of hatred of yourself and hatred of them, questioning whether you're wanted in the family or not, being the source of problems, tears, fights, and shouting matches that go nowhere, to resenting them and holding them accountable for misdeeds done to you in your younger years up to this day, as you become more and more cognizant of the undoable damage done to you through their action or perhaps inaction. I want to tell you that however you felt, know that it is justified, as a child should never bear the responsibility of raising his parents, or thinking more or harder than them for the longevity of the household. At your home environment, sacrifices had to be made, and you becoming an adult so soon was never meant for a child. Yet you only live in the present day. Therefore, hear what I'm going to tell you carefully. However you felt during your upbringing, you're now an adult, capable of much more rational thought and reasoning than you were in your younger days, where all you did was survive. Now, you can choose whether to survive or thrive. Hating yourself and questioning whether you should have even been alive if your household hates you is phase 1. Hating and resenting them, wanting permanent distance, or perhaps even vengeance, is phase 2. But you are not brave nor in control if you are in these 2 phases. The best case scenario is that you become someone who's jaded towards your parents and do what's only necessary with them, keeping your distance whenever you can possibly do so. And the worst thing is going off the deep end, piercing yourself until you become a fridge magnet, tattooing all your body in defiance, and becoming an OnlyFans model to get back at your dad. Going off the deep end does not signal anything other than you're still a victim and you still see yourself as one. The bravery in this situation and the progress of character development happens in phase 3, where you forgive your parents from the depths of your being and fully eradicate any atom of ill will you have towards them. Believe me, only then will you be free of a weight so heavy yet so unnoticeable, since you carry it all the time and have been carrying it all your life. Forgiveness leads way to growth and deeper understanding, whether it's with dialogue or within yourself. The point where you see your parents as your parents and make the mental conclusion that your parents can bleed and are not immune to the simplest of wrongdoing or mistake happening in their lives. Once you know that you are guarded and raised by mortals like yourself, faulty, imperfect mortals like yourself, only then can you surpass them. Once forgiveness is achieved, you will feel serene and unburdened to your very core. But then that leaves one question. Are you satisfied with that? And I don't mean are you satisfied with forgiving them? Since if you're asking that question, then you haven't forgiven. But are you satisfied with just forgiving them, knowing that they have suffered whether they told you or not? Once you become empathetic and rational enough to see through people's skin and peer into their scars and the marks of untold harm done to them and their person, but will never say out loud, will you leave your parents to live and die in the same exact state they were in when you came into their life? Or will you improve it? Being the person who has the empathy and knowledge and the privilege to be thinking of these topics to begin with, rather than fighting for survival, take your parents into account and ask yourself, what are you there to do, if not make them feel better? I completely and utterly loathe the self-centered society we're going towards, where the importance and place of parents is taken up by material goods and meaningless achievements and bullshit, with empty gestures and drains of time and energy, as people chase meaningless mirages as they see everyone around them do the same and conclude it's normal. No matter what your parents did, you are burdened until you forgive them, then burdened by yourself until you help them. And only when you achieve these objectives are you truly going to override and begin a new saying of I wish I were like my father, even if they are said by your children instead of you. That is what I thought of this game's story. I thought that it is cheap, shallow, and quite daring for them to attempt entangling this topic with no nuance or meaningful detail. It clearly panders to those who are going on the path of starting families themselves, but rushes too quickly through the story beats for any of them to make any cohesive sense or lasting impression, which feels like a crime, because although the game is cripplingly slow, it doesn't go anywhere, and it doesn't send any meaningful transition that you could relate to. In the game that's made off of a serious topic and serious trend in everybody's life as they go to parenthood, the game does nothing right but takes more than enough time needed to establish all of that. But the matter of the fact is, I simply tell you this because we both know the only time you would rather have a face-to-face with your parents, or the time that you would both consider opening your hearts to each other and having a one-on-one with each other, is very sadly when one of you is on their deathbed. Thank you very much everyone for watching. This video took an awfully long time to make, and I ended up scraping the script about 2.5 times, but it finally came out the way I wanted to. There are more frequent uploads coming, I promise you. And 99.6 of you are unsubscribed. So please subscribe and tell me what you think about this in the comment section below. That was all from me. Have a wonderful day. Take care of yourself and be well.